Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Thunderpick World Championships. We're over here in the playoffs today, and we can kickstart our proceedings. It's very warm in the UK, so I thought, do you know what? To celebrate South America, I'll bring in all the hot boys of the UK. So I've got Solo and Charlie here. I don't know why I've done one of your in-game names and one of your real names, but never mind.
Ironically, Zolan being my real name, so it's
exactly. Charlie's just a stage name. Speaking of Charlie, he's been very quiet. How you doing, mate? You all good?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this, actually. I mean, it's been sort of dipping my toes into a bit more South America recently. Bit of a mixed bag. Some teams, which we're going to watch today, I've actually been relatively impressed by, but have been a few of the bigger dogs that we're sort of expecting maybe a little bit more from that have been underwhelming. So excited to see if today can bring a bit more normality, but it feels like that's rarely the case in South America. So I'm excited about today.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule. Let's see what games we've got going on. Fred, obviously, we're doing the first two games of the day. ShindeN versus MIBR Academy, and then Bounty Hunters take on MILLE. Ignoring the bottom half, is there one that you're looking forward to out of these two ones that we're commentating through today?
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to the MIBR Academy, the first game. Obviously, MIBR Academy, they knocked out Isurus in the group stage. I think Isurus were maybe one of the teams that you'd say, oh, a bit of a lock, and you'd think that they get their way through. I think this is a pretty decent squad. We've obviously seen GameHunters eliminated as well. These are kind of, I guess, household names in the tier 2 of the South American region. These are names that we're used to seeing. And I think the fact that MIBR Academy were able to take down Isurus, I'm really looking forward to what they have to offer, especially because in those games, it was, close 2-0 in the first occasion, a bit more dominant 2-0 in that kind of decider match. And I want to just see, look, MIBR Academy, are they just leveling up? Are they kind of having that time of, oh, okay, we've got a few more reps now together. Are we just going to build on that? Because they actually look really good.
They do look quite good. However, they're going against a very difficult opponent. In fact, I would say this opponent is probably going to win the whole thing, if you had to guess before the game's played out. Here's the bracket. Here's what we're looking at right now. On the left-hand side, it is that ShindeN versus MIBR Academy matchup. And they'll go against the winners of Vasco Biru and LP. On the other side, Fluxo, Keystars, Bounty Hunters, MILLE. I think this is probably a very good run, to be honest, for ShindeN in this bracket. I've made my pace. Charlie, you got anyone else that you want to throw in there that can have a deep run?
I mean, to be fair, I mean, look, I probably am right there with you in terms of someone like ShindeN. I think there's a few other teams that I think probably do deserve a bit of credit. I think LP, for me, every time I have got to catch them recently, they've been mixing decent runs, deeper runs as well in a few different events. I think it's probably a bit disappointed that they're on the same side of the bracket, because I think that could be a really fun ground final if we do end up getting there. But I mean, look, this is what we were saying in terms of that there's never any real certainty. It feels like with some of these games, Fred already pointed out with MIBR Academy. I actually got to watch these guys. I was really excited that we get to get beyond this roster's games, to be honest, because got to watch them in their first game versus Isurus, and I thought they actually did really well to get over the line. I mean, two very close maps, but still, as a younger side, I felt like they kept them battling against all odds. The amount of ridiculous rounds they ended up winning where they should have no chance to do so. And then they go on to do the exact same 2-0 victory against the same team that felt like, oh, is this a bit of a fluke? And sort of rectified things. So there's a few of these teams I haven't maybe got to watch as much, so I'm still looking forward to sort of catching their results in games, because I think anything can happen here. And at least for sides like MIBR Academy, it can be a bit of a litmus test for the future to say, how good are we going to be? How good is this project? How much validity can we put on this, really?
Well, let's take a look at the rosters then. Let's take a look at ShindeN first. Obviously, this is a team that has qualified through to Pro League. They beat Imperial. That was their last official about a month ago. It feels like a lot of teams in South America have had like a month off and a player break, which is really cool. But yeah, this team qualified through to Pro League, which I think is awesome to see. It looks like there's been some changes as well in the mix for ShindeN recently for Guity and Tommy Judd. And getting Tommy Judd on this team is just exceptional, to be honest. You maintain the core of Naz, Biz, and Ives. I think this roster's pretty well-rounded, don't you think, Zella?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think they've got plenty of firepower, but also it's clear that they've kind of got clear roles. It's not as though we've got, oh, we're just going to throw together a team of superstars. I think this will work really nicely. I don't know if you were able to catch that game against the Imperial game. 4 maps all going 13-11. It's kind of crazy. Oh, there was a 16-13 in there as well, actually. But like super distance game. I think ShindeN kind of proving that actually when push comes to shove, they can still find victory, especially against some decent opponent. Obviously, Charlie, you mentioned that MIBR Academy maybe have that factor as well. So maybe we're going to see some kind of long drawn out series, some real nail biter of a series. But yeah, look, I think ShindeN are a very, very strong unit. And from what felt like they had kind of everything kind of ironed out, it's kind of just double down with that win against Imperial, with that qualification to Pro League. I think they've got a lot going for them, and I think now they're just going to be sat here going, okay, well, MIBR Academy, let's just beat them on to the next.
And I think that should be the mentality for ShindeN as well. That this is a side that we're expecting them to make deeper runs. We're expecting this team to really compete for that sort of title at the end of the day. And this is a side that, honestly, at the start of this year, I was really disappointed by. I felt like this was a project that we saw a lot of pieces on this team stick with one another for a fair share of time. But I felt like I never really had the evidence to say there is much in this long term. But as time's gone on, particularly these last couple of months or so, not necessarily consistently, but there have been results that made me think, okay, yeah, this is a team to maybe keep your eye on for the next couple of months. There's certainly some players. I mean, StormZin was outrageous. His form's been hugely on the upwards trend. So there are definitely players on this MIBR Academy side, but they have to very much be at their A game, and you probably do need ShindeN to have a few mistakes in them also for me to think this game's probably going to go any other way than ShindeN. So look, I think there's definitely the conversation, but I think for MIBR Academy, first step probably has to be, if they can get this game competitive at the very least, I think that'd be a really good accomplishment.
I think potentially the conversation as well is that I think maybe the ratings are a little bit deceptive. Let's go to the veto really quickly and just talk over the veto very, very fast, and then we can throw this into the match being live. We've got Overpass, Ancient, Mirage. What I'll say about this is these are very good punishers from both ShindeN and MIBR Academy. ShindeN, very good on Overpass, struggle on Ancient. MIBR Academy, very good on Ancient, struggle on Overpass. Mirage feels like a very nice settling point for these two teams if we get there. I think the caliber of competition that ShindeN have been playing is greater than that of MIBR Academy. So I feel like they should be fine, especially considering they are the tournament favourite. But we'll have to wait and see. Been told that the players are ready. Does that mean we're ready, production? Does that mean we're ready to throw this into Overpass?
I guess we'll figure that one out, I guess, as we go on. I do want to say I love the confidence from ShindeN on that nuke ban. Nuke's both these teams kind of go-to map pick, and ShindeN go, you know what? Why would we put you on a map that is your a strong point? I know win rate wise it's not excellent for this MIBR Academy team, but it's clearly a map that they're confident in. So I quite like the fact that ShindeN, they go, you know what? Why not? Let's just ban nuke. Have some, it doesn't really matter. We're confident. Maybe we feel like the individuals is what's going to win us this game. So let's put us on a bit more of a puggy map like Mirage. Maybe it's something they've been working on, but also, yeah, I feel like the nuke ban there, it comes from a real place of confidence to just say this is our go-to pick and we're just going to ban it.
Also, I think it's probably not a bad thing to look at in terms of we have seen these guys actually play against one another. It was about 2 months ago, so sort of take it with a grain of salt. Nuke was victorious there for MIBR Academy. They had a close map of Overpass as well before sort of getting blown out the water on Mirage. But look, this is a side that you have to respect on Nuke, and it feels like ShindeN, perhaps they're doing that right now and saying, yeah, it didn't quite go away last time. Do we even want to have the chance at the rematch there? No, we'll go for our Overpass. We'll have Mirage if we do end up getting there, but I wouldn't be surprised if we don't end up seeing Mirage, although Ancient hasn't been mind-blowing for ShindeN. They played against some difficult opposition, of course, and a few maps have been a bit closer, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're playing at their best if MIBR Academy can't quite handle them today.
Got a head-to-head as well. We can bring up Tommy Jed versus StormZin, and you spoke about the 13-4 blowout of Mirage when these two teams last played against each other. Despite losing, StormZin had a ridiculous rating on that Mirage. He had a 1.63, which is, I suppose, why he contributes and features in our head-to-head. We can jump into Overpass between ShindeN and MIBR Academy. It's Fred and Charlie to walk you through all the action right after this little advert.
Alrighty, well, here we have it. First map of the playoffs. It's a big one. ShindeN, we've already alluded to, probably the favourites. And to kick things off on their map pick, they're going to feel very confident. Overpass, it's going to be a big map for MIBR Academy as well. It's not only just the fact of can they hold on, can they deal to ShindeN's aggressive tendencies on the T side, but similarly, it's can we keep ourselves in the conversation? Can we make Overpass a win? Well, That's a great find from IVZ. Revolts will get the trade, but a 4-on-4. And now Fraguti going to be aggressing. We've got the Julies here for LKZ.
Be spamming away above this smoke here. Fraguti didn't find Jerry. This is getting strange now. The Julies push through the smoke. TommyJed is able to find, though. And it's leaving this round on the shoulders of Revolts and Flash. Revolts are a bit of an interesting move that I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to talk about as this series goes on. But for now, looking to see if they can breed something. It's been so quiet, though. The CTs have not made a move or have been spotted. It doesn't seem to matter. Kills have still been seen. Flash 1 versus 3 alone. Might just look to pack up shop and save his armor.
Well, not going to have the opportunity for that. I quite like the idea. We saw Tommy just kind of move into Under Heaven, and while that was happening, Fraguti kind of slotted into to the cubby there in water. And I think the really nice thing is TommyJed would have been spotted, would have been seen backing away Under Heaven. So Fraguti's just an unknown. Obviously, it doesn't happen, and it never would have needed to happen. But it's that idea of, you know what, even if he swings Under Heaven and finds Tommy, I'm there to trade. I'm an unknown. So very nice. We've got the investment here for ShindeN. No purchase from MIBR Academy. The only thing they have got, in fact, is just that flashbang on Flash. I guess maybe an indicator of why that is his name.
Do you reckon he's part of a team where it's like someone else called Smoke?
Someone's called Smoke. One's called AK. Oh, both players called with Nathan has. Plenty of damage dealt from this HG, but Naz under pressure. Not enough done here, but Abiz rotating in. Be his trusty right arm. Abiz might get taken down as well. There's a flank going on. So much damage has been dealt. It's so unfortunate just the 1 kill was found. To be fair to the T's, they were caught at quite possibly the worst timing ever, with both players with kind of quick switching between nades and only one of them pulling the pin. But either way, from what felt like a bit of a chaotic start, ShindeN, they still keep 4 alive. They're still going to be going into this next round feeling somewhat confident.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be feeling confident about every round. And I think that's a pretty good example of things, how quick ShindeN are to sort of rotate players in, have that support. Abiz able to really quickly have some serious hate just showing those players towards Con. Sure, they lose one, but like you said, players were caught out and still just a 1 casualty. Yeah, they're not going to mind that whatsoever. That's a nice pick up from Flash. I'm in that smoke. I don't know if he got an angle or if it was just he knows the lineup. Trying to kill regardless. A little bit of damage taken in response. He backs away, but he's giving his team the early advantage as MIBR Academy have their first weapon round in play. Have given up a bit of this aggressive space they had on towards A. They don't need to potentially stick around for too long, and I think they're of that similar mindset. And Flash is actually repositioned towards long instead. There he is here towards short. There's plenty of utility that the teams could use to try to help break this open. We've got Revolts nearby as well, but it's just going to be this explosion out towards Monster. Revolt's still behind Pillar, not being spotted. Chooses his timing perfectly. Can double up, can slip away in towards short. And TommyJed falls on the bomb side for Fraguti, only able to get 1 before going down. Very convincing first weapon round from MIBR Academy, but don't get me wrong, helped out by Flash. Good timing from Revolts to find 1. Does excellently to find a double.
It's an awful smoke there in mid, and I think that's where some finite details needs to be polished off for ShindeN. I get it, Charlie. They're not perfect on this map. This isn't always their go-to map selection, but they've got to do better in the util department there. They can't be making little mistakes like that. Just a slight gap through the smoke, easy kill. And little things like that, when they do go punished, they make you look a bit foolish. And again, this being ShindeN's map pick, they don't play it all too often. It's one of their least played maps over the last few months. So this is, although we mentioned it could be a difficulty for MIBR Academy, it could also be an opportunity.
I mean, look, we did say they obviously kept it pretty close last time. These two teams battled out on Overpass, 13-11, still went the way of ShindeN, though.
I'd argue as well that the recent
for a close game.
The recent trend of MIBR Academy has been pretty good, hasn't it? So I think this would be the upset of the playoffs, though, wouldn't it? This would be the game where we go, wow, okay, MIBR Academy, that's the upset for the playoffs.
I mean, it certainly would sort of crack things right open for a lot of the other teams, thinking, okay, maybe this is a little bit more vulnerable now for vulnerable a playoff bracket. But then, to be honest, I probably would look at someone like LP and say he'll be there right having it.
Yeah, the spotlight would definitely shine on LP if we do see ShindeN get eliminated. Timing on his name looks good. That'll soften. Reposition out of Storms in. Going through this molly, Fraguti will pre-fight and find Abiz takes down LKZ. So a 4-on-2 here. Very patient as ShindeN. Really take their time for that site hit, and ultimately they're rewarded.
And as soon as you see Fraguti push up, you know he's spamming that smoke, and Storm's going to have nothing to be said about it, unfortunately. I mean, well done from ShindeN. I mean, they certainly weren't shying away from the fact it was always looking like it was going to be this play towards A. Players have been spotted initially. There's constant noise being made, but MIBR Academy didn't really fancy rotating in that extra man. I mean, quite easily it could have just been sort of crocodile tears, I suppose, at the end. All a ruse. We'll be able to see a couple of save weapons at least for the CT side. Revolts can drop over, Flash can invest, as can Storms in. So we will still see a buyout for MIBR Academy, not all doom and gloom. But a 3-0 start. I mean, they're going to be hoping that if they can double up here, win another round, that's when you break the economy of the CTs. That's when you can push towards maybe 5 rounds. And at that point, already things do become very tense on Overpass. Actually looking to be a bit more aggressive in middle, but a good timing on the spam just removes him. You found without even being any information, at least. Storms in aggressive towards long. Would have heard Fraguti make this journey in towards party. Because he's nearby as well, in case we do see any gunfights. But for now, ShindeN are slowing things down. Surely long has to be tested sooner rather than later. Double flashbangs being sent over. Storms in will dodge. Gets his head ripped off cleanly. Regardless. And LKZ, he's lost his support. He's been found. We have had Jerry rotate on up, but it's just very easy in this one for ShindeN. Players getting picked apart one after another. Obviously, Flash straight up through a smoke. But despite MIBR having these players towards A and players close to one another, I don't know if it was just timing that went against them, but wasn't as sort of together as you would have liked. We'll grab a kill back.
Yeah, it's an important pick back here, and if you can get this kill, this might spur them on to go for this round. Obviously, they've got plenty of utility on revolts. It is still a 2 versus 3, but will just be the save. Obviously, money isn't in a perfect spot. If they go for the save, I don't know what you do here. You probably still should just half buy around this, shouldn't you? I don't know whether the force is the better call. Not sure.
We'll see what they're thinking. But that is 4 for ShindeN. 1 round from MIBR Academy is going to stay at just 1. Bomb ticking down. He's evacuating this bomb site. As once again, we will at least see the save being respected. Terrorists win. I mean, Jerry can drop, but there's not really a huge amount left in the tank after that. So I think you're probably right on the money initially, where, yeah, just a half bar around this. Probably don't overcommit this early into a game, unless you specifically had an idea in mind that you think can counter ShindeN. And apart from that, I just think, yeah, it isn't really worth the risk. So it's even a bit less than a half bite. USP and armor on the Storms in. Unarmored P250 on LKZ and a 5.7 in armor, so very little actually invested here from MIBR Academy. Wanted to keep their money as strong as possible, it seems. Flash jump spotting with his 5.7, gets this intel and quickly scurries away. He's obviously jump spotting as it's a 4-man B setup from the get-go from the CTs.
Obviously, MIBR Academy, you know, we saw that first full buy versus full buy, and I think there was a a slight glimmer of hope for MIBR Academy, but I think ShindeN, we have sadly reduced any hope here for the CTs. Oh, nice from Fraguti there. LKZ holding. Swing comes out of Jerry. That's easy for them to find. LKZ will get dealt with. And... okay, well, that's going to be 5 now for ShindeN.
Yeah, they have players rotated in, and you could see Jerry trying to sort of swing off of. I mean, in fact, I don't really know if that's a good argument. I was gonna say I think it looked like they were trying to play it together a little more, but even then, you've got so many players on that bomb site. Should just sit on the bomb sites, and once the T's are up close by, that's where things can get a bit confusing when there's 4 different angles shooting at you. But trying to take a bit more of an aggressive stance, perhaps trying to catch off ShindeN. Didn't go that way, and money can start to grow with 5 survivors looking likely now. Obviously, MIBR Academy recently have been playing with Revolt, so I don't know if there's been any sort of official confirmation that this guy is going to be joining this team permanently. Obviously, we did see him on Yawara, sort of end of his time on that team. A little rocky, form wasn't great. I mean, coming into MIBR here, obviously it's just a handful of maps, so you don't want to look too harshly at rating wise, but yeah, there certainly has been a few more underwhelming performances. But that game that I got to watch versus Isurus, look, he did end up bottom fragging, but some of the impact from the clutches that this guy ended up having, you'd think, look, he's still very young, still got a lot of room to grow. If MIBR Academy is the place to sort of nurture and develop this guy, can have a bit of those sort of signs a little bit more frequently. I think, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing this guy being a permanent addition, but still quite early. Revolt's here is the angle and will be domed before he can even fire a bullet in response. Jerry searching for something through the smoke. Things are getting chaotic. Stormzy finds one before being traded out. ShindeN advantage as the bomb will look to get planted. MIBR questioning, do they even rotate for this? And the answer is no. 6 found just like that.
What's the answer for MIBR Academy? Because it's clear that ShindeN are making a bit of a mockery of their CT side. And I think this is where MIBR Academy, they've kind of got to sit there and go, well, we need to do something different. It's not as though, oh, we've been getting unlucky all these rounds. No, you've got to do something different. You look at the one round they did find, and it was a bit of good fortune. It was a double from Revolts. We need to see something else here from the CTs. But what is the answer for them?
I mean, I think that's the question they need to find out. But I think it just... right now, I mean, I know this isn't exactly the most helpful thing, but it does seem a little easy for MIBR Academy. Everything they do, every bit of space they take, if you look how they get out once there's a single flashbang, there's nothing in response. You've got players over towards B. Why is no one maybe having a counter flash for Revolts to peek out, or for Stormzy in to peek with to try to support Revolts before he gets taken down? It just feels like, I don't know if this is MIBR being a little more uncomfortable on Overpass. Obviously, we haven't seen them play a huge amount of times. It is very much a map that they were very occasionally allowed to slide through. But equally, we have seen some very decent results from them as well. They dominated Vasco 13-3. They did best LP a couple of months ago, 13-7. But it's the fact that we've seen them play this map basically once in the last 2 months. It's not been particularly frequent. I don't know if it is just rust on them. Perhaps adding Revolts, maybe they haven't done too much work on this map since then. But it just feels like, it looks like to me a team that's perhaps a little novice at it in comparison to ShindeN. But I really just want to see a bit more as a unit, because I've sort of said it about 1,000 times already. It doesn't feel like there's much synergy on the CT side right now. I mean, still do have weapons in play. Obviously, he had LKZ on the orb, but didn't get to see him use it, unfortunately, in the last. On this aggressive sightline towards middle, as Flash will go 1-for-1. The early portions of this round, it is LKZ alone towards A. He's starting to feel a bit of discomfort as he backs away further on towards his bomb
This
site.
is all going to be
as
on
one's
the
been given
timing.
up.
Look at this. They're going to go through this smoke. Tommy J, can he round the corner? Can he get away from this? I don't think he can, but Fraguti, if he takes contact, well, Fraguti needs to trade. Doesn't really connect. There is still a player in short. There's Abiz. Needs to find Jerry. Will be successful there, so... The fact that this is still a 3v3 and still a winnable round is crazy. Oh, okay, that's a big kill. Revolt's getting taken down. They're going to pivot now onto this B-bomb site. Storms in. Dropped into the back of the site now. This gets really technical. It's all about how long he can stay alive for. You kind of hope he gets a kill. Now pushing in. Elevated angle. Storms in gets 2. And now it is all on the shoulders here of IVZ. Storms in. What a clutch. What a huge moment there. Second round found now.
Yeah, needed a hero, to be honest. We're MIBR. And you can just see Storms in actually takes the perfect time. Just as two teams sort of on top of one another, thinking where they're going to get set up for the post plant. I don't even know how well communicated it was when we ended up seeing the actual swing eventually from IVZ. Again, he wasn't even watching the right way. I mean, he was spotted towards top site. Yeah, I just don't know if he maybe assumed he didn't hear a drop off or something. But there's a second for MIBR. We need a lot more where that's coming from though, because only having 2 rounds on the CT side while ShindeN are already knocking the door of winning the half.
I think as well, you look at both those rounds and go, wow, there's a lot of kind of, a lot of good fortune, a lot of big moments. Obviously that one, I know it wasn't a 1v3, but Storms in doing everything in that 2v3. Jerry, steps definitely just been heard there, so needs to be cautious, but Flash taking contact. Excellent short take there from the CTs. Absolutely brilliant.
And that's more likely now. That will be dodged. It is just now pushing out alone. Essex does pretty well to find one. Not really going to make much of a dent though in this CT side. GT and IVZ, both players pretty close to one another, but you've got 3 on the bomb site that look to find or at least force them back, and that's no easy task. Teams might split here, go their separate ways as for Guti. He's actually going to have his teammate join his side once again. Util will be sent as a smoke in towards heaven. There's a boost up that Storms in. He's actually going to back off of it, and Molotov has forced them down. The fair bit of room's actually been given up to the T's, but obviously CTs are going to be happy to do so. They've got a big man advantage for Guti. That's a nice open pick. And Jerry's able to mow things up from there on out. Simply done, but like you said, initially really good short take from MIBR Academy, finding 2 kills with Nick for no damage even taken. And then it becomes a bit, I don't want to say desperate, but it becomes for ShindeN, we need to find something. It has to be now, so they obviously made that pop through monster. But second player waiting, good trading from MIBR and able to clean things up from there on out.
Yeah, money still good enough for ShindeN to invest. They're going to be calling for this tack pause. Obviously, feel the need to talk things through a little bit. I think there is that understanding of, well, we were 6-1 up. If this gets 6-6, we've kind of thrown away our lead. And however much you might be moving to your favoured side of a map, you definitely don't want to be giving away a 6-1 scoreline.
That man count for ShindeN has been drained. But this could be the opportunity for the CTs to actually have a bit more of a competitive looking game here. A couple of players in connector for MIBR while we have Storms in aggressive up towards long. Does he flash? Sorry. Con setup isn't going to get aggressive. Fraguti has spotted out Flash and is actually taking a ton of damage for his trouble. Storms in a little isolated for now. Will it be cleared out? Yes, it will, but Storms in still finds. And it's the AWP that needs to get the trade. And IVZ,
it's just going to be patient. Storms in will overshow. Okay, IVZ, that's really poor. Or is it player in top con? Will get caught. Storms in now, looking to push on down. That's great from Storms, and I have to say, it felt like he was never going to get out of that scenario once his teammate went down. So it's that recognition of, you know what, I might as well go down swinging. Might as well go down with a kill, and does fine when Abe is getting that pick onto Revolts. That's important.
The issue is Abe is really low. That I probably wouldn't mind seeing Abe's leave Tommy Jet alone towards A. Maybe see if he can make a bit of noise out on B to see if he can force Flash away. Tommy Jet has now been blocked at 25 seconds. That's the bomb dropped. Realistically, it's probably the round gone as well. Unless Abbas can somehow find this kill instant. Flash, he hears the steps. A simple find. Another multi-kill now coming from one of the MIBR players. It's Flash this time. But I agree with you, really good work done from Stormzen. I mean, you look at how awkward a spot that is. There's a player deep in connector. There's a player in short corner. There's a player, the two players popcorn. Yeah, I think there's very little chance we see the escape. So the fact he's able to get a kill just before going down. Got IVZ's questioning how on earth the short player not found him before that. Could be a bit of pace behind this from ShindeN. Plenty of util sent out towards Monster. There's plenty of Tech 9s here as well. Jerry looking the wrong way, but there's those counter flashes I was asking for a couple of rounds ago. Finding out the T's and these Tech 9s, it will just net themselves a single kill as the MIBR Academy have brought themselves more than back into this game. They were 6-1 down.
Yeah, honestly, I really don't know how ShindeN have kind of fallen so flat. Like, I know MIBR Academy have had some nice clutches, some big multis, but ShindeN are going to be sat here at the end of this half and just think, well, what a waste. We start 6-1 up. What a waste. Pretty crazy if you ask me, but Flash, he's taking a very aggressive stance in this round. He's got a teammate behind him, and they've got the open long. Okay, so we'll get one. Positioning of Flash here looks good. Braguti's gone through this.
I mean, he's hearing out absolutely everything. He chipped down even further. He means Storms in. Might just leave him for dead here. And I think, honestly, I think that's the right play from Storms in. He was already tagged down. They knew where he was. Flash was sort of one bullet from death anyway. Maybe it was just worth giving it up. And he thinks the same. It's the advantage for ShindeN in the final round of the half. Be a bit of a one-for-one here on B. Revolts gets this info. A bit of utility and back away. We're seeing some aggression through connector. This was being held the whole time, and just as IVZ has backed away, this is when Stormzen pushes up. He is going to flank around mid. This is the bomb. Oh, and Stormzen's playing the long game. Here's the double. Waiting to line them up. He only finds one. I mean, he's got all of the information for his team. They knew where the bomb was. I don't quite know why Revolts is still down towards B when maybe just trying to catch up alone. The bomb being denied could win the round alone here. No bomb plant. And it's going to be a bit of an anticlimactic finish to the half. Naz just playing for stats, I suppose. As MIBR Academy will let slip a 6-1 lead and lose 5 on the bounce.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might be a bit anticlimactic for the viewers and for the neutrals, but for MIBR Academy, this is a huge finish to the half, being 6-1 down. They made this comeback. Look, we mentioned that both these teams seem to kind of, I guess, keep themselves in the conversation when it comes to matches and I guess make games look a little bit tougher than they need to be. I think ShindeN have certainly made this first half and made this first map feel quite a bit tougher than they need to. Obviously, they're now moving to their preferred side, and by MIBR's metrics, their far weaker side. So I think ShindeN, they'll still feel confident, but I think there's a real difference because being 6-1 up, expected to maybe win the half 8-4, maybe 9-3, and only getting 6 from then on. I feel like if you were to ask me which team's more confident, I think we both know, I'd be saying MIBR Academy.
I mean, we'll get to actually have a look at what their D side does have, how deep this playbook is.
I think that is the important thing. Is for MIBR Academy. I know, look, their CT side didn't start well, but at least they've got. At least it doesn't mean that they have no chance for a T side. Everyone blinded. How has Tommy J got that second kill? What is that? Gets the reload in. We'll find his third. No, he's fourth as LKZ gets the trade, but Abis with a quick pick back. How does Tommy get that second kill?
And I've seen some mental things from Tommy Jed. And I don't think that even breaches sort of the top 50, top 100. It just feels like that's what he does. Makes the impossible look pretty easy, to be honest. Back on top are ShindeN here. Fist around victory. They do wonders for them as they're on the stronger side. And that's the thing. If you do look at the game out of context, 6 from the T side, most teams would be more than pleased with that. But it's just the fact that ShindeN could have found so much more. They probably could have killed the game off in the first half, to be honest, if they pushed on to find 8, 9 even. I think we probably would have just been looking at this second half as sort of going through the motions rather than anything. Like tech pause before we come back into things with round number 14. Interesting to see what MIBR Academy would choose to do investment-wise. Obviously, they went for the second round eco. Fairly sure they went for the second round eco in the first half and were able to win that first weapon round.
Yeah, they did.
If you go for the same thing again.
I honestly don't mind. I don't mind a second round eco here, especially because they didn't get a bomb plant. I feel like you go for the second round force. I don't really feel like it's worthwhile. So yeah, I'd just go for the full eco here on the T side. Maybe try and get a bomb plant. Bomb plant would be good, wouldn't it? Easier said than done, though.
Hopefully all these tech issues will be resolved nice and soon. It's on the side of ShindeN. Don't quite have the info of what it is just yet. I mean, to be fair, the fact that it's on the side of ShindeN makes me fairly confident MIBR Academy probably are going to go for this eco.
Yeah, they might. I don't know. They might be just talking through it, do like a last second buy.
For this investment. To be fair, you do see a few teams.
The amount of times it baits me, I'm like, oh, they're going for the eco this round, and then literally like 1 second left, they all invest, and I'm like, oh, really, guys? Like, come on.
I think I was sorry if it was with Matt or Mark, but we were casting one of the South America games and ended up being fairly confident it was going to be the eco. They didn't buy it at all in freeze time, and they ended up going for the force buy about 10 seconds after the round started.
Oh, really? What the?
And I was like, not quite sure what that is missing. And so obviously everyone was out of position. And I'm pretty sure they
ran back. They had
no,
to
they were just sitting in sport. They were
okay.
Debating what they were going to be doing. Wasn't the whole team. Like, some of them bought sort of dead on the last second, but like, good half of the team just sitting in spawn debating, what do I buy? What util do I need? What util do I need for this strat that we said we're going to do now? There we go, into things. It is this full eco, not even a flashbang or any upgraded pistol has been bought. A few MP9s on ShindeN, hoping to farm a bit of cash, one of which being Tommy here in towards Con. MIBR just seeing the sights right now, heading out towards B, smoke landing. I'm going to have a glance out towards Playground and Fountain. And finally, IVZ is going to spot M4. Finds one actually before Abiz gets found. It's going to be a relatively clean finish.
Tommy.
Maybe not. How have we found?
They can pick up the. Oh no! I thought it was Nazincon. Well, I thought we were going to see both of those SMGs at least be able to upgrade to M4s. Yeah, that's really poor. I don't really know why they're even staying on the angle, because if they get the kill, then you're denying the MP9 of finding a frag. It seems really weird, a bit unnecessary.
But do weapons in play, have the AWP for IVZ. So more than enough in the tank for ShindeN, despite obviously losing a couple of players. Maybe a little cheaply. I mean, Abiz just gets domed. He gets found so quickly. Noise being made out towards Corn, out towards Monsters. IVZ aggresses in A and finds Flash, whose only job was to make sure no one pushes through and sell a bit of presence here or there, so they don't realise that we've got very little stock towards the A bomb side. But IVZ, he brings out this AWP, and instantly there's a couple of kills. Searching for even more now. Got super isolated towards A. Do finally have Abiz rotate up, send a flashbang just to confirm long is clear. And now the AWP can get out scot-free. Abiz instant headshot onto one. Backs away knowing the damage has been dealt.
Yeah, I think
ShindeN. Cool here if you're MIBR Academy though.
The thing is, it's one of those weird rounds where there's nothing they can really do other than save. And I think the good thing is they've got 3 AKs. They've got a little bit of util on all 3. I think because it's early as well in the half, I don't think ShindeN are going to go hunting. I think it'd be really unnecessary if they do, especially with the casualties that they had against the Pistols in the last. So I don't think we'll see a hunt here from ShindeN. I think the save is definitely the right call. You're never going to be able to win a round like this. I wouldn't mind if Naz went pushing in. We are currently seeing Abiz relatively close by. Naz is going to be heading up towards top con. But ultimately, MIBR Academy will just invest in the next. We can get Galil's on both Revolts and Flash. They could opt for Mac 10s or Tech 9s and just get full utility.
ShindeN slowly but surely are creeping close towards that 13 mark. Is their map pick? We were expecting a ShindeN win. I mean, even on Ancient, probably is still going to be that same sentiment. Maybe less so if this one comes right down to the wire, though. These have taken a lot of space very quietly. There has been a smoke thrown, but I don't know if IVZ is going to be aware of this. Still holding the angle. It's an easy first kill for him. Not ready for Storms. He's pushed through the front toilet smoke. Instant headshot, and now it's reversing out towards A. He can get this smoke dropped in time, but Tommy Jed up towards Bank. I mean, still, the key player is Abbott. He's behind them in toilets. I don't know if he would have been spotted there by Jerry. I think perhaps he would have rolled ready for the angle. Tommy Jed gets this kill back, though.
He's the one with util. He's the one with flashes, but he's just going to push on in, and he spots the AWP. Going to send the nade. Nade and flash combo. Smoke towards front toilets, and they... Oh, I was going to say they deal with the AWP, but they don't yet. Jerry can get the trade, and now it's on Naz. Second the bomb, and Jerry spots him off it. Great from Jerry. Nothing that Naz can do. Nice fight at the end from Jerry. AWP can be saved. Look, it's the fact that Tommy Jed doesn't get that kill. He has to get that kill. Would have put them in a 3 versus 1, even if the trade did come through. Really, really poor.
I mean, that's the thing. The trade could have done really poor for Tommy, just with where Jerry was. But you saw what happened. Tommy ended up going down. And then this Fraguti had to go peak wide to find the kill onto the AWP, and allowed Jerry to get the trade onto him instead. So basically, it went from what should have been a 1 versus 3 for Jerry to a 1v1.
Why don't they just smoke the bomb? They smoke front toilets. Just smoke the bomb. That round gets so much easier. There's multiple angles that you need to worry about from that position at the bomb plant. But they could have been long. They could have had one front toilets. Could have had one, obviously, towards Banana. If you smoke the bomb, you eradicate all 3. I really don't know why they didn't just smoke the bomb. I think that's a huge error. Clearly has cost them. Great HE grenade from Revolts onto Tommy Jed that.
util being sent, a bit more damage being done towards some of the ShindeN players. They've dropped out, Naz. Actually, I thought he was going to be feeling a bit more uncomfortable from those flames, but really impeded him at all. That's a big fire from Tommy. Okay, is he holding the lines, but still, it's the AWP to be found. Jerry's next up. Drop down has been heard. Jerry can't quite find the kill, as he's still rather split with 35 seconds remaining.
Revolts. He's already been chipped away really heavily from that fight with
Abyss.
Abyss.
Go for this though. Look, there's 10 seconds on the clock.
Well, the AWP save should indicate everything. Yeah, it's just going to be the save again. ShindeN, they're going to get 10. ShindeN just winning the mid round has been enough. Really, really nice.
With that save, though, we are still seeing a buy. MIBR Academy are fully invested in this. I mean, obviously, it always puts your money in weird spots, particularly when 3 of you end up saving. Majority of your team having no loss bonus, and if there isn't a bank built up behind that, yeah, you're sort of forced to go all in. This one's in. We'll invest in a Glock for utility. There you go. I guess an upgraded pistol soon. To have a little bit of utility. I mean, unfortunately for Storms in, or whoever the other player wasn't to save, that is slipping my mind right now. Yeah, they sort of do need to take the hit and go for util. There just wasn't quite enough being bought in, and not having any loss bonus. You can only purchase a certain amount of util. So, yeah, someone always needed to take that hit, and it is going to be Storms in on this occasion. Big round for MIBR though. Lose this, and 12 could be ShindeN's. And at that point, as valiant attempt as that comeback in the first half was, I think it could be a little too far gone. We're trying to see this boost over the smoke. A bit of a meal was made out of it. That 2 players just pushed behind it anyway. Like we said, has played this angle a few times, playing slightly further back. Here, though, is MIBR Academy, again, pretty quietly push in towards toilets. Abyss has been hurt. He's just going to continue to jump spot. He is not going to be ready for this at all.
Oh!
Still will find one at least.
That's such an awkward timing for the jump spot, but he does really well to get not only a kill, but and the damage onto Revolt. It's kind of like it should have gone so wrong, and somehow it doesn't. Weapon can be picked up for Storms in. I guess that's a benefit. Orb can be dropped across. Seems very easy to understand, though, what they're going to do. We've seen the molly dropped at long. I don't like this. I really don't like them looking to drop this block utility. Well, I didn't like it because I thought it meant someone would turn and look at Tommy Jed, but it doesn't happen. Round over. Never mind. We can talk about the hypotheticals as much as we like. That was the reality of the round. 11 for ShindeN. Okay, they're 2 away from taking map 1. This is their map selection. I was kind of umming and ahhing about whether it was the right choice, and ultimately it has been. Even after that kind of fall off on their T side, they are now still 4 rounds ahead with only 2 needed to be found.
Yeah, when you look at the investment that's coming through here, this one feels near enough guaranteed from ShindeN. We questioned that even after, obviously, it being 6-6 in the first half, it was always going to be what can MIBR Academy do on the T side. They probably would have gone for a little bit more. I mean, that's certainly an opening kill from Naz to spam through that smoke straight on the head of Revolts for Guti under pressure now. Storms in, nice headshot with this Desert Eagle to at least bring it one back closer. M4 can be scooped up, and Jerry, one of the players with armor, is currently building that.
Yeah, we've just seen a lot of utility sent here towards short. Naz thought he was going to reaggress after that molly fades, but not opted for that. That's the bomb drop by Tommy, so I think chances of this round have shrunk massively, and Naz finding Jerry. The gun can be picked up, but it's a 1v4 for Stormzy. Expectation very limited. Would have heard the tick in the molly, would have spotted him pushing, and now TommyJet 1v1 here. And he's gonna catch him with the Deegan hands. Nice round from TommyJet. Nice from Naz. Look, random mention what a pickup Tommy would be. Playing so well. 16-9 at the moment. Top performer. Look, I think we all knew TommyJet's kind of abilities from his time on Dusty Roots. He was kind of just pulling that team up as much as he could, and now he's on a squad with a far better kind of just unit. And look how things are going. Absolutely brilliant. We spoke about the individuals, Charlie, but I don't think we really highlighted how good this team are playing. Their worst player, their lowest rating over the last 3 months is 1.09. It really says it all. Some teams will have their best player at 1.09. Not this ShindeN squad.
I don't know if you did that deliberately, but MIBR Academy, their best player is 1.09.
Hey, look, sometimes
place.
nature is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, look, ShindeN certainly are stacked, and that's one thing that always feels like every time I get to catch this team. You can quite easily see a game where Tommy isn't necessarily in the limelight, and it's just one of the other 4 players, and it just feels like at that point you may as well just sort of pick your poison in terms of who it's going to be. Because, yeah, quite easily any of them can take control of the game. And look, Stormzy's certainly been able to go toe-to-toe with the likes of these guys, but it's just the fact that you do have someone like LKZ who's been very quiet in this series so far. I think it was quite noticeable for MIBR, to be honest, on their CT side. You look at both how IVZ have been playing in comparison to LKZ when they both had the AWPs in play. IVZ's been sort of a lot more willing to be sticking around towards toilets for a little longer, being happy to solo A. I mean, we saw his first round with the AWP. He finds pick out towards long, instantly strikes in connector. He again looks out towards long. And it just feels like, I mean, perhaps it is just IVZ being a little bit more confident at this map, or perhaps it's just a bit more confident on the day. But he certainly has been a big helping hand to ShindeN in terms of the CT side so far. And it's going to be something to keep track of throughout the rest of the series, and hopefully LKZ can have his time in the spotlight, because I mean, when he is firing at his best, he's such a valuable piece to MIBR. But yeah, only 3 kills here. It's difficult performance for him. Flash being a little quiet on occasion as well. You spoke about sort of the players on both sides. I mean, right here on that like overpass has become evident that ShindeN right now are at least individually performing at maybe a step or 2 higher than MIBR Academy have been able to show us today.
Yeah, I think at the moment when you look at the outcome of this map, I think MIBR Academy, at least they got themselves to that 6-6 scoreline. I think you can definitely save face. I think if we saw that first half go 9-3 and we see the map end kind of like, let's say, just 13-4, that's why MIBR Academy, you kind of just sat there going like, wow, we kind of just wasted this first map. We've not showcased anything. And ultimately, they'd move to Ancient with very little confidence. I think Ancient is still certainly a map that they can show some promise on. But I think they have got a tough opponent here. I think ShindeN, they've clearly showcased that it's not just strategy. It's not going to be just depth and understanding of the map that they're going to have any advantage on. It is going to be the individuals, because every single player for ShindeN has had a moment, has had some time, some kind of moment of recognition of why they are the perfect fit for the ShindeN squad. Yeah, I feel like for MIBR Academy, I want to see more from LKZ. He's 3-13. Same with Flash. Need to see more from those two.
And again, another take balls for ShindeN. I suppose the positive thing is, at least it's not Naz. So hopefully it's not necessarily the same pressing issue. Hopefully we can see this one be resolved nice and quickly while we wait for Guti to rejoin the server. And obviously sort of touching on Ancient. It's seen a little bit from ShindeN. I mean, these guys haven't played a crazy amount of Counter-Strike. Recently, you haven't even got to see them play any games in June at all yet. So, yeah, it's been a little while since we've been able to actually get to watch ShindeN as a team. I mean, you even look at May, it was just only a couple of series that we got to watch from them there anyway. At least on HLTV, at least. So yeah, maybe a few uncertainties, sort of behind the scenes. We'll see how much work they've done on their Ancient, how much they've been playing. Because I think that could be a really thrilling second map to see MIBR Academy on one of their better maps, while pushing ShindeN onto a map that we haven't got to see a crazy amount of. But back into the action, 5 needed from MIBR. Initial utility sent out towards middle as Abed heads down into Jerry, very aggressive, but he will be found.
Okay.
Loses his life to Revolt, but a quick trade seen as Fraguti's double puts ShindeN on top.
Yeah, look, you'd assume that Fraguti would go trading this up, but IVZ's still on the angle, still holding. Oh, okay, big kill from LKZ. Naz will get that trade. Positioning towards short looks good. Dormson gonna look to push through this, and he goes into the crossfire. And now it's a clutch for Flash. Low HP is Fraguti. He's got a triple so far. He's been spotted. Flashbang looks good, but he turns from it. Tommy has got this round in the palm of his hand. Fraguti, not even needed. Excellent there. And ShindeN, they will take map 1.
Yeah, big map for ShindeN to take, an important one. It looked like it was going to slip away after the initial start that they had, but MIBR Academy, their work, unfortunately, does eventually go against them after that nice 6-6 halftime score. But Fred, we're enough yapping from us for the time being. We're going to be thrown onto Brandon to see what he made of MIBR's unfortunate defeat to ShindeN on map number 1.
Enough yapping. Yeah, look, here's the thing with this game, is it really felt like ShindeN haven't played an official in about a month, and that's because they haven't played an official in about a month. There was a lot of ring rust here, but I think the biggest benefit that ShindeN can have in this game is the fact that all of their individuals are just that much better than MIBR Academy. Unfortunately, it's something that both Fred and Charlie brought up during the game as we jump into the highlights. Like, you've just got like 4 or 5 players genuinely for ShindeN that can outclass every single player for MIBR. But listen, there's a lot of mistakes creeping in here. I think ShindeN do really well to actually go up 6-1 because it felt necessary. They were really struggling towards the tail end of that first half. I think the trade spacing was a lot better out of MIBR Academy towards the back end of this first half. I really was appreciating the fact that we did get like a Storms in moment. Like, he's been the one to watch. He's been playing out of his skin recently, so it's really nice that he steps up and he almost sort of incentivizes this comeback in a big way. Tommy Jeb played brilliantly. I was really impressed with Figurity, especially towards the back end of those rounds, because they could have been really close. Like, this game could have been a lot closer, but ShindeN won a breakthrough round on that CT side, and then suddenly all the momentum just goes with them, and it's just so difficult when you've got momentum going in your favor. And for MIBR Academy, they're just left with too much to do, unfortunately. The good news for them is that this is statistically one of their worst maps, and I felt like they were really competitive on it. And I felt like if it wasn't for ShindeN's individuals sort of outclassing, then we're looking at a much closer affair. And this is a map that MIBR Academy really struggle on. So you look ahead and it's like, okay, well, what do we have next? We've got a much better map out of MIBR Academy in Ancient. We've got ShindeN that have been struggling on it. ShindeN also just been struggling there on Overpass, just because I think it's just taken them a little bit to get back into it, where you've had basically player break in South America, you've had a month off of games. It's very natural that when you come back into officials, especially as the favorite, you're probably necessarily not going to overlook things, but things aren't going to be quite as cohesive as when you were playing official after official, day after day, and obviously winning like against higher caliber opposition. The good news for MIBR Academy is that they're a lot more tactically sound on Ancient. The bad news for MIBR Academy is individually, I feel like they need to step up, because whilst we're saying, oh yeah, look, they're taking a while to warm up into this ShindeN, they have warmed up into it. Now you head on to the CT side of Ancient. If they can just get the ball rolling, MIBR are going to be stuck, and MIBR might run out of ideas. It's going to be really tricky, I think, for this team to maybe come back into this. There is still light at the end of the tunnel, but it relies not only on better individual efforts out of every single player from MIBR Academy, not just Storms in, but also tactically things need to be a little bit more elevated. It needs to be a lot more structured. I would like to see quicker sight hits in towards Ancient. You can get away with that quite a lot. So that's kind of where I place my views hopefully for MIBR Academy, they can come back. Otherwise, they obviously just bow out of the tournament after making it so hard through that group stage. We'll see what happens on Ancient right after this short break. And welcome back, everyone. Here we go then. Map 2 between ShindeN and MIBR Academy. I was pleasantly surprised at MIBR Academy, to be honest with you, Fred. I thought they put up a pretty decent fight, considering they somewhat suck at Overpass. Now we go to Ancient, and it should be a better one. Have you got any faith for them?
I do actually. I think the lack of gameplay that we've seen from ShindeN and Ancient is going to be a bit of a factor. I think Overpass, it was really poor from MIBR Academy, and I think the problem is they were so late to activate on that CT side. And the thing is, we kept giving them the kind of the false idea of, oh, well, if they had a decent CT side, maybe they could have done something, or, oh, well, you know, they would at least have some more time to play on their T side. They had 8 rounds, they only got 1. I think MIBR Academy, they weren't up to the same level of quality when it comes to the individuals, but I do think they certainly do have Ancient as a good punish pick, because ShindeN barely play it, and when they do, they haven't looked great at it. So I think there is a chance here for MIBR Academy.
I maybe didn't think it was as poor, to be honest. I thought MIBR actually very valiant comeback that they had on their CT side. Problem is, it felt like a similar story on both sides. That they were maybe just a little slow to get started, to maybe find the rhythm of the game. That when you've already lost the second half pistol as well, you're already on a more difficult side. It felt like as soon as we saw ShindeN knocking on the door of 10, I think we knew where that one was going, unfortunately.
Well, the good news is, not to wait too long to jump into the action here. It's going to be Ancient between MIBR Academy and ShindeN, and we'll see if MIBR Academy can respond right after this.
Look, I feel like, Charlie, we talk about these kind of these games, and I feel like a lot of the time you're a bit optimistic, I'm a bit pessimistic. And look, I know it was nice for MIBR Academy, and they were maybe got themselves into that first map, and yes, better late than never, but I actually thought they were quite fortunate, and they were quite lucky to actually get back into Overpass. You look at the rounds that they won initially on Overpass, it was like a 1 versus 3 from Storms in. We had that one round where, like, it would have been Revolt's got the double on B, and we saw the kill through the smoke from Flash. And I look at the rounds that they did find on Overpass, is like, look, these weren't perfect. These weren't like real like team rounds. It was someone getting a multi, it was someone getting a quad kill, a triple, a clutch, or what have you. It's not concrete CS, and being on the CT side of Overpass, you really need that. So I think this is where ShindeN, they can really showcase what they've got to offer here. Nice find through the smoke. Naz has just gone and jumped through the cave smoke. So much damage dealt to both Naz and Tommy Jen. This should be a pretty convincing round. Tommy goes through the smoke. Jerry gets the pick. Jerry doubles. IBZ does very well to get 2 in the process, and it leaves Abiz in a 1 versus 2. Swings wide, Julie's connecting, and now it's a Jewel Beretta 1v1. Has recognition and will find. Okay, ShindeN, they do take the pistol, even after being that 4v4 with 2 players low, they're able to find.
Yeah, no, very, very unlikely for ShindeN to actually to win this. You see Naz, sure, he finds the opening kill, but he loses his teammate in the form of Praguti, and then Naz is sort of dodging bullets in that smoke, getting chipped down lower and lower. It finally makes it into the safety of cave before eventually getting traded, and it felt like, yeah, that's going to be round done there on out. But IVZ, he gets a double. We see the double from Abiz as well. Spoke about the players of ShindeN on map number 1 and how good these guys really are. I think that's another round where individuals have probably dug them out of a bit more of a sticky spot. As gets this intel, this is a second round force buy from the Keys. Stormzin's AK will ring out through by Praguti. Takes so much damage, he's down to 1 HP. Can't drop that over to any of his teammates though, fortunately, so we can just see his AK be recycled. And eventually, there you go, Stormzin on the Deagle. Revolts to have that rifle now. The 1-for-1 trade isn't bad, but it's certainly going to be a bit of a warning sign to MIBR. Look, or to ShindeN, I should say. These guys have an 8 gauge. If you don't respect it, you can certainly punish. Tommy J wants to get aggressive. Flash on the other side. We'll find with the Tech 9. And just like that, 1 rifle can turn to 2. Spots out. I mean, ShindeN are more than aware it's going to be this B here. They just got to find the kills, and right now, it's easier said than done. Abiz will find Revolts. That is the rifle. Still disadvantaged over the CTs. No longer as IVZ finds that kill onto Flash. Still being sent out. The on this bomb site will be found. Storm's in the play, who initially took that kill fight down to 1 HP, will be found. And it's another round. Abiz, 4K from him.
Huge start.
So disadvantaged, but what a multi-kill that this guy's had back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, great start out of Abiz. Exactly what you need. I feel like for Ancient, for a map that they haven't showcased much quality on, I think a vast majority of the time, Jolly, you need a hero. You need someone to step up and kind of do the unthinkable. This time it's ShindeN that winning kind of rounds off the back of clutches and quad kills. ShindeN, if they can keep this up, MIBR Academy, they'll be kept silent. Going to be a reinvestment here from the T's, obviously, with just a few survivors for ShindeN and the bomb plant, the couple kills. You can understand why they are looking to buy. I think this is going to be an interesting third round. I think this is going to be an interesting first half. Ultimately, from what we've seen, both these teams do prefer this CT side. So I think for ShindeN, they're going to want to win the half. And not only win it, they're probably going to want to find 8, just on the basis that their T side has been pretty tragic lately. IVZ, he's able to get 2. That is brilliant. And with TWC's rotation and Abiz ready and Donut, this should be perfect here. Spots the shoulder. Abiz now on the back of the bomb site, can maneuver to Donut if he chooses. Still playing the kind of wider angle for Guti. He's rotated in as well. Abiz will drop the molly now, and Storm's in going to be forced back. Oh, a little bit of damage from Storm's in. Timing on the nade looks really good. I don't really know what MIBR Academy do from this point now. Bomb's trapped on the right-hand side, and Naz on the angle.
Yeah, good util just to chip these players down without really needing to commit to any fight just yet. Flashbang will miss, but it doesn't matter as Abiz is close enough. See MIBR try to go for this force once again, but ShindeN are more than ready for it. Got multi-kills here or there. We see MIBR battle back, but it's as soon as we end up having 3 ShindeN players locked in on that bomb site and util being just dumped out towards A main. And it's always going to be a tough one. I mean, lost bonus has been increased, so at the very least, MIBR are able to get out constant, relatively competitive rounds. And hopefully, for that sake, they can try to whittle away at the ShindeN economy like they're doing now. So when they do get their first weapon round out, they can try to pounce.
Yeah, I feel like the money for ShindeN on the back of this round could look really good. If they can keep maybe 3 players alive, it looked brilliant. At the moment, ShindeN being 3-0 up. Nice flashbang. Abiz forced back. Will be able to maneuver. Drops the Molotov, and IVZ takes contact. Plenty of damage dealt. Abiz will get a pick. He's been chipped away. TWC's rotation. Quick rotations onto the A bomb site. A brilliant Abiz. Okay, he is 10-0 right now, Charlie. His team have 10 kills combined. The opposition, they've got 9 combined. Abiz is saying, look, I'm doing more than your whole team. I'm doing more than my whole team. Brilliant from Abiz. Absolutely incredible.
Man's unstoppable right now. I mean, this is what we said with map number 1, though, wasn't it? Where, sure, you ended up having someone like TWC top performing. Abiz actually a little quieter on map number 1, but we said that anyone on this team can just be the one to sort of take the game, or sort of scruff on his neck and dictate the pace. He does go down. Naz advances down ramp behind his fallen teammate and is able to double dip with 2. Boost has been ready for by Abiz, but he hasn't quite spotted. He must be one to find. Finally, the unkillable man has been removed, but not before he finds a kill beforehand. And through the smoke, it's not ready for Naz to be nearby. ShindeN are just... they are not slowing down at all, and we were questioning, okay, what's Ancient going to look like? Are we expecting more of a competitive one than map number 1? Probably. But right now, ShindeN, they haven't near enough an identical start to what they had on Overpass. Abiz aggressive, we'll find one, just a half bite out once again, Abiz. And he makes it look so easy.
It's just so simple, though, for the CTs. It's so easy for ShindeN, just as a collective. And again, we said that the individuals for MIBR Academy just weren't up to the task on map 1. Feels like a similar conversation here on map 2. Ivy said that'll be a free kill. Jerry just waltzes into his crosshair, and Nazzle finds Storms in as well. So 3 survivors. ShindeN Finance is already looking so good. Everyone's sat above 7k before purchase. Pretty crazy. What a start. ShindeN feels very reminiscent of map number 1. And you'd hope for ShindeN in this occasion that they don't go and fall off.
Struggle to see how they will right now. I mean, to be fair, I actually don't. Abiz, that's the thing. If he quietens up, maybe there's not quite as many players ready to step up. It's been an easy ride for the other 4, but half the rounds played out. Been easy. It's been flawless. I mean, apart from maybe those first 2 rounds of play, where obviously pissed round felt like it shouldn't have gone the way of ShindeN. Second round force from MIBR Academy is another round that it felt like they should have won. I think they were in, what, a 4 versus 2, but Abiz just gets that quad kill. Sort of barring those 2 rounds, it's looked very easy for ShindeN at times. Weapons are back in play. LKZ is on that AWP that he did have a tough time with on map number 1. Break of the smoke, break of both of them in fact, but fortunately for MIBR, they weren't spotted. IVZ is trained towards Donut. As the smoke fades, there's one. Ready for the second. Yes, he is. Abiz goes down towards A, but IVZ trying to double. Dodges the flashbang, but only to a degree.
Oh, no. This has gone so wrong. Thought for a moment MIBR Academy were going to gain some stability here, but TommyJet's just gone and got a pick. Storms in. Needs to try and keep himself alive. Oh, they're going to flash him into Temple. I wouldn't mind this, but it could go so wrong. TommyJet will get the trade onto LKZ, and although Storms is in a good position, Tommy's now backing away. And he's gone into CT. They know that Temple could be a problem now. And we're going to see this reroute out of Naz, and Tommy's now in red. Storms is going to be backing through CT, and he's going to be like, oh, well, at least we're going to have a free kill on the bomb site. Little does he know, they are so far from the action. Naz has gone all the way to A main. Oh, Storms in. He is sat here thinking, where are you? What has happened in this round? And the second Naz gets towards A main, there is no expectation on this, not in the slightest. Smoke drops, Storms is going to plant. Naz could swing at any moment. And, well, he'll get the denial of the plant. ShindeN 7-0. Currently, this series only started about an hour ago. And we could be very close to its finish.
If things continue like this, yeah, I'm right there with you. Feels like this one could be only going one way if things continue like this. And MIBR is what can you change and what can you change quickly that's just going to start getting you some rounds on the board. Because 7-5 wouldn't be a bad half at all, and the fact that it could be a massive recovery from MIBR Academy would be excellent, but it's just, I don't know if I have the belief that they're going to be able to win these final 5 rounds. I don't know if I've got the belief that they're even going to be able to win 3 of them. Let alone sort of 5, 4, something like that, give them a bit more of a fighting chance. Util's being used towards A. Abiz completely caught off by the Donut players. We'll at least find one before going down. Tommy's able to rotate in behind these Donut boys and clean up one of them. He wants even more. So does Ivy. This is pushing through Temple. They are not giving the T's a moment to settle, not allowing them to even get the bomb planted. It is 8-0. Money is super strong for the CT side. But you can just see the confidence. I mean, IVZ, he finds this pick, and guess what? He's done straight through Temple. He's up against pistols with an AWP, just combat open. He doesn't care. Four rounds remaining. It will be taken again, but Jerry with one important trade from Tommy. How does Tommy double up?
He will get traded by the molly, but
that's a bit of fortune for MIBR Academy that they sort of desperately needed.
Yeah, like, I don't really know how Tommy's got 1, let alone 2 there. Absolutely ridiculous. It's this combo in middle. It's TommyJet and Abiz, just absolutely incredible.
A miss shot from him. Fraguti gets taken down. Bomb planted. Boost back to the bomb side.
Huge from IBZ.
And back away.
Huge from IBZ. And now look at Naz. Positioning's brilliant. Nade towards top ramp. Naz is looking to slot in. Look at the utility they've got. IBZ could just send 2 flashes over for Naz. There's the first. He's just going to say shifted. And they know about KZ. That's how he finds the pick. And IBZ just gets the tag. Oh, that is so unfortunate. So unfortunate. But MIBR Academy finally put pen to paper here.
I mean, look, it's something on the board for them. LKZ had a really difficult time on map number 1. Finished the map with 4 kills. But a big multi-kill there. Like, it's better late than never from him in the series. And he's actually felt himself to the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR on map number 2. We get Molly in the cubby, will spam, he goes down, and this is another round where the mid-take's looking pretty decent for MIBR Academy. Everyone's falling apart here for ShindeN. And that flawless 8-0 start, they lose 1, and they lose very dominantly in the next. To go down. Naz looking to save this M4. I said about how good the money's looking for ShindeN. Certainly not looking as good anymore. So this weapon actually being saved could make a big difference. Abiz will be able to buy. Tommy Jed can buy as well. That is kind of the extent of it. And Naz, his survival looks unlikely. Central storms in, out he goes, he'll be removed as well. Oh, Naz with a triple. He looks like he's still destined to go down though.
I don't know how he gets that second kill. Like, the round's never going to be won, but the elevation, the quick second.
I mean, it's the fact he actually ends up finding 3 kills that he can by himself, which he couldn't have done beforehand. We've obviously still got Tommy Jed who could invest. He dropped over an AWP to his teammate. Abiz is bought out an M4, so yeah, at least finding a few kills has made this buy a fair bit better than what it would have been.
Look, I said for ShindeN, they're going to look to try and find 8. They've already got that. I think it would be a little bit unfortunate if we do see it go kind of 8-0 to an 8-4, but I feel like they'll still be happy with the overarching result. MIBR Academy obviously need 4. I think a 9-3 is a little bit too out of the realms of recovery, but we've seen... Look, that's just a bit of a throw-out comment. Charlie, we've seen 12-0 comebacks. It's physically impossible, but it just feels like ShindeN on a T side, only needing 4 rounds. It's just very doable, very easy.
Oh, Naz spotting out multiple, can't connect the 1 bullet needed to take down Jerry. Fraguti and Tommy Jed rotate in though, and they will find picks. IBZ on the AWP that'll drop over to him. Provides 1, but LKZ, he's on the angle himself. It's now a 1 versus 2 storms in as Fraguti found his teammate. Fraguti doubles up, triple in total. ShindeN will recover things. And it's not going to be that sort of disastrous collapse that they had in the first half of Overpass. They led 6-1, and it ends up being a 6-6 scoreline. Drop 2, but they will respond and break the streak. However little it was, it's still broken. And that's 9 found, double digits still looming.
I think that would be terrifying for MIBR Academy, needing to come back on a map that, yes, you've opted to pick, but it's not a perfect playground. It's one of their less picked maps, actually. The only map they pick less often than Ancient is Dust 2. Oh, and obviously Inferno hitting their insta-ban. Oh, that's a nice shot out of Storms in, and now Fraguti under pressure. I know he's here towards Cave. He will get 1, though. But the kill on that jump spot is everything. Absolutely everything. 2v4. Obviously, ShindeN will give this one a go in its final round of the half. But big kill on a jump spot. Suffocating on Fraguti. Really nice from MIBR Academy. At least they do get themselves to 3.
Unless something somehow comes through for ShindeN here, Abiz, that's him finding his 15th kill of the half. IVZ right next to him with the AWP, but Abiz needs to create this space for his AWP. There's the second. There's a Tech 9 at Pillar. Looking the wrong way though is IVZ as the final 2 Ts will recover things and not let a 2 versus 4 actually win things out. It's still 9 for ShindeN, but at the very least, at least MIBR have a little bit of wiggle room to play with. It's not dead in the water yet.
I think when you look at this map and kind of how it's gone so far, you see the individuals of ShindeN and you go, wow, what a half from Abiz. Yes, he kind of slowed down a little bit, but great half from Abiz. We had a lot of impact from Naz, from Tommy, from IVZ. Yes, okay, Fraguti didn't have kind of crazy impacts, but it felt like MIBR Academy were looking quite a lot towards A and quite a lot towards middle, so you understand why he's not going to have as much impact. Yet for MIBR Academy, you've got far too many players in the dark. Not only have you got 4 players who are kind of negative in the KD, I guess, ratio, but you've got Stormers in only with 4 kills, Flash only with 6. There's just not really enough in the kill department from MIBR Academy. You know, we can try and allude to their strategy and talk about what's gone well there, but if you just don't have the pieces, if you don't have the fragging capacity, you're not going to win. And you look at that fight from Abiz, just instant kill. Yes, he gets traded, but still, it's just so clinical. This is all a ruse. This is all this playthrough B. Absolutely brilliant call out of ShindeN. They should get the bomb down pretty comfortably. They can look to take some steps here now towards the right-hand side. Great from Fraguti. Jerry will get 1. No second yet for Jerry. Ammunition a problem for Fraguti. Flash finds 1. Jerry will second. And okay, pistol round is done. Really awkward pistol out of ShindeN.
Yeah, a few too many missed shots. MIBR Academy to recover and salvage. There's 4 for them. Don't know if we're going to see this investment from ShindeN. Don't really need to when you've got a 9-4 lead. Already saw Fraguti purchasing up a Galil before we went into replays. But it's just this engagement here that really felt like it was going to confirm things. The fact that Jerry already found a pick, but ran out of ammo before he could find Fraguti, and the Glock just could not connect at all. So ShindeN's buy consists of 1 rifle, a MAC-10, and a couple of upgraded pistols. And it could just be this faster pop towards A. We do have LKZ holding with this M4, smoke being dropped out, spams come through, a little bit of chip down material there. Ultimately, the T's have done the job of what they wanted. They're out on towards this AE bomb site. Jerry finds spam in the smoke. He out from LKZ, finds a pick back. And this bomb plant is impossible. The CTs around it all with so many smokes down, just causing so much chaos. And force play comes through, but not a single pick able to be found.
Yeah, look at those force buys. Like, what was the point? Such little result. No bomb plant. Just really hasn't gone well. Still, the odds massively in ShindeN's favor. I think we all know why. But with ShindeN being so ahead, even with losing that force, it's still going to put them in a pretty decent spot. Should be a 9-6. They'll get 2 full buys before we see a tied up half.
Flash will find a kill, but as does Abiz. Flash able to find his second. This should be an easy clean up from here on out. I mean, look, still a lot more work needs to be done from MIBR, but I mean, you do have to give them a lot of credit for both Overpass and Ancient now being kind of down in the dumps a little bit, being at sort of just teetering on the edge of being at the point of where the map is almost too far gone. And yet both times they've been able to at least bring themselves back into the equation to somewhat of a degree.
Yeah, I think as well, definitely a tougher opponent. I think look, we've already alluded to the fact that ShindeN are probably the favourites, so they'd be up there with LP. I think MIBR Academy coming into this, well, I guess the playoffs, not the whole event, but coming into this playoffs, they're probably seen as one of the weaker teams. Not to say that they aren't kind of at the same level as the rest of the squads, but just on paper, just based on experience, based on qualification, you'd say MIBR Academy, just on rank, you'd say they're the weakest team. But I feel like the fact that they have been able to kind of, I guess, keep themselves in
They've had
these
some
games.
great results before us as well, haven't they? They beat Isurus twice
I
in
think ShindeN
Zero.
is too good though. That's the thing.
But we
ShindeN are just-
obviously saw MIBR Academy as well push LP to their limits.
Oh, that's tough. I really like the run boost there. I thought it was going to work, and then we just see the peek in mid from Jerry. So man advantage now for the T's. They're looking to play here towards A. Storms in. If he goes peeking in, this could go so wrong. He's been spotted and found, and although Abiz, how many fights have we seen Abiz just get chipped away at so heavily, but still gets the kill? I feel like Abiz has been on low HP the entire game, but it's because he just gets a kill beforehand, and then he somehow was able to find more. But a 4 versus 1, this will be 10 now for ShindeN. And this could be MIBR Academy slowly creeping ever closer to elimination.
More than enough money for a reinvestment. Also, let's keep hold of this AK just to give a bit more of a helping hand out to weaponry, as well as obviously having an AK for the next can make a big difference. Doesn't look like anyone on ShindeN's actually interested in going for a hunt. Got Tommy Jed just sitting here in case Revolts decides to peek in towards B main. That's double digits hit. And then bring themselves back on top with a 4-round lead.
Terrorists win.
Like you said, not just bring themselves or MIBR Academy closer towards elimination, but also closer towards that semi-final spot for ShindeN, where they'll be playing either LP or faking the Biru. Up in the hands of LKC, weapons being bought without any issues. Dead. We'll find LKC at the AWP, an AWP in battle early on in round number 17. Look at the space that Naz is taking now. So much room to work with. Flashbang towards Cave, and Naz is just going to sit here for the moment. Nice and quick kill onto Flash. Balls, he's next up. He will find his kill at least.
Oh, no, it's another 1v4, this time for Jerry, but he'll get dispatched of Abiz 21-9. I think it's a safe assumption who's going to be crowned the MVP for this map. Going to be for the series, to be fair. Tommy Jed, he had 17 frags throughout map 1. But, I don't know, Abiz has, it feels like he has kind of single-handedly won this map. It just goes to show the level of quality that this team has. You look at someone like IVZ, you look at Naz, they both had impact, but it's far in comparison to the likes of Abiz. Quite like the fact that MIBR Academy say, you know what, we'd rather a full buy than 2 shoddy investments, so they go for the half buy here. Flashbangs are excellent, but sadly, 5-7's unable to connect. Positioning for Jerry looks good. He'll get one. Fraguti trading through the smoke. Now got Storms in. He's patiently waiting. Tommy Jed, that's a big kill. Storms in pushing through, trying to deny the plant, unable to do so, pushes through the flames and will get cooked for it. And now it's all on the likes of LKZ. He gets taken down by Fraguti. ShindeN with 12. Series is over. Surely, Charlie, we cannot see a comeback here from MIBR Academy.
Yeah, I mean, we gave them credit for bringing themselves back into the question multiple times on map number 1, map number 2 as well here, but yeah, I don't know if they can make it happen a third time, unfortunately. It feels like this one is just going to be sort of a matter of if, not when now. ShindeN been playing some good Counter-Strike, but it has been their individuals that have really shone through. Abiz 21 kills, IBZ on 16. Other players having their moments here or there. Yeah, ShindeN, that semi-final spot is calling for them, and it has been for a little while now. It's just such a shame for MIBR Academy that both map 1 and 2, they found themselves trailing by quite the scoreline before they can actually even find their first round. You really did wish that they could have come alive a bit sooner, and maybe we could have had a far more competitive game like we saw against LP. A slow start, a side like ShindeN will punish. Dropping this nade should do some decent damage to Revolt. We'll chip him down. Jerry's already been softened up 37 HP. It's just Naz alone out here towards the sort of B side of the map as we start to see ShindeN Ray screening through this smoke in middle, knowing it's uncontested. Ooh, that's a straight up dink onto Tommy through the smoke.
Yeah, I think they would have much preferred a kill onto Tommy through the smoke. Fraguti now just being this lurk in middle while the rest of his team, or at least the main brunt of his team, look to head towards A main. Revolt is in a good position. Fraguti, smoke's faded. Tap coming through. Fraguti will get found. Would have spotted 2 there on the death camp. Timing this molly from LKZ is good. This should be pretty comfortable round for MIBR Academy if things go to plan, but Abyss, elevated angle hit. LKZ, great positioning. Simple find. 5-on-3 now with a low HP Tommy Jet. He's taken towards B. Naz, he's in a great position. Stormsin is still in cave, and they can recognize that cave might be an issue. Stormsin is now going to be holding the angle. Steps are going to be hurt here. Flash comes over. Stormsin won't be blinded. This kill has to come through, but it doesn't. Minimal time. Tommy Jet gets a double, but doesn't matter. So unfortunate there, but Naz has to recognize, firstly, that there's probably going to be a player there, and secondly, if you're going to send the flash for your teammate to cross, you're kind of sending it over cave. Why doesn't he just send it where it's going to be blinding anyone that is looking above B main?
I mean, realistically, it's pretty orchestrated in terms of what ShindeN were looking to do. I'd struggle to see a world in which that actually goes the way of ShindeN. Particularly as we ended up seeing the sort of bomb carrier making so much noise. Regardless, it's one of many needed for MIBR Academy. You can see the odds at the top of the screen don't exactly give a huge amount of stock over towards MIBR Academy. There's so much damage has been dealt to these CTs. Finally, Jerry will be finished off. Flash is ready for a quick trade. Storms in. Martins in MIBR Academy. They are delivering something at the very least. Storms in. Watching these players as they duck back in towards this smoke. Flash finds one more. Storms in could just go through this if he wishes. But Abiz doesn't have the bomb. He's being tagged down, and he's got 3 CTs to find. Is now in the hands of Abiz. 3 CTs, all of which have not moved the muscle from the B-bomb site. A shot from LKZ and Abiz. Soon enough, will go down to Stormsin. And actually will now cause some issues for ShindeN financially. So MIBR Academy might even be able to not put themselves towards 9 without too many dangers.
Still, though, it feels like MIBR Academy, every step in the right direction might matter not. As ShindeN still only just need the 1, and they should have 2 very strong buys to do so.
Does lose his life to IVZ. Fraguti's fallen in the meantime, so it is still this 4-on-4. Storms in. Won't find this gets a bit awkward. Eventually we'll do so with the USP. IVZ is always going down. Bomb might be able to get planted towards A though. This will make a difference. IVZ invested quite heavily for that AK. Dealing some serious damage on towards Tommy Jed. Abiz will find one with his deagle. He is still towards Donut. Surely nothing more.
And look at Tommy. Oh, he has just been spotted, but Tommy's Deagle connects and he's heard the steps of Flash. Oh, he's down to 28 HP. This could be a body shot with a Deagle, but it'll be the headshot from Tommy Jed. A double from Abiz, a double from Tommy. A perfect way for the map and the series to end, Charlie, because it has been these two throughout. But Abiz, great discipline there. The second he connects onto Jerry, you feel like the round is just going to come through, and it's this Deagle shot. It's that one there that confirms everything. ShindeN, a 2-0 to make it through to the semi-finals. Look, Charlie, why don't we bring in Brandon? We can have kind of a bit of a chat about that one with him, because what an interesting way for the game to end. Brandon, thoughts and feelings on that one?
How do they do it? How do they get away with that? That's my main question. But when you take a look at the grand scheme of things, when you take a look at Ancient just in general, I mean, it was just an outclassing. And fair play to ShindeN, because I did say coming into this map, right, potentially there was a lot of rust on Overpass, but then you come into Ancient, you're giving yourself time to warm up. And this is a map that they've not been very good at for a very long time. The Biz pistol is ridiculous. I thought the round was over, to be honest. And then they're just able to win it. Then you get ridiculous clutches out of Biz and Ives again, just really flexing their muscles. All the individuals, I think one of the boys said it during the cast, right? Like, all the individuals are now stepping up in a really big way for ShindeN, and they just kept going. And this is why I said, like, MIBR Academy, they've got to start strong. Otherwise, they're going to be in hot water. What happens? They're in hot water immediately. Every single one of these kills is just being found on a continuous basis. They couldn't do anything whatsoever. Ives is finding ridiculous success. Tommy Jed overlooked, and he does his best work here for ShindeN. There's not a whole lot you can say about this best of three, apart from if you're MIBR Academy, you've shown some really good faces in the group stage so far. It then brings you back forward into playoffs, and you're seeded very highly, so you go up against the best team in this entire competition. I think you can be proud of yourself, to be honest, because I think Overpass was one of those games where you played very well. Ancient, despite this CT side, they really built back into that game. The issue you've got is that ShindeN already had run away with the majority of the game, and that had been that, to be honest. And I'm really interested to have a little look at what we're going to get just from ShindeN in the future. I came into this saying, look, I think that this is going to be the team that is probably going to win the whole tournament. They backed it up in a massive way here, especially on a map they're not very good at, like Ancient. They actually do wipe away MIBR Academy. They don't really kind of go through any trials and tribulations, to be honest, apart from like closing it at the end. And what do for the cherry on top to close? They just have this ridiculous Deagle round. And as soon as you see a Biz in Dota, I'm thinking he gets one, and if he gets the second, the round's over. He gets the second, Tommy Jed hits this ridiculous Deagle, and from there you just can't catch up. It was brilliant individual sequencing from start to finish for ShindeN. They really did warm up after Overpass was a little bit touch and go. I'm really glad they were able to warm up, because I feel like if MIBR Academy was actually able to get Ancient Charlie, then we could have been looking at a much more interesting decider map. Instead, it just looks like ShindeN cleaned up in two, but I think there's a lot more to this.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it could be very interesting if we didn't end up seeing that one go the way of MIBR Academy. I sort of touched on it in the game, though. I just think really poor starts to maps. Like, look, we can give them credit for making these sort of nice resurgences before the game's really all said and done. They did show on Overpass, they did show on Ancient, but it's the fact that it always feels like this younger sides having to battle tooth and nail just to bring themselves back into a map after about 10 minutes of play. You don't want your first 10 minutes to find yourself 8-0 down already on a map that's must win at this point. Bit of a disappointing conclusion for these guys. I still think they've shown a lot of promise, though. Beating Isurus twice, pushing LP to their limits. Here, having a couple of nice sequences against ShindeN as well. It's definitely a side to keep your eye on, and I think we've seen some massive improvements over these last couple of months. Still do have a few question marks, primarily to do with that fifth spot. Is Revolt's going to be that permanent? Don't quite know what's going on there. If that's going to be the case, can we get it announced? Can we see what's looking like the five going forward for this team. But I think there's a lot to take away from MIBR Academy here. I think making it to playoffs alone was always going to be a positive, and the fact that they've had a couple of nice moments is here as well. Hopefully this can be something they can build upon for next time, for the future, and these next couple of months could be a really key learning curve for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that, unfortunately, is goodbye to MIBR Academy, but hello to ShindeN, who make it through to the semi-final. We've got more games to cover. We've got 3 more here on the docket for today. Coming up next is going to be Bounty Hunters taking on Uno MILLE. Got a little bit of a breather before we bring you sort of the outlines and the stories behind that one. It's going to be about an hour and 10 minutes or so of an extended break. When we come back, they will have everything in this next quarterfinal. Bounty Hunters taking on Uno MILLE after this extended break. Back at it again with some more Thunderpick action. Nearly said CCT then, just so used to it. But good news is we're in Thunderpick instead. It is South America. It's still the playoffs. It is still me, B-Dog. I'm here with Zola and CMD. We're ready to jump into our next game of the day. Gents, it's going to be a fun one. Bounty Hunters versus Uno MILLE. And this is a Bounty Hunters team that gets invited through. Uno MILLE that made it through the group stage. They beat Keystars, they beat GameHunters. Everyone's beating GameHunters. That's not really that exciting. But the Keystars win, I think, is pretty good, especially in a 2-0 manner. There was an Ancient in that one. We're going to get an Ancient in this one. Zola, I know you're excited. Where do you want to start? I'll let you take the floor. Where do you want to go?
I want to go with Uno MILLE if we can.
Okay.
I feel like this, obviously, the team qualified through the group stage. Looking at Uno MILLE, these are kind of players that we've seen on different teams. You know, I look at Ali and the way that he played kind of on that year on Solid. Obviously, that time on Flamengo beforehand. I think Pank is a big player. Obviously, I think his time on Odic and obviously Bestia. I look at Pank to be a difference maker. He's got plenty of experience. So he's definitely someone to look at. I think for the individual ability, I think that's where maybe this Uno MILLE side is slightly lacking. Like, I don't want to say that they aren't to the level of Bounty Hunters because I feel like this is a closer matchup, but I'm looking at this game and I'm going, well, DRG's current form isn't great. Neither's Pank, neither's CLD. Remix isn't great. Like, it does feel like there is a bit of an imbalance when it comes to individual ability, and I think that's something that is going to hurt this Uno MILLE team. But they made it through here. They've got themselves this spot in the playoffs, deservedly as well. And I think they could take this game the distance. They could.
Potentially. Look, Charlie, I'll see you sitting there. You're not going to get away with it. We're going to go to Bounty Hunters, so we're going to have a little talk about those guys. Pepe has joined this team most recently, and he was tearing up a storm, and suddenly he's dropped off a little bit. Still performing very well at a 1.13. I also really like Zoc on this team, and I thought Freak was maybe going to be next up. Why can't this team win a lot of games? What's happening here?
I mean, honestly, that's the biggest question, because we've had this core together for quite a while, honestly, on Bounty Hunters now. Sure, that fourth and fifth spot have had maybe a little bit more movement, but it's been a while since we've had Pepe at it. It's been 4 months. It feels like these guys should have had more than enough sort of time together. And yeah, there's a lot of earlier playoff exits for my liking. Sure, they managed to win CCT Series 2, best in LP in that grand finals. Could have actually been Uno MILLE, to be fair, but they ended up FF in their game against LP in those semis. But they have that sort of string of results, and for me, that sort of was being like, okay, maybe this could be the start of something. They had a few 2-0s in there, some decent results as well against some decent sides, but it feels like they've gone straight back to business as usual after that event win, and it's just another very earlier playoff exit. It feels like quarterfinals and spots like that just seem to be their sort of Achilles heel. They can't really seem to breach past this. They're obviously in the quarterfinals again today. They're going to be kicking themselves if there's another finish in that exact same spot. As to why, I mean, that's the answer. I think if I had the answer, sign me up as a coach, you know, what a difference I can make for this team. But
yeah, go on.
They've got firepower, they've got players, but it's just that consistency that really seems to hurt them right now. I'm hopeful that they can make that next step up, but this has been a call that's been together for long enough, and it feels like despite chopping and changing of that fourth and fifth spot of this last year and a bit, hasn't been much improvement in terms of where these guys have actually been. I've got higher expectations for them, but it feels like they always seemingly find a way to disappoint me slightly.
Yeah, it's one of those teams where like they beat the teams they're supposed to beat, and then they lose against the teams they're like supposed to lose to. They don't really punch upwards, to be honest. Which means though that they should be doing well here against Uno MILLE, if I had to guess. What I will say is I watched Uno MILLE in the group stage. Ale played really well. DRG was also incredibly solid. Like, sure, Remix is hit and miss, and going up against Kaiser, that's going to be a little bit tricky in my opinion. But I still think like Bounty Hunters should be favoured, but there are individuals here for Uno MILLE that can make the difference. We'll go to everyone's favourite part of the pre-game, which is the veto. And what you're going to see, boys and girls, is that it's exactly the same veto, basically, except we don't have Mirage on the end. It's going to be Dust 2. But Overpass and Ancient. Fred, these are some of your favourites.
Yeah, well, look, I think Overpass is a map that obviously Charlie will know kind of just personally. This is a map that we just both love. So it's always happy to see Overpass. Ancient as well can be a bit puggy. Obviously, from what we saw on the last, it felt like Ancient didn't really go too well for the underdog side. I look at UnoMILLE slightly as the underdog, and I feel like with Bounty Hunters, with that being that second map of the series and it being their pick, I think they can kind of dispatch of UnoMILLE quite nicely there. This first map of the series is going to be a real tempo setter, a real kind of pace setter for this series, because UnoMILLE, it's a risky pick. They don't look to pick Overpass all too often. A lot of the time it's Dust 2, a lot of the time it's Inferno, sometimes Anubis, but they've not opted to pick the map. They've gone for Overpass because I think they feel like, look, this is the second least played map for Bounty Hunters. In comparison, they play 23 games on Dust. They've got 21 on Mirage, 19 on Nuke, 16 on Ancient. Only 2 games played on Overpass. So I think this is where UnoMILLE, they could capitalize on the lack of sample size for Bounty Hunters. And look, if they do win that map, then there is that opportunity for them on map 2. Obviously, Dust 2 is a map that they look to pick, and statistically is one of their stronger maps. I think at the moment, UnoMILLE, they'll be sat here at these vetoes thinking, well, yeah, they got Ancient on us, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a very fair thing to say, right? Because I look at this and I think, look, Overpass is going to be a struggle for Bounty Hunters just from the lack of play time. I mean, they did beat LP on it, but that was like a month ago. But I think beating LP on it, when LP has been as good as they are, I looked at Pepe as well, 4 opening kills in that game. Him, Ponta, and Freak were playing really well. I think I have hope for, yeah. Do you know what? Screw it. I got hope for Bounty Hunters. Do I think they're going to do it in 2, though? No, I don't. But do I think they're going to win the series, though? Yeah, I reckon they can. I think it'll be a good look for them if they're able to as well. I think they've got... I think it's a long time coming, as Charlie was saying, for them to actually make a deep run in a tournament. You take a look at the bracket, right? You're going up one of Fluxo and Heed Stars. I think you can beat Fluxo and Heed Stars. Because, I mean, Fluxo is what? Exit. David Deus is on this team now? What's happening? How are you on Fluxo?
Brandon, going against that, can we just talk about how Bounty Hunters, their insta-ban is UnoMILLE's map pick and one of their better win rates. They also ban Anubis, which is one of the stronger maps for UnoMILLE. How have Bounty Hunters somehow lost the veto in a series that felt like they could only ever win the veto? I don't really know what's happened here. It's the fact that, like, UnoMILLE, they opt to float the Mirage ban, but obviously it's so weird. I don't know how Bounty Hunters have kind of choked this veto so hard.
I'm probably being a bit more logical. These guys do ban Inferno. I just don't think we've seen their Overpass as to why yet. I'm very curious because unfortunately you can't have 2 perma bans. You have to pick up one of them. So I think they will have something on Overpass. They will have a fair bit. Brandon, you mentioned their victory against LP. I probably don't blame you with sort of being a bit more pragmatic in terms of it probably will go 3, probably will go Bounty Hunters' way. It's just, is there even a world they can do it in 2? I maybe hold out a little bit of hope with that LP result that they did have, but equally, I think in the very limited games that we have seen from them, it's difficult to really suggest that to a huge degree. UnoMILLE aren't exactly perfect at Overpass in their own right, so I mean, it feels like a lot of the stuff that we see from Bounty Hunters is going to be unknown. It could, to be fair, make it pretty difficult for UnoMILLE to actually prepare against a team that barely played this map at all. But equally, for better or for worse, I think we'll have to wait and see in terms of how much Bounty Hunters actually have for UnoMILLE to even prepare on.
Oh yeah, we got a head-to-head we can bring up here. Instantly, look at that. All right, Pepe versus Ale. Ali's been doing pretty good recently, as we've been discussing. Like, I've been really enjoying watching this guy. I think he's been very solid. I mean, I've just only been getting back into covering South America CS over the last couple of weeks, as pretty much everyone else has since they've been on player break. But that's another thing to consider. This is one thing I just want to say, right? Like, maybe it's not uncommon as well for teams to change their map pool after a couple of months or like a month of time off, right? Especially when you already had like a quote-unquote shallow map pool because you had basically 2 bans, the Overpass and your Inferno. So I feel like bounty hunters, maybe they want to work more on their Overpass. Maybe they have worked more on their Overpass. But I'm right there with you, Fred. Like, I feel like it is just quite a natural progression just for these guys to go into like the Overpass pick if you're Uno Mill. I mean, Uno Mill's results have been pretty okay. Like, they've only lost to Biru and they've lost to Yawara. That Yawara one's bad, though. Like, you can't be losing to Yawara.
Yeah, I think the toughest thing is the fact that we've seen nearly everyone's veto and everyone's pool has just been hurt so heavily with the kind of 2025 and early 2026 veto changes. It's like Train was brought in, and then Overpass brought in for Anubis. And then a lot of teams insta bans were Anubis because when that was kind of brought in, and then Anubis back in for Train. So it's like a lot of teams would have just gone, well, we usually ban Anubis, we'll just go to ban Overpass.
Actually, what am I even saying? Sorry to cut you off. Overpass is going to get removed, isn't it? So what they're not going to be training Overpass. Like, no, exactly. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah,
it's one of these problems that every single team has got at the moment as well. Cash is going to replace Overpass. It's a lot of teams insta bans, so it's like Cash is now going to be like we barely see Overpass, we barely see Anubis. That's why I was kind of so like starstruck by the fact that we've got Overpass here. But Brandon, any final words from you?
Game's live.
Simple as that.
Short and sweet. You know,
honestly, it's a great Valve thing to do. I remember at the start of the year, we just had a nice long player break, and then a change to the veto. So players have just used all their break, working on their maps, and instantly one of them just being nullified. Feels like it's sort of reminiscent of what these guys in South America have probably just done. Had a bit of a time off, ready to get back into the swing of it. Oh wait, Cash.
I think the funniest thing is Overpass replaced Anubis, and then Anubis was for Train. So obviously there was murmurings of Cash being brought back, and it was a question of when and what map it was going to be for. But I don't think anyone would have expected it for Overpass. It's like, you brought the map back. Why would you bring it back to then remove it just like a year later? It feels so unnecessary. And the question is as well, it's like, well, it feels like the 4 maps or the 3 maps of Train, Overpass, or the 4 maps of Train, Overpass, Anubis, and now Cash. Oh, okay. Well, Fox just found 4. What has happened?
How was he alone finding 4 there? That is a wild pistol.
And then that kind of sums up the pistol and sums up maybe this game, personifies it. 4 swing into Zoc, and he gets all 4. It's only the 5th that he finds when he goes back for more. But brilliant there from Zoc. As I wanted to say, it's just so simple. Watching it from Remix's POV is like, yeah, you guys clear him. I'm busy real quick. Just all 4 of them drop. He's like, oh god, I have to fight him now.
Well, that's not a bad way for bounty hunters to start off on a map that we haven't seen a huge amount of evidence for them though. 5th round victory. MILLE will just go for this 2nd round eco, so we'll at least see a little bit of a streak being formed from bounty hunters before we see the weapons in play. Smartly done from MILLE.
I was gonna say, it's quite nice that they get to go for this eco. Oh, okay. Well, Zoc's gonna get another quad kill here. There's the first. Oh, he does get dinked here, but there's 3. And there's the quad. Back-to-back quad kills for Zoc. No ace.
I respect that you called that, by the way.
That's just obvious.
Quite easily. you could have. I mean, I would have. I would have played if it was 3, if it was an ace, if it was 2, whatever it was. It had to be a quad kill.
It had to be
fair play.
When you get it right, you get it right. As I wanted to say though, I feel like for teams at the moment, every single team is sat there going like, well, what's the point of learning these maps if they're just going to get taken out? It feels like, honestly, the 3 maps you should learn is Mirage, Dust, and Inferno. I don't know how these 3 maps have survived every.
Mirage has.
I don't know, but I don't know how they've survived every single map pool. And look, everyone's out there like, oh, we love Mirage. It's like, no, yeah, it's like but the thing is like, you love Mirage because sadly, that's all your brain can compute.
I haven't actually heard anyone say they love Mirage. I've only ever heard negative things about it. Still, somehow, it survives another roster change and another
veto change, yeah.
Another casualty. Well, look at it.
A casualty.
Right, here's the weapons for Uno Mill. Already you do have a bit of early damage sustained. I can quickly take this
Oh, I love
control
this.
towards
I
connector
love
and out
this.
towards toilets.
Really nice from Pank. I love just little moments like this, just pushing through the mid smoke. Keep going. Keep going, Pank. The timing would have been perfect. Kaiser would have been caught off. They could have looked to try and play or do something towards A, but now this is where Kaiser's going to have this recognition. He is just jump spotting, but I feel like whenever you go for one of those gimmick plays through a smoke, obviously the idea is to catch someone off, maybe with some utility or maybe someone in rotation, but he would have been such a speedy angle and position you never expected. Kaiser with great information, just going to drop the molly and nade combo. Perfect nade onto CLD. And now Zoc, nice reposition. Refire, looks good. Flashbang's going to force him off it. And he can spot the bomb planter. That is so tough for DRG. It leaves Pank and Ali now in a 2 versus 3. Positioning here for Ali looks good. But of course, who else would it be? He is 11-2. Charlie, there has only been 3 kills from his teammates. There has only been 4 from the opposition. At the moment, everyone else in the server has 7 kills. He has 11.
It's a similar start to what Abe's actually held on Ancient right now, where he just sort of everything he touches turns to gold.
But I don't look at any of these fights that he just took and gone, oh, Zoc, you know, he's gotten really fortunate. It's the first kill seems very easy. It's just a simple 1v1. Reposition, goes for pot shots through the smoke, spots the bomb carrier. The third one, you'd argue, is the hardest one to find, but I don't look at a single kill from Zoc there and God, he really struggled in those fights. Just really easy. 11-2 is Zoc. And this is a problem that Uno MILLE are going to face, is you've now just given the A rifler so much confidence. And with that, you're going to have to play a little bit more towards B. You're going to have to lean a bit more towards B, because it's clear, as you say, Charlie, everything Zoc touches turns to gold. So you want to stay clear of him. But the issue is it means that you're going to be going towards B a little bit more often. And if you do go for that, B can be just so difficult, especially if you get the rotates right. The Zoc, he's here in connector. I don't even reckon they check him. They don't have a molly to clear him either. Ali's going to go clearing. Oh, he does look like he's going to be... Oh, look at the crosshair placement from Zoc. Great double. AKB recovered, but perfect crosshair placement. DRG, he's been hurting connector, but 13 kills. We're barely 5 minutes into this map.
Already got open this short water setup. There's 2 here. He's already found one. DLG's gone down. Pank with a wide swing. They're really trying to test this, but unfortunately, they will fail the test. Pepe,
Look at them.
he gets a triple. Zoc's initial double helps things out. Plenty of money, like you said. 4-0 start from Bounty Hunters. Obviously, they're on the CT side of their opponent's map pick. They certainly are going to want to keep up this pace and not get complacent at all. Not let anything slip. There's a map that, look, all 3 of us pretty universally said we're expecting this one to go to a sort of a 3-map series. The chance to counteract that would be Bounty Hunters to win in map number 1, and that's when very quickly our opinion, I imagine, will all switch.
Massively.
So yeah, you've got to very much take things still one step at a time, even though you are 4-0 up, even though money's in a really strong spot.
The thing is, I kind of looked at this vetoes and looked at this series and gone, oh, okay, well, it's going to be decided on Dust.
CLD is
his own molly.
to his own molly. This
Oh, CLD. Certainly one that you hope your coach doesn't see. He's dead to the off as well. Okay, flashbang looks good, yeah. He'll force him back, but Zoc's in a really good position. Flashbang comes over. Zoc nades the smoke. Looks for something, but nothing seen. If anything, this is an indicator that he's close, though. CLD on the angle, blocking the smoke is Kaiser. Kaiser's now going to send the smoke of his own to block once again towards Divider. He's going to look to pivot, all because of Ponta's positioning. Tank, nice damage onto Zoc. Flashbang thrown to try and delay. The aggression from Ponta is going to be really good. I just don't think they're ready for it. Ponta, what are you clearing? What are you looking at? That's a free kill for Pank. I thought Ponta was going to go all the way around, but he doesn't opt for that. But I really don't know what he's doing. And they are going to make this play now through to A. We need to see a rotation. Steps are going to be heard. CLD's going in first. I like this. He's low HP. Nice find from Zoc again, but Pank will get the trade. And this will just have to be a save from Bounty Hunters. Really poor out of Bounty Hunters, I have to say. But it's Ponta. I don't really know what he's doing there. He's kind of cleared long, and then he's just darting back to the corner. Look, I think that's poor.
I mean, the main sort of difficulty was actually the fact that because there was some really good space taken from Ponta, we end up seeing the AWP rotate off, leaves Zoc a little bit isolated. So as soon as Ponta goes down and we see the acceleration from MILLE, it's only one man who's already been softened up in a little bit of a one and done position, unless you've maybe got someone to take a bit of pressure off you. So save will be seen. Bounty Hunters aren't even considering going for the retake. MILLE first round on the board. A much needed round for them. Haven't got to see Remix. All too much impact of this AWP in that last round, but the fact he's still got it alive, the fact he's got another round, see what he can do and try to rival someone like Kaiser. Brandon already touched on sort of that head-to-head between both players. Can't see really either of them in the limelight just yet, but map like Overpass, and a lot of chances for that AWP. So excited to see what both of them can do against one another, because Remix, you can see games with him, you're like, okay, yeah, this guy can be super lethal, but occasionally it does flip the complete other way as well. Pank goes down to Zoc, who gets aggressive, waits out this Molotov before backing away. Opening kill found as Ponta looks to aggress in towards Connector. TLD is here, and he loves taking a bit of molly damage. I actually thought that might allow Ponta to get the kill, but one bullet off, Zoc's able to push in and get that trade, keep the man advantage in Bounty Hunter's favour. Bomb being scooped up on Remix. Looks destined to be this A finish. Zoc has regressed up through long, but DRG could take some really valuable space on A. And with Kaiser rotating in, it's who's going to get caught out here. DRG is pushing towards long. He is so ready for Zoc. There's that kill being seen. Kaiser now on the angle. Instant trade. Quick reposition up towards Bank is more than understanding it's going to be this A play, but it's still just Kaiser alone. Wallbang's not going to connect.
Oh, we need to be cautious here. Great from Remix. Kaiser going for those pot shots. Very rarely you're going to connect for the kill to deny the plant, but it's allowed Remix to get on the angle, and you look at that and you go, well, really not worth it. No smoke grenade, that's going to be the issue. One has just been picked up by Pepe. That could be a big factor for this round. Just needs to drop a smoke on the bomb, but time is so limited. Super slow on this retake. Oh, is he just put the shoulder of Ali? Needs to get the smoke down on the bomb. Needs to get it down now. Timer is ticking. Needs to stick the defuse. Will get on the bomb. And the smoke has missed, so Remix finds such an easy clutch. What an embarrassing way to lose that round. Bounty Hunters, you do so well to find that pick. And then he's trying to right-click the smoke over dice, trying to be all flashy. He's got an AWP. Just run a right-click. You're gonna find it.
Real shame. I mean, you need somehow Remix to miss the AWP shot onto a static bomb diffuser, which isn't going to happen. Fortunately, money was still built up, so Bounty Hunters are able to get this investment out for one last rodeo. So quite easily, money could be broken here, and MILLE can instantly bring themselves back into things. And this is one of the same with Bounty Hunters. You can never get carried away. Sure, it was a great start. A lot of individual moments from players like Zoc, sort of carrying his team through rounds. But that's only ever going to last so long. No player can keep up that level of performance all map long. And as MILLE is starting to have the momentum. Always one fortunate thing is rounds have at least come relatively close, or at least the last one. Not a crazy amount of money in the bank for MILLE. Zoc close by towards middle. There is a boost up for the AWP. Remix spots a glimpse of Zoc as the nade is thrown. And Ponta actually was aggressing through long at the same time, but with that intel, both of which are going to back away.
Well, MILLE wasn't the best of starts to this map, but pivoted nicely. Kaiser's got to be cautious. We'll send the nade. I spot anything behind it though. Reposition out of alley is good. Positioning though, speaking of, Zoc's the one to watch. Smoke towards front flowers. It's going to cause some problems. Zoc still here towards long. He has cross. Pank could get caught, but Pank finds 6 HP for Pank. Tag from Kaiser. And he will find, he finds DRG. He's a healthier player. That's problematic. This 3 versus 4 is still very doable. Both these players are low. There's the first. Ponta finds easily, but Pank, that's a big kill, but Pepe, he'll get a double, and Remix, he might get the trade on the AWP, and the question is, where is Freak? Remix certain there's a flank coming through. And now has the recognition of, well, I've got 14 seconds. Got to do something soon. Tap of the bomb. Freak will realize now he does not need to go peeking. Freak will catch him. Round for Bounty Hunters, all to save, but the damage dealt there, I have to say, the fact that we see the AWP not connecting onto the low HP player, the fact he kills the teammate behind him, that was honestly the difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great double from Pepe, and it's a little unfortunate for Remix. It's really tough in those situations where you've got no info. And then when you sort of go for the Hail Mary, I'm going to take a bit of time watching towards connector. And then as soon as no one emerges from there, you're in an even more awkward spot. Could be towards the long, could be Vank. I might miss the comment on them pushing con. And it almost looks like Remix sort of outplays himself slightly, but it's always a really tough spot to find yourselves in. But good discipline from Freak, and also Step will give away his position whatsoever. Bounty Hunters will put themselves back in a steady enough position. Lots of damage dealt early.
Money can be broken
Some
here
of
as
these Uno
well.
Mill players, exactly. I mean, already the buy's not great. Look how little utils left for Uno Mill.
It's not as though the buy for Bounty Hunters is perfect either. Both teams in operative positions for finances to be broken. I think loss bonus is sat the same, isn't it? Both these teams are on 2 loss bonus, I would have thought. Either way, it should just be an eco. So for Bounty Hunters, 7 could be right around the corner. For Uno Mill, it could be quite the comeback, as we'd be looking at a 4-5 scoreline. Positioning here, Ponta's got to be cautious. Oh, sorry if this molly is going to force them forward, and there they go. CLD's low. Ponta, he's going to drop the smoke. Needs Zoc to rotate in. What a shot from CLD. That's a big kill. Zoc will find 1. Bomb needs to get planted. Zoc searching for a second. Already we got 2 up connector. Remix, he's been chipped away at. This is a problem for Remix. Combat AWPing here. Will take the fight and does connect. Now recognizing Pepe, but can't find him. 2 towards front toilets. This could get scary, especially with the late play from Kaiser. Pank's low. Kaiser is rotating up now. Big kill from Pank. 23 points of health remaining too, but Kaiser doesn't have a kit. He's charging forward. CLD gonna get found. There's the first. Picks up the kit, but Pank will find. Don't know why he's staring at the kit as if he can pick it up.
He's trying to take up the rifle.
Yeah, I guess.
It's unlucky, because, I mean, it's really smart from Pank actually to swing instantly, not really allow Kaiser to settle at all. I mean, you imagine if he kept the USP in hand, there's a chance he could have readjusted and found that 1 bullet needed, but tries to go for the rifle as well, realizing it could be a slightly better weapon for him, but it goes against him. Will be a force buy from Bounty Hunters. They know Uno Mill's money is teetering, but theirs is broken. Uno Mill's broken 5-5.
Yeah, they're absolutely massive out of Pank in that round. Huge performance. Even while on low HP, he's having plenty of impact. Again, it does feel like it's a little late and a little slow for Kaiser. He was towards like the stairs on that rotation up towards B, towards A for what felt like forever. But it was far too slow. Perfect HE onto Pepe. Look at the long setup. This should be really good, but they're not going to go pushing in. If they went pushing through into long, this would be so good. They'd win the round, but it might just be a smidge too late. Saying that, they have just dropped another smoke towards Monster. This is where both Zoc and Ponta need to get a move on. Slight look from DRG. Positioning for Remix. He's going to be going up the ladder. Is he just holding up the ladder? I'm not too sure. Flashbang comes through. The setup here towards B. They just need to right-click this flash. If Pepe can right-click this flash in time, it will work. But perfect flash. Oh, I say that. Poor flash. Zoc finds one in the back line. Flashbang now comes through from Pepe. That was what he was holding for. He was waiting for contact. We see a swing come through. That's now the bomb dropped. It is Pank in a 1 versus 3, all picked up from Zoc. Wow. And he'll connect on the second. Bounty Hunters, I said it, Charlie, all they need to do is push through long and they've got the round, and that's exactly what happened. Aided by the 5-7s and the missed flashes from the Ts, but such a nice round out of Bounty Hunters.
I suppose for Uno Mill's sake, at least they have the luxury of not needing to go for that force buy, because if that's the case, there's a good chance they'll lose this one. Potentially the next, we could see 8 being found from Bounty Hunters. I suppose another benefit is Bounty Hunters weren't really able to exactly upgrade too many of their weapons. So they just dropped that scout to repurchase something else. The MP9 couldn't be upgraded either. But it should be a relatively easy 7th. Fast through, 3-kill spam, just 1 kill from him, but Pepe's MP7 cleans up the rest. Lots of money made in that one. Weapons going to be back out as Bounty Hunters will confirm at a minimum they're walking on for the second half on top. This is where they know that they could pile on that pressure, give themselves an even better chance, as we don't have a huge amount to really expect from their T side. A couple of games from a month ago, 2 months ago, isn't exactly a huge amount to go off of for exactly what Bounty Hunters have on their second half. So while they are looking decent here, really do want to capitalize on every chance that can be taken. Again, Free crossing towards Monster. Gonna be quite a heavy alien early from Uno Mill, and aggression from Kaiser has been spotted. Misses his AWP shot, but isn't actually backing away. He might want to though, as Long Toilets is compromised. Molotov sent, the DRG will push through. Chance for Kaiser, but missed shot in the meantime. Pick is seen from CLD. I'm not quite sure where he found that, in fact.
Positioning as well. The bomb's been dropped. This is all going to be about timing here. There's a slight worry about Ali, but this is where Pepe... Oh, it's all going to be about timing, and Pepe, it couldn't have worked out better. For a moment, you think CLD is going to get taken down, or is going to take down Pepe. Freak's now holding for DRG. Oh, this whole round is going to be contingent on timings, because Ali's now holding for these rotations. We've just seen DRG maneuver, but the problem is there's 2 in connector. Freak, if he finds his pick onto DRG, spotted him. Good information, and the fact that Bank's being taken should indicate that, well, they're actually not going towards A. They're going to head towards B. Pepe's just been mollied off. Catch him on the cross, though. A lot of damage dealt. Pepe needs to get out here. Zoc's going to send the Molotov, that'll force Pank wide. He looks good, and that'll find Pepe. And now the expectation is that it was just 1. 2 versus 3. Freak never even going to check Ali. And it leaves Zoc in a 1 versus 3. And he's just spotted DRG in connector. And Zoc might just look to back away. Already on the hunt here. Jump spotting is Ali. Nice nade. Zoc will still look to keep himself alive. A nice round from Uno Mill. A creative way to get their 4th round. It felt like there was a bit of a lack of creativity in this one.
I mean, it felt like so much could go right, but so much could equally go wrong. You have 2 players very deep on both the A bomb site, and then obviously Ali on the B bomb site as well. Little surprised Bounty Hunters didn't recognize that the Monster could have been compromised for that long. Yeah, unless they're just confident Pepe had the cross when he was sort of obviously looking back and forth between that and connector. Must have thought that, but certainly did have the chance of things for Uno Mill. P position was able to be capitalized on, and final round of the half, Alec can start things off with an opening kill for Uno Mill. Looked like he was questioning going for even more for a second, but when the smoke dropped, he sent a bit of utility and back away himself. And the others, what do you do being disadvantaged? You've got Zoc jump spotting for now, but might have missed this opportunity as Pank and DRG are pushing out towards Long. Zoc was jump spotting for this, but he's just given up all of this control now. I mean, the teams are questioning where are the CTs? We've had no contact towards Long. We're on the A-bomb site. We're pushing through, and still no one's been seen. And with Ponta going down. Zoc is soon to follow, knife in hand. Pank actually won't convert the kill just yet, but DRG will. This is a really easy one. This was great from Uno Mill.
Yeah, and I think 8-4 would have been excellent for Bounty Hunters, but they're not going to find it. I think Uno MILLE have certainly kind of rewritten the narrative from 4-0 down. The fact that they get a 7-5 half, not bad at all. Not bad whatsoever. Obviously winning 5 from these last 8.
I mean, still, look, Bounty Hunters definitely have a decent chance. Uno MILLE doing pretty well to find those final couple. 7-5, not an unexpected scoreline for us to have on Overpass. This round could be a massive helping hand out to both teams, though. Bounty Hunters line up all 5 outside toward B, and primarily this monster pipe. A lot of bodies here, though, for Uno MILLE already. Even got a boost up as well as 2 players in the water. Boost has been spotted. CLD finds one with his Berettas. Gunfights favoring no team right now. Trades are constant. Zoc does find a double, but he's brought down low. Ale with 1, Remix nearby. Zoc, he was the hero with a quad kill in the first pistol. He's got a triple here already. Bomb is on his back and a minute to play with. He's repositioning towards heaven, and I don't know if Zoc even recognize this.
Ali, is he going to go clearing though? Oh, he will. Oh, Zoc's just out of his crosshair. Finally will fire! Ali with the missed shots, but does connect when Zoc spins. So Ali will clutch that one up. A bit of a sigh of relief from his teammates, I imagine. There was a slight moment where Zoc was given a chance, but Uno MILLE with that pistol created some real problems here now for Bounty Hunters. They're on the unfavored side of this map, and we should be staring at a 7-7 scoreline. From that point on, surely you'd favor Bounty Hunters here. Or surely, you'd favor Uno MILLE here on Overpass.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, look, you've got Zoc and Pepe having a great game, but Freak, Kaiser, and Ponta are all very quiet. 5 kills the most out of either of those 3. I'm not saying they've necessarily done anything wrong, but map like Overpass, you do sort of want a few more players, and I'd sort of carry that torch. Plenty of pistols, plenty of Glocks. Is a single flashbang. LA spotted out 2. We'll take a slightly deeper line in toilets before actually potentially fully backing off. He's going to traverse slightly closer before this flashbang is sent. Playing out towards front toilets. Flashbang's going to come behind this. DRG will tank this. Backs away. Ale with 1, with 2 before being traded out. Remix now, it's his turn to try to find. Zoc Eagle gets a pick before the rest of the round is cleaned up. So $900 invested. They get a couple of kills. But as expected, it is that 7-7.
Yeah, and I think with that, this next round is going to be the determining factor. If Bounty Hunters win it, you still give them a chance, still give them a look in. But Uno MILLE, if they find 8 here, surely this map's done.
I mean, look, it's one half of Counter-Strike. And a team like Bounty Hunters, I mean, I say we know what they're like on their day. I mean, Zoc and Pepe are on that day right now. For half of CS, I mean, anything can happen. I certainly wouldn't write them off anytime soon. Quiet play out towards the contact. CLD peeks into a lot more than he bargained for, Ale. Quite connect the shots to take down Freak. Yeah, double swing comes through. Ponta with 1, but the trades are constant. Ale, well, he will get silenced as Pepe finds Pank from the backlines. His remix on the AWP in a 1 versus 2. The lands down, but he will peek ahead of this. There's a chance. Kaiser finds. Even if Pepe got taken down, Kaiser was near enough guaranteed that pick, and Bounty Hunters back on top. Money not in a particularly kind situation for Uno MILLE. I'm surprised the odds flipped this quickly, really. I mean, Bounty Hunters wasn't that long ago that they probably had a similar sort of favourite for this series.
Yeah, well, I think it's because both teams have that kind of thing on one another's map picks of like, look, we're not expecting them to win it, but there's a chance. And I think the fact that now that Uno MILLE are probably in a position where you give them the favoring, where you would give them the edge, I think that's where we're sat there going, okay, well, they've got the advantage, so surely the odds are going to go their way because Dust 2 50-50, and you look at Ancient as a possibility.
Uno MILLE with this investment, 3 rifles, SMG and this Desert Eagle. There's 2 towards long toilets. Yet to be tested. Jump off from Hank. He has seen Kaiser. Even dares go for another. When you drop this smoke out, it gives a bit more room up to players like Remix to help out on towards the bomb site from long. You still sent him, but yet to see a T actually make a commitment in towards this bomb site just yet. Rotations are coming thick and fast, and Ally with 1. A lot of damage before being taken down. This gets really strange for Bounty Hunters. All 4 CTs are nearby. Finally, we see this push in. Zoc has been found. Pepe gets a trade. Still another player towards Truck, and it's all on 3, 1 versus 2. I just think the T slowed it down so much. It almost felt like a perfect moment to head B. Like, sort of, you send a couple of players still nearby, just so if the CTs jiggle or swing, there's contact that's going to be met. And it feels like if the bomb sort of made its way back towards B as well, that'd be great. But it was pretty obvious that there was going to be plenty of players rotating. It's just we didn't really have that commitment in towards the bomb site for a long, long time. And that's sort of what allowed Uno MILLE to get set up for a very strong CT setup on that bomb site. DRG open pick onto Zoc. Pistol was still trying to get in the face. Flashbang good. CLD gets taken down. Hank traded out as well. Still disadvantage. Oh, Bounty Hunters as DRG gets softened massively. Pepe presses the issue, but it's all on Pepe. He upgrades to an AK. Bombs drop towards short water, which is where Ally resides with this. Fake steps into the re-aggression. Remix goes down, and Ally is still this unknown piece. Plenty of time for Pepe. Doesn't need to rush this.
No, Pepe. Already had a big round, but is Ali going to put Pepe's clutch to rest like he did Zoc in the pistol? That's the question. Pepe is going to make his way the long way round. Do you think Ali ever expects this? I think if Pepe keeps... Oh, there you go. Slight lurk.
I mean, it's all going to be on timing, though, for Ally.
Slight lurk, surely, Ali. It's all going to be on timing, as you say. Oh, definitely spotted. Ali will swing and will fight. So tough for Pepe, because the thing is, look, I get it from Ali's perspective. There's 3 different angles for him to hold, but the problem is Pepe, he's so kind of questioning. There's so many different places that he could be. He might not even be in short, and obviously the time is going against Pepe in that clutch. Really tough. Uno MILLE will take the lead off the back of that. Things get scary now. Bounty Hunters. It gets very worrying at this moment.
We'll meet a few players here, and probably comes to regret that aggression. The Eagle is the one to find. Zoc does actually have armor, so we can use this AK pretty well. I mean, rounds like this, you still need to be cautious about if you're in a MILLE. It's DRG now that aggresses up towards the long. The one saving grace here for Uno MILLE is Bounty Hunters don't actually really have any utility that can help them clear this. It's all going to be on timing that if Remix isn't quite there in time, because it could be a really lethal setup between the two. Still nothing spotted out towards long directly. The T's playing this one very patiently.
Yeah, Zoc's got this hero AK. Look at the kills, Charlie. Zoc and Pepe have 45 kills combined. Their teammates have 20. Nice from DRG. Nice triple there. Zoc will get one, but surely that is all he'll be kept to. There's another, but remix on the angle. Fair bit of damage dealt there. Not bad. Look, I hear AK has done something. All in the attempt to mess with the finances of Uno MILLE in future rounds. But if they lose this one, then the potential gains and benefits will not be found.
And that's why Bounty Hunters are calling a bit of a break. Bit of attack pause for them. Or Uno MILLE are 3 away from the finish line, but Bounty Hunters are just 2 away from them. Timeout taken into freeze time as the round's about to get played out. More than enough utility, more than enough weaponry for Bounty Hunters here. Same cannot be said for Uno MILLE, who's really had to sort of drain their bank for this buy. And that's the fact that the last round came down to a 1v1. The round that was just played out, 2 survivors. And the stub here, DRG finds Kaiser instantly AWP removed. Kaiser tries to get aggressive. He tries to get ahead of that angle, tries to get posted up before they can get set up there. Easy for Ali as well, and Bounty Hunters, look, they called attack pause, but you look at how this round's gone, and you can't help but imagine whatever they called in that pause has never been able to even get set into motion. That's 2 really early kills leave Uno MILLE in a strong standing for 11.
I think as well, I think a lot of teams, like whether they'll look at that specific round or just notions from it, a lot of teams have to recognize, okay, well, Bounty Hunters are going to look to employ something in this round. They maybe look to do something different, regardless of whatever they do. If we look to be active, if we look to do something, even if we go 1 for 1, even if we lose the kill, whatever happens, you're going to unsettle them a little bit. And I think with that, you deny them having that impact, having that, as you say, their game plan. And I think it's exactly what Uno MILLE have done. The fact they get 2 kills, absolutely brilliant. But I think just little things like that. Teams should be a little bit more confident that when your opposition have called for a pause, are going to look to change things up. If you just hit them, look to get aggressive, they really struggle. They kind of stammer. And that's exactly what happened there. A little bit of a boost. Molly there. Ali playing close in connector. Uno MILLE now 2 rounds away from closing out this map and putting them in a pretty decent spot for the series.
I mean, look, as difficult as map number 2 is going to be for themselves the same way that it's difficult for Bounty Hunters on this first map. When you're a map up, 1 map away, I mean, look, you've got the chance.
I think as well, when you
really ask for.
When you look at Bounty Hunters, I don't look at any of these 8 rounds and go, wow, what great strategy and structure. It's just been Pepe and Zoc. 48 kills that these have found. Their team's still at 20. Oh, missed shot from Remix. Could get caught at long, but Zoc he's found. And Ali, excellent to find 2 here. Nade combo, but Ponta, he'll find the tech. Hank swinging and finding as well. AWP can be saved. Nope, never mind. Doesn't matter, they've got enough money. 4 opportunities now for Uno MILLE. And look, there's a reason all 3 of us alluded to it. It feels like a 3-map series should be where we're going. Unless everyone, Uno MILLE can do the unthinkable and either choke here or win map 2.
Yeah, look, I can't believe they actually called Bounty Hunters on map number 1 when they were 7-3 up. The fact that they ended up losing those final couple of rounds of the first half, we knew their T side was going to be more difficult. Bit disappointed to see the other 3 players still not quite step up in maybe the absence here or there from Zoc and Pepe. I spoke about how sort of little kills they had moving on to the second half, and unfortunately it hasn't really improved from there on out. I think sort of each of them just finding 2-3 kills more. Sort of not really anything to write home about though. MILLE have sustained a bit of damage early on, but yeah, I'm right there with you. My mind has turned that this one should be MILLE. I don't really have a doubt in my mind that that should be the case unless a miracle can come true for Bounty Hunters. A lot of players towards short water. Only 2 defending B as things stand. And fast pop in. Monster has been cleared. CLD will find one. Can actually slip away as well. Peek back in to Pepe, but a quick trade is seen and a 4-on-4. I think that amount of advantage retake now as MILLE DLG finds a pick.
No util here for Bounty Hunters as well. And with Ali finding Zoc, goes from bad to worse here. The retake should work nicely. If they can spot on the boost, there's a chance, because not only would it be a kill, but it would be information, but Pank finds. It's now all on Kaiser. He'll get the first, but if anything, that indicates to the CTs where he resides, and Remix can connect. MILLE, 13-8 here on map number 1. And we certainly got an exciting remainder of this series, as it does feel that now Bounty Hunters, they're the ones to try and make the next move in this chess match. As a loss in map 1, it's going to be tough for them.
Yeah, look, from being, 7-3 down to only dropping 1 round since that point. Really good resurgence from MILLE. We were expecting them to be a lot better on their CT side, but Brandon, we were expecting them to be that much better.
Potentially not, to be honest with you. I was really impressed with MILLE because I thought that they were going to be down quite a lot, especially after being 7-3, especially after Zoc is just killing everyone round in, round out. You start to think, okay, well, maybe there's just no hope. Maybe it's just another case of individuals really stepping up when Bounty Hunters need them the most. And well, individuals did step up. Zoc and Pepe got 49 kills between them in a 13-8 game. And yet, it's still not enough. This is devastating, really, for both Pepe and Zoc only. For Bounty Hunters, you've got to be kicking yourselves because, I mean, they just didn't play as a team. But I also think that Zoc got away with an awful lot on that CT side that he never should have been. And the same with Ponta, right? They're just pushing along all the time. It felt like they were just doing the same thing, the same moves for like the last... even the first like 8-9 rounds of this game. Eventually they get punished, and then MILLE, they just go. And as soon as they swap onto the CT side, they're having a much better time with it. There's mistakes like there with the missed smoke. Out of Bounty Hunters, this could have been even more rounds, and this could have been beyond all reasonable doubt. And instead, you allow that opportunity for MILLE to get in the game. You keep doing the same things over and over and over. And your individuals are there to a certain extent, but your whole team isn't. What happened for MILLE? A lot more consistent. I was really impressed what we got out of them. In particular, I think Pank played a really good game. I thought DRG was really solid. This man on your screen here as well, just phenomenal throughout. And tactically, MILLE, this is how you play CT side overpass. Is you make it incredibly difficult for your opponents to do anything. You make sure that you're tradable. Even in this pistol right here, right? Like you're just guaranteeing that you're going to be put in tradable positions. And I was really impressed what we got out of them. They played off the contact, beat off one another. CLD had some awesome rounds. Got that Deagle rounder as well, where he just popped heads on that T side. And that there was no real looking back. To be honest with you, Bounty Hunters rely a lot on individuals. They did go together quite a lot, but there was just no trading. Like they got ready to go in towards the bomb site, and the trading was just really poor. Like, why is Ponta last alive here, running up with a Galil where the bomb is just dropped it in no man's land? How are we not trading this, Bounty Hunters? How are your individuals not there on that level? That's what gets frustrating for me, because I think Bounty Hunters were actually the better team right up until like round 8. And then from there, they fell off a cliff. Zoc and Pepe were the best players on the server by a country mile. And yet Kaiser goes missing on the AWP. Like, he's completely non-existent, to be honest, throughout most of that game. Ali's got a 1.49 rating. Pank on a 1.31. It's hilarious that Zoc can go 1.78 rating and lose the game. But that will be the reality, to be honest, for Bounty Hunters on map 1. Ancient, they should be looking and to be a little bit better at it, especially because MILLE barely play the damn thing. But they beat Keydstars on it. 13-11. I remember watching that game, and DRG and CLD were playing remarkably. Yeah, I'm just looking now. CLD and DRG had like 23 kills each, so I guess it goes to show that potentially raid boss carries can work. Will they work for Bounty Hunters? They need to be a lot more of a comprehensive unit. We'll see where the chips lie on their map pick. It's Ancient after the break.
Alrighty, well, we move into the second map of this series. As we've alluded to already, it feels like Uno MILLE will struggle here on Ancient, but ultimately, Charlie, they played this map the other day against a team, Keyed Stars, not a bad squad, a team, a household name, I guess, here in this kind of tier 2 of South American CS, and they did win. So I think there's definitely the opportunity for this Uno MILLE side. Starting on the CT side, already kills traded. Ali goes 1 for 1 in mid. Such a crazy amount of util remaining for Bounty Hunters here. So they're just going to drop smokes on either side. Molly outside cave. It's going to force these rotations. They're just going to leave Zoc to take the bomb site. Flashbang comes over, and it's this pivot towards B. I love pivot towards A, sorry. Big kill out of Zoc. If he doesn't get that pick, it is done. But they've only just seen Zoc, so they assume it's a what a crazy readout of Uno MILLE. And they're going to go back. Bounty Hunters go back. Oh, wow. If this was the call from the outset, and from the start, what a crazy call, but I doubt it.
He's playing with their food here now. There's DRG nearby, but he doesn't realise that Fluxo could punish him at any moment. Won't be needed as Freak's someone to find.
Great pistol call here from Bounty Hunters. They make it impossible for Uno MILLE to even have a look in these rounds.
It's just going to be a nice, easy save for these final 2 Uno MILLE players, bringing this armor into the next. Obviously, Uno MILLE are the team with the chance to 2-0. It's going to be an easy map for them to do it on. And Bounty Hunters, as you can see already, they're ready to remove these guns. Down, Pontify's remix. Pank tries to scurry away, but might have to fight his way out if there's any chance. Bullets aren't quite connected. He's finally will do so. Frank takes to walk away with a kill before being found, but Bounty Hunters, most importantly, they're 1-0 up, denying any armor being saved. And Uno MILLE, what do they fancy going for? Just be a force buy. Didn't obviously save the armor like they would have liked. But they are gonna be going for the investment. Yeah, I wanted to see if they can instantly bounce back out. Bounty Hunters here, util sent over, but up towards the ramp. The T's ready to go. Hanging on the smoke. Pepe trying to see if he can catch before it actually blooms. But information gained from Uno MILLE. No damage being dealt just yet from either side. We'll set up here in towards cave. Molotov will land nowhere deep enough for DRG. Double nade be thrown here. Ali dodges the main front of this. A lot of players close by towards cave. Swing jumps through Ali with one. Gonna say a lot of players nearby towards cave. I think it was Pank versus back away. So almost could have had 3 players there, but it's the fact you've got 2 cave players. They only find a single kill. Do have this flanking UMP, but chances are Isaac could be ready for this. Not quite. It's a weapon that can be upgraded. 5-7 on remix, having to fight at range onto Freak. The little might just be saved across. See how he has a look in. Ponta rips his head off. Bounty Hunters 2-0. No issues with that force fight.
Right, well, Bounty Hunters, definitely the start they want here on this map. Uno MILLE still with that opportunity for the 2-0. So I think for Bounty Hunters, they can get a decent start here. Certainly can. The map victory and move to Dust 2 with some confidence.
Sent down. Pepe will be blinded by this. You've got Zoc nearby. Trying to fight from range of this Mac 10. Should be an easy cleanup between these 2 Cs alone. Onto the sidearm, actually is Zoc. Pepe's low HP as well. Maybe not as easy as I thought it'd be. Zoc can get out of dodge. Pepe, though, his time is limited. He will eventually go on to be found. CLD is now wrapping through. Zoc needs to be cautious because CLD's got him dead to rights. There's a couple of kills. There'll be 2 weapons that can be scooped up. Again, they're going to continue to have a look in. I mean, the main goal has to just be damage, surely. This skill once again could be saved, but it seems like they're happy to try to test this bounty hunter's economy in the long run. Pretty fine smoke dropped on this bomb. DLG just sitting behind it. Kaiser swings on out. Will win his gunfight. So again, 2 deaths, but nothing more.
Yeah, look, bounty hunters. Very good start here. See what we can do now with the AWP of Remix. I want to see a little bit more. I feel like Remix, don't get me wrong, not to say didn't have impact, but 13 and 15 on a map like Overpass, you'd assume he'd do a little bit more. Let's see what he can do here on Ancient.
With this AWP. Ready for some more bounty hunters to make that slip up. The LGS just flying straight up through the wall. Remix here will miss his first shot. And he's back away. Same can't be said for CLD. Ale though, finding Ponta keeps things favouring Uno MILLE. I don't know if DLG is ready for this cross of freak. Yahtzee seemingly is. I thought he might have just missed that time in there. And now in a 2 versus 4, this bomb's going to be really tricky to actually get down. Is anyone brave enough on bounty hunters to actually swing, to go for a peek anywhere? Guys are hoping that Pepe can find something before he makes his move. Eventually, he's going to have to peek.
Kaiser being super patient here in the hopes that someone else is the one to make the mistake. But positioning here looks good. Remix, he'll drop the bomb carrier. And Pepe will get 1 before falling. So, not a bad result of the round. Uno MILLE, they will get that first round victory.
Yeah, they will always keep that advantage in their favour. DLG, a bit cheeky how he found that opening kill just through the wall over towards B. I don't know if that was just pure timing off of him or if it was spam for coming through from the key beforehand. It's just Contra alone out towards middle. Good nade and Kaiser, but the acceleration up towards ramp. So much damage has been dealt, but no kills yet to be seen. Finally, Kaiser put to rest. Bams through, inches off, connecting onto Pepe. Onto in towards Cave and instantly in towards his demise. Ale gets his second of the round as Freak desperately tries to get the bomb down, but to no avail. And now we should see Uno MILLE pretty much at an instant level up this game. No money to play with for bounty hunters. Look decent with that initial kill, but it's DRG finds 1, swivels to find a second. Ale does the same, gets a big multi-kill.
Yeah, Uno MILLE now just going to be against the weaker buy. Should be seeing this 3-3 scoreline. Care to weigh in prediction-wise, Charlie? Look, we've seen 6 rounds of play, or about to see the 6th round of play. What are we thinking? Do you think Uno MILLE can 2-0 here?
I mean, I think there's a world. I mean, they did best key styles on this map just a couple of days ago. I mean, it certainly isn't favouring them, and I'm certainly not going to be favouring them. But like I said, with bounty hunters on the second half of Overpass, even after they lost that pistol and it became sort of 7-7, it's still one half of Counter-Strike. It's still one map of Counter-Strike here. There's always going to be the chance, but I'm not massively confident. I still wouldn't be surprised if we did end up going to a third, but Uno MILLE certainly can keep this up. It'll be obviously 3-3. Then as anyone's guess, really. Very slow from the T's. Just split, trying to burn every single piece of util that they can. Eventually, we'll see them make that move in towards A. Actually, a chance they could get this bomb down. Push out towards Donut, and with it being Remix nearby, he could get overwhelmed. Bombs being planted, and Remix is going to have to respect it. So bomb plant's not a bad outcome from this round. Uno MILLE none the wiser.
Oh,
CLD.
CLD, that's a bad spray. Not as though we're going to see the round ever go the way of Bounty Hunters, but that's just an unnecessary death. You're on the CT side, you still got another 6 rounds to play out. You need to keep your money high if you want the kind of the confidence of a 2-0. Uno MILLE, they want to be in a spot where every single round, if they do lose, they can still buy. Yeah. Little kills like that might cause some problems.
When a bomb plant and a couple of kills though from an eco where they just took that space out towards the donut that Uno MILLE were not ready for. Decent outcome. Bounty Hunters actually calling a tactical pause off of this. And they know the importance of this map the same way that we do. And that's the thing. What we've sort of alluded to at times on map number 1 is, look, sure, Bounty Hunters don't really play a huge amount of Overpass, but Uno MILLE, it's not necessarily a go-to map for them. They've had some pretty decent results, but it's not necessarily a map that they'll pick a huge amount of the time. Whereas for Bounty Hunters, Ancient very much is one of their sort of staple maps. You'd be very much shocked if this is a map that went against them. It has been taken by Uno MILLE. Do have Ponta nearby for Bounty. Flashbang will send him through a traded CLD. He's able to double up surely enough through the smoke is Freak. Ammo becomes a bit of an issue for CLD, but Freak. So it's a rogue push going through that smoke alone with no util, no support. He could have put his team in a really tough spot, but instead he's kept this one interesting.
Yeah, look, positioning for DRG looks really good. He's going to be the difference maker in this round. Molly comes through onto the bomb site. Pank finds one, and that kill, if anything, is just going to bait him in even further. Positioning looks good. DRG will get one, and it's now Kaiser in a 1 versus 3. The Nadal dispatch of DRG. He does have that HE. Oh, great damage, though, from DRG. Gets the dink. Absolutely brilliant. It leaves Kaiser in such a tough spot. He does have a 1v1 here, though, on the bomb site. Kaiser holding the angle, and Kaiser will find what we're doing here, Pank. Remix. He's going to send the molly out. This is going to be a bit of a tough one for Kaiser. 1 bullet's all that's needed from Remix, and he does it with the USP just so nicely. 4 rounds in a row now for Uno MILLE.
Yeah, it was decent trading initially, but I mean, you can see the kill from Freak that sort of shifts around initially. And it still doesn't make as much impact as he would have liked. Decent attempt from Kaiser, though. Almost made that one. A real bit of hill to swallow for Uno MILLE. Plenty of Galil's in play for this one. Bomb plant allowing an investment of some sort from Bounty Hunters. Again, we're going to need to look out towards middle. Brute Force, Ponta, and Zoc out here, but Uno MILLE don't want to necessarily fight it tooth and nail. They'll respect the smokes and play behind them. They open and pick on towards Pank, spacing towards Red Room taken. DRG actually does eventually get that trade on towards Pepe. But Ale, can you handle 4 players? Jump across. Ale gets so much damage on towards two of them. It's Remix now. There's the first. Players emerging from CT. This angle, another jump across. Remix can't find. DLG finds Kaiser in the meantime, and it's the low HP Ponta from CT. He has been spotted. Takes a swing. DLG fine. Look, Ali goes down for nothing, but he does so much damage to two of them. Remix as well to get a double himself, but it's DLG that stills the show. 5 in a row from Uno MILLE. And without any bomb plant, we obviously saw Bounty Hunters go for the full investment in the last because they just had enough money for at least Galil's and utility. Technically could do so again, but do you really want to be playing with weaker weapons or lesser rifles every single round? So they're finally going to take the hit and go for the half bite with their second tac pause being called now as, yeah, Uno MILLE will start to ramp up into this one. Even when the rounds are getting a little closer, they're still able to get them on top.
Uno MILLE. What a streak of success. What a stint here on the CT side. The question is, Charlie, how long can it go on for? How many more rounds can we see Uno MILLE find? Because ultimately, Bounty Hunters, they're sat there thinking, well, we won the first 3, then we saw the investment, and we haven't seen a round victory since. So I think if I'm Bounty Hunters right now with kind of, I guess, not only series on the line, but, you know, your life here in the playoffs on the line, I'd be pretty worried, and that's why they're going to be changing things up. Bit of a pace change as they make their way onto the B-bomb. So this is just a half bite. This is where Remix needs to be cautious, but he's peeking in. He'll deny the plant, not for the kill, but just a more shot alone will force him back. Deep Molotov sent. No more utility here for the Tech-9s. This should be a relatively nice retake, but honestly, they're just taking far too long. I know there's a smoke down in cave, but what are we doing in TT? What's going on with DRG? He's like, what, holding a flash forever? Okay, well, we see some team kills go on. Sidearm needs to be employed for Pang. Rifle picked up from Kaiser. What's gone on here? This is embarrassing. Well, like, Uno MILLE, how have you fumbled just so heavily? Look, I get it. You've gone for a double mid setup and you've gone for, I guess, just solo B, but why are we seeing DRG spending about 30 minutes holding a flashbang? Just go with your teammate. These are Tech-9s, guys. You've got to be doing better here. And, like, why are they going to peek you? They've got the bomb side. There's no resistance. There's no kind of contact or contest. They're not going to swing towards deep positions at all. Really poor. Really, really poor out of Uno MILLE. And that's one that could cost them later down the line.
Yeah, can't look at it like that, though. At the moment, it's got to be in the here and now. Done well to win 5 in a row. Losing to the Tech-9s is always going to be a bit of a disappointment. You've got to pick yourself up and go again. As money is strong. Losing one of these rounds could cost you. Mid-setup gets quickly punished as Ponta gets 2. Break at the smoke. Remix won't find. DLG is on this bomb site. Molly actually could cause some issues. The T's have had to go through this. DLG has spotted out 2 and he finds them both. Back to a 3-on-3. Here's one out towards main. This is Freak alone with the bomb. He's still very split. He's probably going to be going back to the drawing board here. No need to commit anywhere. Kaiser pushing through. Has just spotted out Pang. Information has been relayed to Pepe, but still the kill goes the way of the CTs. Almost going to make his way back towards A. It's all eyes on Kaiser as to when he picks and chooses his timings. He is being held by Remix. Might not realize how deep towards Red Room he actually is just yet, though. "45 seconds, the CTs aren't showing any desire to move just yet. Free. Drop another Molotov. There's information that one's towards A at least. For a second, it was going to draw Remix away, but he's doubled back and he will find Kaiser. Towards his bomb site, Freak has been found. Uno MILLE instantly respond to a round victory after losing to those Tech-9s.
Yeah, it's big. It's important. Look, I think that would have been the type of round they lose there, and you kind of sat there thinking, well, Uno MILLE, what should have been a pretty decent spot, and maybe finding the half, not only the half, maybe 8-4, 9-3, obviously at best, but really, really important that they win that one. Bring things back in their favor.
Molotov sent towards Cave will delay DLG for now, but a Molotov in response. He can actually aggress a bit further if he wants. Not what they're doing, so just drops out of smoke instead. Still 2 rounds left of this half. We can look at things in a very different lens depending on where these final 2 rounds go. Taken again. I don't forget, last round started with a 2-man opening kill for Bounty Hunters. And it was DLG finding 2 in response. That sort of made that round settle. LA has spotted and will just drop out their smoke grenade. MILLE and given a lot of room here. That Pank will try to punish. 2 kills from Pank is massive. You've got Remix on this angle. Zoc trying to bait out the ball. Shot peeks on up. Remix finds. And Bounty Hunters are left with 40 seconds on the clock in a 2 versus 4. Freak's got a lot of room out towards A. And will just plant. That instantly sets things into motion now for MILLE. They're going to have to speed this one up. Got the AWP of Kaiser deep in towards middle, but this leaves Freak very isolated for now. Little jiggle, Freak has been hurt, he's been spotted, he's been found, and Kaiser's not going to attempt this. It was a difficult spot for the teams to find themselves anyway, 2 versus 4. Kaiser sort of hoping that players would push into him, he could draw a bit of attention away from Freak. Fortunately for himself, never happened.
Yeah, obviously MILLE have gone and got themselves 7 now.
One round and a half, MILLE could look to push on towards 8. Don't forget, they found themselves in a tricky spot from the get-go after being 3-0 down on their opponent's map pick. Opening kill in this one, and a little bit of damage onto Pepe. Pepe will still manage to find a big DRG in amongst the chaos. I just assumed he was a T. 2 kills found from him will finally be put to rest. There's another moment where DLG's massive multi has given his team a good chance. Remix on the AWP finds 17 kills in the first half from DLG. Not a 1 versus 3 to play out. Maybe a bit adventurous there from CLD, as that's given the escape route to Zoc.
Yeah, Zoc. Seen him win these types of clutches before. We've seen these big moments from him. Obviously, what a kind of a change in performance individually from Zoc. Look, I know he's just got a triple here, but we've seen him go from 27 and 17 on map 1. He's had a tough start here, but
Zoc is playing this incredibly well.
Yeah, he's just had the jump spot as well. I think the assumption, though, surely is that he's going to head towards B. Surely that is the assumption, is that Ali would have gone towards B. So, oh, maybe not. Okay. Has Ali just... No, Ali surely hasn't just heard him. Bomb's going to get planted now, and Zoc, all he needs to do is just right-click a smoke. Ali's best chance, maybe try and send the smoke and treat it like a flashbang. Oh, okay, well, he's baiting out some shots. He's giving away some position. Just needs to see a wide swing out of Ali, who will swing wide, but Zoc down to 1 HP. Big clutch out of Zoc. Important round as well. We would have seen an 8-4, but he had 2 kills before that round, Charlie. He's just got himself 6.
Yeah, I actually think Bounty Hunters probably deserve to only find 4, but Zoc with a 1 versus 3 there. I mean, massively helped out by CLD. I don't quite know why he's looking to peek up there towards that sort of B lane position. Really didn't need to. They knew where Zoc was. And he sort of just offers up his life there. Just hold for the rotate. Let your 2 teammates on the bomb site. Have faith in them to find the kill. Because, yeah, just gave that escape route, and you could just see how perfectly Zoc played it from there on out. Noise towards A, catching off Remix, knife out. All of the information towards Ali. But MILLE still leading on their opponent's map pick. So many players towards A main from the CT side that I don't quite know if the teams are going to be ready for this.
Oh, well.
Ready or not, kills are still being found.
Yeah, Freak now says, well, I am right between everyone here. CLD, gonna get blinded. Zoc, okay, well, runs out of ammo. Freak will find Pank. Zoc will eventually take down CLD. Remix is super slow here. Smoke drops on the bomb. Remix will get one. Molly dropped deep. It is a 10-second stick. Zoc gets one, and Zoc doubles up. We saw plenty of missed shots from him in this round, but he's just gone and got a triple. I don't really know why Remix is just like so slow. Like,
I mean,
it should have been a crunch on. It should have been a crunch to Freak. I don't know how Freak's gone and got two from that position.
But it's the fact that Freak was in this angle, in this position. The only thing I can think, which I don't really quite know what Remix would have expected. It almost felt like he was expecting there to also be another player there, which wouldn't really make sense considering they just killed two players there. He can see the sight lines all the way down one side. His teammate can see the sight lines all the way down the other. Yeah, it felt like Remix was almost... I mean, baited doesn't sound like the right word, because he wasn't baiting his teammate to find the kill. It was almost like he was really timid, but for no real reason. Yeah, the Freak should have been killed so much earlier, and it would have allowed other players to feel safer rather than having to be exposed to A main. Another round that it feels like MILLE let slip away. They lose a 1v3. They lose a pistol that they had so much control in. This is a force buy from them here. They're able to find 8 kills, a 4-on-4 once again, and get the bomb down. That bait is 20 HP. Only a single flashbang remaining. But there isn't actually a defuse kit on Bounty Hunters, so time is of the essence. Oh, look at this double wraparound. 2 players coming behind. Alien is taking on initially with 1. He's happy to send his life.
I like it. Really like it.
To this attack.
Yeah, really nice. The problem is Freak has gone and found a kill elsewhere. Need to deny the defuse. Oh, okay. Well, hefty stick. He gets off the bomb, but there is enough time. Looked for a moment there that getting off the bomb would have been a huge risk. Look, I don't really know why we're having players die on the bomb site. I don't know how that's happening. You've got that double wraparound. Why are the T's not just saying, oh, okay, well, we've got a double wraparound here. I'm just going to sit in T-spawn. Obviously, not quite T-spawn, but you know what I mean. It's the fact of we don't need to take any contact. We don't need to be in a good position because we've got the man advantage now. But they kind of waste it.
Yeah, a few rounds that feels like MILLE. Not necessarily. Well, I mean, a couple of them felt like they should have won. That one, they definitely had a very good chance of winning, but letting it slip while Bounty Hunters will not do the same, and it's just an eco here, accelerating on Remix. Looks to get the bomb down. Don't mind this idea, honestly. This is a full eco. You try to see if you can quickly get the digits punch in. It's not going to be. Looks like there's not even going to be a single kill scene. Big round for Bounty Hunters because a few of the others came quite down to the wire, so sort of need a bit of an injection of cash. And it's Bounty Hunters in the lead on their map pick now. Hoping for MILLE's sake, we're not going to see a repeat of what happened with Bounty Hunters on map number 1, where they did win the half, but just found a single round since that point. MILLE line up towards A once again. Guys are rotating in. These have spotted him out. A nade will be dropped. So much damage on the Geyser through that smoke. Bomb site has been taken and should be relatively simple towards the RG to get the bomb planted. And this time, thankfully, Bounty Hunters do have defuse kits. Molly to delay things. A couple of HE grenades as well. Bounty Hunters, I actually really respect this call. Going for the save in the 5v5. Again, going to be another round where they keep all 5 alive. Thanks to that.
I think it's a really, really tough decision, but I think it's definitely the right one. I think that recognition of, well, we've only got 4 pieces of util. See, now only 3. We haven't really got the health on Kaiser. We don't have the positioning either. I think a lot of the time you'll see teams when they look to kind of heavily portion towards middle and towards B, when they get caught out on a fast A play like this, or kind of just an A play in general, where you usually would have one player die and you'd save with 4. A lot of people will be sat there, oh, it's a 4v5, you know, you still got a chance of the retake. I really like the fact that Bounty Hunters just go, actually, we haven't got much stock or much chance in that retake. Let's have a decent chance in the next round and, you know, not throw this game away. I think it's a really good decision. Can't wait to get absolutely slated for that decision or that kind of mindset.
This one, I mean, it's nice to have a bit of a bankroll for Bounty Hunters, but you know, MILLE out towards middle. I mean, this felt like kills quite easily could have been seen, but slightly missing the mark. CLD getting a bit of damage from the Molotov. Quite a fair bit of damage has been taken from MILLE. Smoking towards Donut. All 5 MILLE players are on this B side of the map. Remix opening pick on the Kaiser now. 45 seconds remaining. Hunter is going to rotate over towards B while Freak pushes through A. Despite the information being there for Bounty Hunters, they are still losing bodies. They're on this bomb site, waiting for someone to dare to make that push in. Remix waiting for the smoke to fade. Hunter's able to chime in for 1. Pepe! One more before being removed from this round, and Freak in a 1 versus 2. Low HP CLD is going to give him this gunfight initially, and it's an easy first pick. With the reposition.
Yes, excellent.
He's got utility, but he's got no intel.
Oh, DRG. Okay, there we go. Keep your gun barrel hidden, Freak. Swinging wide, jump around the corner, and that'll be free for DRG. MILLE with another AWP can be saved as well. What a map from DRG, by the way. 20 and 10. Look, I know he's had kind of many double kills, many multis, nice clutch there as well, but DRG, he's been that difference maker here. But I think the difference is as well, it doesn't feel like this game's lost, whereas I feel like in the previous map, for Zoc, for Pepe, it did just feel like, look, they can do as much as they want, they're still going to lose. Yet it feels like here, DRG, he's doing so much, yet MILLE, they've got the money. They're in a great spot in this round, especially with Ali getting the opener onto Ponta. Freak aggressing, has to find Pank, is successful here. Is going to look to take this AK, but that's a freebie for Remix, and the A-bomb site under the control of MILLE. We praise the 5v5 save, but currently a 4v3. But Zoc super speedy, already out of Temple, but Remix and DRG can find it. Leaves Kaiser in a 1 versus 2. Kaiser, crosshair on top of Remix twice there. Obviously he doesn't know that. The smoke will fade soon. We've got another smoke for Remix. CLD and Remix playing shoulder to shoulder, and Kaiser holding the angle. Yes, there could have been a play across the Temple, but the assumption is it might be both in Donut with the scope spotted. Oh, Kaiser taken down by Remix. What a round out of Remix. I wanted to see more. I said overpass, a bit underwhelming, but a big round here for Remix.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention the same thing that you pointed out in terms of we saw the 5v5 save. You could just see, even in the 3v4, the Bounty Hunters had no intention at all to save that. They wanted to take the fight. Actually looked really good for them. Just about MILLE were able to send in some reinforcements to sort of bolster up that A-bomb site and at least put themselves in a 2 versus 1 against Kaiser. But a decent attempt from Bounty Hunters, all things considered. But it is double digits hit from MILLE. It is a half by now from the CT side, and it could be MILLE putting themselves 2 rounds away from taking this series. CLD does not realize how close Zoc is with this 5-7. Still, though, manages to recover and find, as he takes minimal damage in the meantime as well. Opening pick, still a lot of bodies over here towards B, so if Bounty Hunters do just, or MILLE I should say, just push in towards this bomb site, Things can still get a little uncomfortable. If they do their due diligence, which they're doing now, look at the damage that's been dealt.
Yeah, really well thought here. Just taking their time, dropping the smokes. They know about Kaiser, but I like the fact that they know about him. Instead of giving him a smoke to fire through and to maybe jump through, they just say, you know what? We're just going to peek you and we're going to kill. That's 11 now for Uno MILLE. Bounty Hunters coming into this series as the favorites. And the fact that this series might be over in just 2 more rounds is ridiculous. But I said this from the start. How are they the favorites? How are they the better team on paper? Yet somehow it feels like this veto has gone so heavily against them. And this is the problem, Bounty Hunters. They're picking Ancient, which is a map that, yes, they do play a fair bit. They didn't get to play Mirage. But Uno MILLE, honestly, they've made a bit of a mockery of this Bounty Hunters team, especially if we do see this in a 2-0 fashion. And it was a point that Brandon made. He said that Bounty Hunters, it feels like they can do well against similar opposition. They can do well against opposition below them, but they struggle to punch up. Yet it feels like Uno MILLE. You look at some of the wins that they've got recently. I feel like they are a team that are able to punch up. You know, besting Glorious, besting Imperial. Obviously, that's a big win. That was back in May. I feel like this Uno MILLE team certainly have that kind of upset potential. And proving it here, Bounty Hunters, this might be their final true full investment. No AWP either. So there is some slight limitations, but Uno MILLE, they have been absolutely brilliant. And it's not been Ali. We expected Ali to be that difference maker, to be that kind of carry of this team. 7-14. It's not been him.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to even look at the opposite limitation with Bounty Hunters not having it. Kaiser hasn't exactly stepped up enough in this series. 9 kills map 1, 8 kills here. A particularly tough time against Uno MILLE. Rigor from Freak. TLC's spot on the edge of that smoke. Ali does at least get a trade. Got the rotate from Kaiser, but again, it's going to be another finish for Uno MILLE towards his A bomb site. You got Ponta fast behind. Bomb finally emerging out now. Should have no issues in terms of getting this bomb planted. You spam some Pepe, but a little too late. We are back to the point where there's no defuse kit for Bounty Hunters. So keep your eye on that. Sure, players are all surrounding this bomb site, but surrounding it is one thing, going for it is another. With Remix finding that kill with Kaiser, it is going to be a save from Bounty Hunters. It is going to be 12 for Uno MILLE, and they're going to have a chance to 2-0 on their permaban.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing. But we said for Uno MILLE that this should be a 3-map series for them, but they do technically have the chance to win on Ancient. I think all of that was kind of said a little bit behind, kind of just for the narrative and the storyline. But yeah, 9 times out of 10 they look to ban Ancient. I don't know how they've gotten away with this. Clearly they've looked to do some work on this map. You'd assume so, especially because they have played it a few times recently. You know, playing against Keyed Stars. Obviously 13-11 there. The fact that we could see a more dominant victory against a better team.
Pressure from Pepe, this fight towards middle. There's a lot of stock into mid here from Bounty Hunters, and yeah, the reward. 3 quick kills from
Yeah, that's big.
Pretty good in the last few. As soon as they hit 12, they will be held at bay. Orp, the angle. Kaiser.
That's tough. Peeking with the flash.
Yeah, Remix continues to peek in, even though the flash is down, we'll get caught out by it. I mean, damage will still come into effect. TRG, her dropping the weapon, easy kill from Pepe. 5 survivors for Bounty Hunters. Uno MILLE, still 3 chances. Let's have a look at what the money's actually looking like in terms of how many weapon rounds we should be expecting from them. Oh, it's pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah, the money should be pretty nice. You know, we're probably looking at 2 perfect buys and a decent half/force buy.
I mean, yeah, if they end up losing them, lost bonus opportunities, bomb blast can make a big difference as well. Yeah, I'm right there with you. You should be expecting at least 2 weapon rounds. So Uno MILLE, the way they've been playing, you should think they will be able to close it out, but teams often do have a tendency to really struggle once they hit 12. Mid taken with no contest. Bounty Hunters this time sent 3 in the last. This time, nobody. Guys are though on the angle here in middle. The RG will be the one to peek into this. It's an easy kill for Kaiser. Said he's been a bit of a non-factor, to be honest, this series. Opening kill like that, though, a few more of those can make huge difference. Freak has been just aggressive near enough almost every round, and he still is able to find so much success. Kaiser forced back towards A will be done.
That's a big kill. That kill's huge. It gives them this route through CT. Great molly sent there, I believe, from Freak. Just need to get a bomb plant here for CT. This is where Freak could have looked to deny this plant, but he's not gone for it. Freak now being held. CLD, contact taken, and now he joins up with Pank. I really like this reposition. Pank plays a wide angle. Pank's going to catch off one, surely. Oh, they just jiggled it. Okay, that's good. Freak now holding for Temple. A trade will be seen. Big kill from CLD. He knows they're both into CT. The fuse kit's on both. No more utility. That's Angle. He gets the first, and now CLD. He's done so much work in this one. The drop will have been heard. Ponta now swinging. Limited time. It is just a tap on the bomb. CLD swings wide, but he gets away from it. He still gets away. 1 bullet in the magazine. Limited time again, but this is going to be done on time. It is over. Uno MILLE, a 2-0 in the quarterfinals against Bounty Hunters. We mentioned the previous series might be the upset of the tournament, but I think it's going to go to Uno MILLE. 2-0 against Bounty Hunters is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, this was one result that I don't think we were expecting. Not necessarily thinking, oh, there's no chance Uno MILLE could win things here. But after we saw the vetoes, the fact it's a 2-0, yeah, certainly is a bit of a shock to the system. More so for me is the fact that it's another early exit from the playoffs for Bounty Hunters. Let's bring Brandon in. Brandon, what on earth went so wrong for Bounty Hunters here?
Well, they couldn't get kills. Like, to be honest, like they couldn't get kills for like half the game. And like, talk about Kaiser, he gets an opening pick, and suddenly we're all like, wow, we got an opening kill. And it's like, well, cool. Like, can you do that more consistently? DRG was playing really well. The difference you've got, I think, between Overpass and Ancient here for, I guess, Bounty Hunters and Uno MILLE is that Bounty Hunters had like Zoc playing really well, and someone else, I can't remember off the top of my head, playing really well Overpass. But then there was no one else really backing them up. Here, you've got Remix having a brilliant game. You've got loads of different players. Ale had a great game. DRG had a good game. Like, everyone was a lot more consistent out of Uno MILLE, and that's why they were able to, I think, win this map. Like, they were a lot more consistent across the board. Also, they just played off each other really well. And what I really liked is players didn't necessarily go for risks until they had a teammate there, until they had like backup network. Like, there was no real overextensions whatsoever. Like, that's really nice because Pank takes the contact that baits in DRG. That's a really good case example of it. Within 3 rounds, already seen 2 cases of it, and you're so early into the game. I thought Bounty Hunters were going to have more to say. I really did, but the T side was very solid out of Uno MILLE. I think, look, Zoc played an okay game, but he really fell off a cliff in contrast. And the other parts just weren't good enough either. And that's because Uno MILLE was so decisive at being intrusive. So as soon as they plant the bomb, they can't really do anything. And this man on your screen was doing everything in his power to make a living hell for Bounty Hunters on Ancient. They're going to be feeling really frustrated, right? Because you come into that game and you think, right, well, surely we've done enough. And the only way that Uno MILLE are going to ever take Ancient is if they've got individuals having a really good game and they're winning individual moments. That's what happened. That didn't happen for Bounty Hunters on Overpass. You feel like you got this in the back pocket, and it didn't happen. And it's a shame, but you look at the togetherness, you look at the way that Uno MILLE played, they were the better team. Not only on Overpass, but especially here on Ancient. They were the better team by far. I mean, the CRD clutch, I think, just puts the icing on the cake. And it's a shame for Bounty Hunters, but it actually might be a curse of where you're actually, like, kind of in this spot in the VRS. Like, let me know what you think about this, Fred. Like, where you getting invited to playoffs, you're only playing, like, 1 game, like, every, like, 2 weeks. So
yeah.
Suddenly, you've got oh, this is a really important game. This is a really important game. Oh, we lost again. Oh, we lost again. No worries. We'll just go back to round of 16. Oh, we've lost again. Like that, you can't ever find stability in that unless you're winning.
Yeah, I think it's really tough. I've kind of Charlie, we've had these conversations hundreds of times about how it feels where a team's sometimes like plagued by their previous success, and then they make some changes, and it's kind of like, oh well, you know, we used to be able to play at a decent level. We brought in Ponta and Pepe. We're still trying to stabilize that. And it's like a thing of like, actually, we don't want to get this playoff invite. We're not actually gaining anything from it. As you said, Brandon, they barely played in the last few months. And I think with that, it's kind of just a thing of like, imagine what more they would have Look, they have played a lot, but what I'm saying is what they would have gained from kind of churning out more officials here. It wouldn't have been that they've kind of just gone off the back of this month break straight into playoffs. And I think that's the difference. And that's maybe why I think we were a little bit kind of not surprised, but we were like, oh, maybe we should have seen a bit more out of MIBR Academy, because it feels like they played a lot more recently. And ultimately, we probably did see a little bit more out of MIBR Academy than what we just seen from Bounty Hunters. I know round-wise we haven't, but I think the expectation is we knew that MIBR Academy were going to be the weaker team and we're going to struggle. Yet they did okay to come back in both those maps. And I think for Bounty Hunters, we're expecting them to do really well, and they didn't. And I think that's where expectation has to come through. Uno MILLE, look, congrats, fair play. They did really well to win that series. But yeah, Bounty Hunters, it kind of sucks that they just don't have the recent reps to get, I guess, gain any momentum or traction coming into the playoffs here.
Quick one from me then. Obviously, we are now heading into the back end of the day. There's still 2 more best of 3s, and I didn't want to exclude Charlie from conversation. Quickly, like literally like within 10 seconds, I don't need why or reason. I just want to know who is going to be winning out of Vasco, Biru and LP, and then Fluxo for Keydstars.
LP, I think they take it. The other one's a bit more of a toss-up for me. I haven't got to watch either of the teams recently. I'll probably go Keydstars.
Fair enough. You heard it from the man himself. If he's wrong, then nothing happens. He's just wrong, right?
Throw shade on Twitter. There you go.
Yeah, that's fine. At CMD64 CSGO. Mate, we need to update that one, mate.
Keeping the classic.
Keep the classic. Keep the nostalgia.
Class is permanent.
True.
The form is permanent. I don't know. Something's permanent.
I wish Global Offensive was forever. Unfortunately, we're also not forever. That's the end of our shift. However, after the break, and extending one of about an hour or so, it'll be new faces taking you through Vasco, Biru taking on LP, and then a little bit later on, Fluxo versus Keystars. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you after this extended break.
What is up, beautiful people? I know you're gorgeous because you're sitting here watching the Thunderpick South American Series 1. I've got my American baddies with me on the mic, and we're going to be taking you through the final 2 quarterfinals. Guys, before we get going, we'll go in chronological order. Wrong way, that way. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm having a great time. We're gonna get some. Honestly, I think we got the better side of the bracket, low key. So I'm pumped.
It is what it is. I don't know. I agree with you, Vinny. It's always good hopping back on here. I can't remember the last time I did analyst. So, Freddie, it's wonderful to see your face.
Keep your expectations low, boys. Like let's temper them. But love the Marshborn hat in the background. Big up. You know, NACS, it exists.
Cover that up.
But let's go take a look at the schedule because we've already had 2 games being played out. ShindeN, Dark, they're my darling dark horses of South America. I really like watching them play. No surprise, I feel like they're possibly someone to make it through to the finals. But then we've got Fake to Biru, LP, and then Fluxo Keystars coming up. Vinny, I didn't know that was a term of endearment we could use for you, but what are your thoughts going into our final 2 games? You said the better half.
I think so. I think that this is, you know, maybe notwithstanding the fact that Uno MILLE, that's a big upset against Bounty Hunters, in my opinion.
Okay.
But I'm very keen to see kind of how Fluxo are going to look, considering they've just kind of had to very quickly adjust their plans with Lucalzi asking to be benched, and so Kai had to come back. Keystars in a weird spot after benching their in-game leader, but getting some big firepower upgrades. In the same situation here with regard to some history for Fake Duperu and LP. This is a matchup that we've seen a ton of times. I think they've played 6 BO3s this year in 2026, and I think that's pretty cool in general. Not a lot of teams are going to get that level of back and forth, especially in South America.
That is crazy. Right, Mark, we've got some familiar faces on the screen. Fake to Biru, I'd consider them a slight underdog. Is this something you agree? And break it down for me.
Yeah, I definitely do. I think where me and Vincent come in after watching in the last 12 months just a marathon of South American Counter-Strike, one of the rosters that has ran along that the best has been LP for where as solid of a 5 you walk into. So I think we're pushing into a playoff, seeing what they've been doing recently. It's just been, great result after great result, working on land and online. So I think that's been one that we have to turn up. But specifically back to maybe a different iteration, not too long ago, of the Pesadillo. It was on here with Cold Zera version of this roster, but now obviously just, replacing CK Zhao. Freddie, that was an interesting time.
Whenever Cold Zera is on a roster, it always just seemingly yeah. But Turtle on this, Turtle's always a name where you look at it, it's guys, Turtle was supposed to be one of the next Brazilian players. Now he's on Fake to Biru. Does this invoke confidence that Fake to Biru could rise up the ranks, or is this right, Turtle's just kind of chilling here?
It's kind of hard. I think the answer for me is right now, no. I want to be able to tell you yes, but that kind of leaves when they're having to make this adjustment last second with Pesadilla coming in because Keystars got CK Zhao. I do think there's some upside to this roster. Don't get me wrong, they've had the better of that LP matchup historically, but Detroit J is a guy that has had a lot of up and downs, but I think he's currently back on the upswing, and I think that's fun to see. I think Turtle has been good on this team, and the real question is they need another guy, and I don't think Pesadillo is necessarily that guy. When he was in this jersey before, he looked okay, but it wasn't anything special. And what could you expect? He'd been sitting on the bench / not playing for 2 years prior to that, after being done with insanity. So I don't think that there was high expectations. He was fine, but nothing special. And so for that reason, I think it goes back to the meat for Fake Duperu. Nothing special in particular.
Well, yeah, this is the first time he'll be playing with this team on HLTV, so exciting times ahead. Right, LP, swing over to them. These guys, I remember I casted them in the group stage for Thunderpick, and I was like, wait, they've won how many events this year? They've got to the finals of how many events? But, play a bit devil's advocate. I was looking through, and I was like, it's not many great teams they've beaten here.
Yeah, and I think where like Vincent and I will both agree that they have so far hurdled over the tier 3. They've like really fledged themselves to be a top tier 2 team within the South American space. It's silly to see them still like receiving some of those like group and Swiss stage invites that will come in some of those like larger events with how many other South American teams you still have, I mean, ranked above them, right? This is still a like free agent roster altogether, and where I mean, I think we've all been very patient waiting to see them like get signed. They posted up plenty of results, and sometimes they do get a little bit of love from like Dash to get a little bit of support to go to LAN, but like I really feel like that's something that's missing as well to go ahead and like kick them to the next level of actually going and being that tier 1.5 team that I think they can really go up to achieve. Probably with this 5 as well. I think you see a lot of surprises here on this side of the roster, rather a bracket. You're going to have to see them like really get their hands dirty as well. I think they're a solid overdog here today against Wake Dubaru.
Heck, I mean, 5 straight finals, man. Like, if that doesn't, you know, buy some respect, I don't know what the hell should. And listen, 2 of those most recent finals were victories, where one was online, one was on LAN, both at one of the BetBoom Circuit X events, and then the BetBoom Storm Season 3 that was online. So I'm very impressed with what LP have done. And listen, I really want to give props to the guy in 2026 that I think has been the biggest difference. Allison has turned into a bona fide star on this team. And from a guy that I really never felt that was really possible. So I'm very impressed with that. ZMB has been constantly really good. Truth be told, I want to see what LP could do if they had like a little bit better pieces in the op role. You know, this team, I'm very surprised that there's, despite them not having an organization, not an org looking to sign them and players looking to join.
Yeah, I mean, look, that Allison guy, some of his ratings, especially against Bestia, which is a very, I think, legitimizing result. LAN win against Bestia. That's their most recent victory. He drops like 120 ADR third map. So okay, fair enough. Like that's pretty legit. He did, I will say, didn't do very good against MIBR Academy in the group stage. They dropped a map against MIBR Acad. They kind of then proceeded to stomp their afterwards. Allison, bit of a no-show. So I'm keeping my little eye on him. Let's take a look at the veto. I think the LP kind of the favorite as we've scripted. Does this veto Dust 2 Inferno nuke mark? Does this give Fake Dubaru any maybe like way back into potentially winning this series?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to be looking at, like, you know, if I can anecdotally reach back into the memory bag of, like, seeing this team actually do well, reach further into playoffs, who's always picking into that Dust 2. This was one that when PKL, excuse me, was winning at the very beginning of Season 3 of CCT so long ago. It was through consistently picking into this Dust 2 very, very often, and you're going to definitely need for this to be the map that goes well. You're not going to be able to take Inferno away against LP. It's really tough to do. I feel like recently where you see that Bestia finish on LAN, that says a lot to me, but I mean, where you see them, I don't know what the streak is at this point. I think last time when Vincent and I were casting this team, it had to be our 7 or 8 Infernos in a row, and it's only gone up from there.
It's been good, man. It's been very good. Though, granted, I will say this is LP. You know, back from a position where they've been looking good. I'm excited to see what they can offer because this is going to be a fun BO3.
Right, Fake Dubaru, Dust 2, single elimination. It's their map pick. It's all on them.
And it's all in our quarterfinal. Crawled our way here, Vinny. It was only a couple of days ago we walked into the group stage. A fast little event we've gotten on here, but we've got to find a champion at the, well, end of the weekend. We're still getting this thing started.
The prove it moment, I think, for LP, especially with the weekend. Wake Dubaru sprint up long, going to be accessing the A site.
And so close to it. If Hap can get a nice backstep here, would love to see Pistol go his way, but Precise from Divine looking like the symptoms of this LP team. Gotta go up and suffocate here to go and help. Divine out the corner, but there's so many heads turned. The Divine does post a triple kill here. PKL was waiting patiently at this long corner, but there's really nothing more to push. A full minute that he has to work with here. And Divine is left with 13. This isn't impossible.
A little whiffy, unfortunately, from Detroit. Had a few opportunities. PKL? Thought he was disconnected there for a moment. As you said, chances certainly out there. Interesting how active LP are being. It's Divine who's coming in on this flank. Leo Monster not going to be fully committed to the A site, so I think the flank is ultimately a safe bet at this point. But I am concerned that PKL is going to get suspicious with how empty the site is.
Yeah, have to understand how far they've dropped back. Get close on his cubby corner. Away with the bomb, contact towards long. And now PKL can get comfortable by putting this in place. Dangerous with Divine's positioning. If he just lands one more bullet here long range, he would turn it into 1v1, able to manage it all the way from catwalk as well, and have to be quick in this scenario. PKL puts his bomb down. He already has his head down, already treating this well. LP, I'm afraid they've got to speed up here, and Divine is going to be the one that puts it into pace. PKL is pushing the right car at the moment. The high HP, a Leo Monster takes down Divine in the end, but they do take the patience play, and Fake Duberu don't see to a pistol round victory. Leo all the way to the end of a 10-second defuse.
I think you get a view at why the split up there is potentially quite risky. As I was saying, I think that the timing on long, very important. If you get that timing correct, it's essentially a free win. Unlikely that PKL is going to be looking at you. That being said, it's very difficult to try and coordinate a double swing in any way when you have to cross catwalk and sprint up long at the same time. So I think LP get away with one. They were understandably playing scared because of Divine's HP, but a fantastic round from him overall with triple kill. But Fake Duberu with their bomb plant not going to stop the firepower. They've got this force in and they're ready to rock and roll.
Fine, keeping his head down, not down enough though. Replace that clip. Opening kill caught on catwalk. The one AK that they've got.
Maybe it's just carted off the weapon to make sure it's not easily accessible. Let it out be. That smoke's not going to stop them. Fake Duberu caught a timing.
Leo Monster just gonna be right outside of the doors here. Gonna have to make impact out of the FAMAS and a flying turtle. It does go ahead and make that second step. CMB will trade, but now it's an AK on the back of Pesadillo. Carry over from Hards out. That's gonna have to lock this through. Detroit J takes a little bit of contact up with that scout, but Pesadillo, he really is going to regret that window peak. Down to 30 HP in essence with Hap, ZMP, back-to-back here. Going to have to be so sharp on the scout, missing the tag, and now Hap's going to be in your face and gotta find the frag pistol out. Hap will have it. That gets crazy, but LP shut down the force buy.
Yeah, emphasis on crazy. And truthfully, I think Fake Duberu might buy again. I mean, they do some significant damage. Maybe not enough for them to feel like this force would be reasonable, but this was so winnable. Timing on PKL's swing fiddle was wonderful. And if it weren't for the fact that Pesadillo was so well known, his position from the swing, I think that they could have probably won that, but they don't. And yeah, it is the force buy. Fake Duberu don't want to let up, don't want to give LP the little bit of space. I think it'll be telling in this best of 3 if LP can win Dust 2. Very much has been the Fake Duberu stronghold in these vetoes and in general.
Just going to be pushing CMB up middle. Didn't want to quit on that after 1 kill. Maybe could have. Wouldn't have hated it. Lost his life. Fake Duberu will also to go back out long here as soon as this smoke fades. Not left with much at a minute 18, losing 2 players right off the rip.
I don't think Fake Duberu have that many options. especially with just 2 smokes remaining. No real map control outside of a little bit of tentative mid pressure. Isadelo's the one who's there, and he's being collapsed upon as we speak. Divine will be the one to take him out. So Detroit and PKL, at least with that information, should be able to start moving up long, but they don't feel confident enough to make it this a sprint. And so their hesitation will be a painful price.
Detroit on a Hap. That's going to at least put their foot in the door. HE is going to be really deadly here. If that gets right on the head of Detroit, doesn't even get close, as a matter of fact.
Where'd he go?
29. PK, well, he has to be the one to put this bomb down. Allison straight over the top onto Detroit J. PKL also will fall in that next step. LP, they drive that 2-man advantage, excuse me, straight out of the start of that round all the way to the end with it no fret at all. This is kind of the risky rhythm I was afraid of them getting in. Risky for Fake Duberu's time.
Yeah, this certainly doesn't put Fake Duberu in a very good spot. They're going to be feeling the heat. In fact, I'm not loving this type of buy right now. I know they're going to have the loss bonus, so they can sort of afford these 2 Hero Galils. And I say sort of because it's certainly going to mean some limitations next round, especially without a bomb plant. But that's going to be the goal. Get the bomb down, do more damage, and keep the defense on the back foot.
Okay, a little bit of trouble on these Tech 9s, but Allison back to it, maybe to make up for a little bit of a moved group stage performance. 3 maps there against the Academy team. I know Freddie liked to mention. Push that play off. Hap sprays that smoke. And appreciate that effort.
Truthfully, though, I think that, you know, some credit does need to go to MIBR Academy, who, despite a last-second change with Burns stepping onto the bench, I think that that's a team worth watching right now. And I don't say that lightly. So I don't want to take too much away from them. I think they performed well. On plant would be massive.
He's at least going to go with the tap on the first. Allison swings to finish it. No extra money. Going to be trickling into the end of this round. This is a great start out here for LP, but I got to be honest, I'm putting my finger on the pulse of Fake Duberu, and I'm not really feeling much through the first 4. And even keeping it, up to get this first gun round in a really good place after going for the force, they were consistently getting those plants. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I think that certainly could be a conversation piece. A couple of Gleals, though, because of the purchase that we were talking about. Utility belts are solid enough. I think towards B, the bomb in upper at the start of the round, a little bit unusual. Divine's AWP is actually the one to pop off first. And poor Isurus, I mean, he just gets spammed. Sort of nothing there to give the inclination to Leo Monster, but he still nails it.
Shifts out of that position too, right after both Molotovs get back after him. Flashback to round 3, and this is exactly what happened. Lost those 2 players at the start. They were all kind of bunched up back towards long doors, so they kind of had an easy bounce back. Here it's kind of that dime towards tunnels that is to be with the take. I mean, Turtle's just standing here. Okay, Duberu. There's a world in which they literally just walk back into T-spawn and save this round right now. They have plenty of util, though.
I think that's actually why they're going to save. I think that's the reason that this save is reasonable. If they didn't have any utility, these 3 guys, Hardzell maybe not so much, would have no util next round. They wouldn't be able to rebuy anything. But because they have the util, they can pretty safely just hang on. As long as all 3 survive, which LP, without a ton of money in their bank accounts, shouldn't have any reason to be overly hunty currently.
Counter-terrorists win.
Catch that into a pretty clear 5-0 start. And this map pick feeling eerie. For Fake Duberu. Good time to be calling up this first pause.
Yeah, I'm not loving it
Figure
right
this out.
now. Not loving it.
You're not?
No.
Thought so.
And I'm trying to kind of put the finger on the why. Right now, it's not really complicated. Faki Dubru are just losing opening duels a lot. The more interesting rounds being the pistol and actually that eco that Hardzel almost got a plant on B for. Those were the ones that I had some more interest in. But Allison does a great job on that against the half buy there. And then the 2v1 was pretty well handled despite the positioning disadvantage that I discussed. So on gun rounds, Faki Dubru, truth be told, need to just not be losing people early. That's prio number one.
And that's an easy grab for Divine. Back to back. Opening frags on this op. Chasing after him through tunnels. Blockade Dubru run this default and at least lose a man on that first step, let alone two in most rounds. I guess you can say they're doing okay right now. Couple HEs pop open that smoke. CMB tries to get that vision. Release information on Pesadillos. Bam, through under.
Divine's really impressing me currently. He's one of the guys that I actually think might be on the chopping block for this team. Not been very good, I don't feel like, in comparison to some of the other oppers. I mean, truthfully, I don't think Detroit gives you much more consistency, but like Detroit's highs are really high. So just as an example, but Divine has got his number, and honestly everybody's number, at 8-3, 2 straight opening duels won by him and his EWP. Faki Dubru get back into the same scenario where they're trying to work a man disadvantage. They're going to assemble towards long. And it's all going to be up to Hap.
Hap can manage very well on his own, but only for a first tier. They get out with single casualty. Hasn't clocked to me that they're actually going for this at 21 seconds, so keep that head down, especially atop the site. A flash to delay them. CMB, slight over the top, just one stab for a headshot. And Leo, you know he's coming through that smoke any second. Detroit goes down. This is salt in the wound. LP are up 6-0.
This is very tough. Listen, for Faki Dubru, I mentioned that I think this is a very much weakened version of them. They might have had the number of LP in the previous games. All the 4 most recent matches in this head-to-head have been Faki Dubru wins. All of those, though, happened back in April. And when you're losing CK Zhao, he's the guy taking your most opening attempts on the T side. That's a huge problem for you.
Well, Faki Dubru fans don't have to wait very long to watch CK Zhao. You'll get him in our next best of 3. Heat Stars up against Fluxo. Be the final one of the night, Hap. Don't see anybody pouring through that smoke on top of the rifles. Excuse me. Singular. Just those pistols out here, I think, to, well, gonna have to decide if they want to push another fresh smoke up there. Now just to Bloom. PKL caught in transition, but Hap with only a singular kill. This may cause a little bit of back concern to the site. I don't think Faki Dubru have actually gotten this far with Divine. He's going to have to really be consistent at hitting shots like that, I think, to answer a little bit of your concern. Molotov that's going to hold them right off of this site, and this is giving all the time for LP to get comfortable. Allison, one more kill, turtle over the top, waiting for those trades, but Pesadillo wins it.
That's tough for Leo. He's really missed the mark there.
Takes Divine, 1 versus 1. Didn't even get the chance to pop his op in this 1v1. CMB comes back to it. Distance to CT. And this is really going to put up a lot of a mind game here to Pesadillo. Got to get that bomb down, though. That's the next step.
CMB, I don't think he can afford to be, like, walking that whole way, but he has to respect the fact that the bomb hadn't been planted until right then. Oh, ridiculous, Pesadillo. Come on. He's not looking the right way, but he just hits the flick. And it's giving Faki Dubru their first round in a 1v2 for Pesadillo. Ugly misses from LP in that one. Leo Monster caught lost on the site. Allison getting nothing from the elevated position on the new box from CT. After they had the man advantage. A nice little tag there for Detroit J on Leo Monster's cross.
They'll finish the job. Following it up with that HE. Well placed. Well timed clutch for Pasadena to go and get back in the game. Back into the jersey. Back into playing an important role for this team. Can't exactly scrape that elbow off the corner that you keep seeing. Just jiggling back and forth there. Detroit empty-handed, but mid re-smoked.
Kill onto Leo Monster is very much split the LP defenses. They have Hap out long, got a lot of responsibilities, and they're actually moving ZMB over. They're gapping Cat currently, 45 seconds with the two-man stack on B. Might be the right read.
Alson tucked in that corner. Divine making contact, but likely putting out Molotov first. Just seen him. There is another tag that comes out this time via the LP lane. 30 seconds left, and they're going to be just sending Turtle back towards lower. You already have this position from PKL out of the tunnels, and this is going to be a late call. Divine, clear cut through middle, takes down the in-game leader, and now ZMB sneaking through the tunnel smoke of your own variety, but Detroit takes down Divine. This just opened up the site for a plant, likely even the round. I thought that setup would hold. Hap will save.
I mean, if there was any setup that could hold, it was that. Two players on the B site proper. As you said, ZMB finding a little bit of an interesting timing to get into the smoke. The issue is that they didn't necessarily have enough bodies to deal with that attack whilst setting up ZMB for success, nor supportive utility to help delay for ZMB to activate. A great round for Fake Dubaru, handling business, and this time off the back of an opening pick. Really force LP into a difficult scenario where they've got to make a little bit of a read. That might just lose his gun here. With Turtle dead, there's no longer any danger. But despite all of those struggles, LP make the right call. Got to give them credit for that. Should be one more buy in the tank before they're broke. Fake Dubaru finding some leg room now on their T side. An interesting time to call this tack. LP certainly feeling like Fake Dubaru have figured something out, but it's mostly just a difference in LP's opening gambits not necessarily working out for them. Last round, Fake Dubaru taking advantage of the tag, punishing Leo. LP can't let that bother them too heavy, I don't think. Oh, that's interesting. Use a smoke for the cross on middle instead of a nade.
LP so heavy with an A at the moment. Got 3 players just stacked up within the site proper. This is coming up, Cat. It'll fit the bill quite easily. There's Leo, just alone on B. ZMB takes contact and Divine with the alley-oop. Just gonna put that nade into place. Executes the kill. Fake Dubaru.
I think that should
a
tell
little
them.
bit of wiggle room.
I think that should tell them that LP might be stacked A. At least give them an idea.
Another HG gonna whiz through. Little bit more as you see a couple of faces turn back to the site. Well, there's that kill. So how much more aggressive are you going to stand in this tone? 2 more players here actually deep to protect. ZMB takes down Hardzao, even saving that flash, waiting for it on that next pedal. It's Allison here that it's practically going to bring Turtle down to death. It's Detroit now 1 versus 3. Try to pedal back to an AK, nothing around. Walks to it. Pistol would have to provide a very well-timed shot back to Goose. It's an opera covered, and so is this Dust 2 in a sense. Those 2 rounds in a row just wiped right off the board. That's a really, I mean, timely stack towards that A site. Can you explain that to me? Big call to go and really get the CT side back.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a gamble. And I think it's interesting, too, that they tag that with the fact that they used the smoke on the cross. They fully denied information. You know, the nade is effective, but it doesn't entirely deny all info. And I think that it's something that LP played into. It's not something I've seen a whole lot. And Fake Duberu, despite what I would feel was quite a few indicators that that stack might exist, they continue to fight into it, and it's wonderful utility that helps them play that defense.
Right before that long smoke is to be replaced, gonna try and jump that timing. Hap with 1 frag. Fake Duberu. Sigillo hitting with that pistol. He picks up the A1S.
Fortunate the ZMP gets that smoke deployed. He was in a little bit of trouble. He's deployed it, then gone to go recollect a bunch of more utility. Oh, that's so frustrating.
Gets 1 kill. That's a big point to pivot. Can get one point right back to this B site. And nobody can do a damn thing about it. Just going to be completely wide open here for Hardzao. And the bomb's going to be walking through T-spawn. Going to get so close to it. I'm not sure Allison is actually going to go and sprint through the door,
smoke.
but look at how it blooms. This is so good for Allison. Going to walk in here and try to deny a bomb plant. Allison going to sniff this out. It's perfect. 2 kills out here for Allison. AK trying to work back over the top, but the winter shots do not connect. It's Allison that finishes the trouble he started. A triple kill out here, and LP depart to 8 rounds on Dust 2.
Just a bad smoke, and you could see the way that Fake Duberu were trying to play around it. They knew that there was that possibility. They just didn't have the solution for it. This is such a ridiculous moment from ZMB. Leo Monster gets caught out, pushing additionally deeper into B through tunnels, but Allison saves the day. LP continuing to build on Fake Duberu's map pick.
Leo sprays down Hardzao. Another opening kill for LP as they're piling on. This is a Dust 2 that seems a little unmanageable at some point. Probably this point.
Yeah, and it is unmanageable when you can never seem to have any sort of 5-on-4. In the round that they did, hey, they won.
Nathan goes over to Allison.
What is Paintadillo doing? What is he doing?
I have little to no idea. I'm really excited to see Friday break that one down, as a matter of fact. Make sure we have that one in the replays for it.
Paintadillo walking out into the lurk smoke on B to throw a nade on Car.
Allison takes Miguel, pushing him under. Poor Detroit J. We'll try and...
Oh, he's already behind you, Detroit.
Allison is everywhere. Detroit can't find him. He's afraid. For damn good reason. The adjustment, at least Detroit will have his own. Maybe he can get back out to T-spawn to save. Maybe. Safest place is genuinely tunnels right here. Hap gonna go and probably have the backstab any second now.
He's just gotta hope they don't kill him after
Any
time.
second. Any second. Could have waited, didn't want to. Hap gets that kill right there at the backside. A damn bloody Dust 2. You know, I'm saying that, but there's really not much to break down here because, you know, Fake and Duberu aren't doing nothing. I mean, what? We're left to our own devices. Paintadillo is doing stuff like that. It's actually incredible. Incredibly bad.
It's them starting at disadvantages every round, and then on top of that, every time they have that disadvantage, LP are doing a great job of finding time to reaggress on the CT side, or in this case, just straight down mid. Almost the same kill.
Throwing everybody. Gonna finally getting trade. Maybe Hardzao can just slip through the door right here. Nate that goes above him. Awkward spray. Manages the kill. Not one of the worst clutches that's been presented to a Fuck-It Dubaru member at this point, and especially to end out the half. Turtle, what have you got?
He's got the bomb. Got time. Those are the two things on his side, and maybe the whole team behind him cheering, but maybe the least of his worries. Again, they split. Hap going long. Leo Monster, he's responsible towards Catwalk. Not going to be on the site, and he's got a molly, Leo, so he can delay.
Makes the read of the long peak, but can't make the kill happen. That's a pretty important part of the process. 10 rounds in the first half here between LP and Fuck-It Dubaru.
Pretty one-sided.
Yep.
Good reads. Some good moments. But ultimately, all LP. Good news is that Fuck-It Dubaru do technically have a chance. The bad news is it's not a high.
Not a high probability. I hear that.
No. A lot of utility for this B exec. There's just Hardzao here.
Going to be covered up by that smoke off of the HE for a little bit of the process. Hardzao, though, popping 2 skulls. There's PKL with 2 for himself. Fuck-It Dubaru hand themselves access to the second half.
There you go. Those 2 flashbangs that PKL had doing a ton of heavy lifting. The first one, he actually blinds himself a little bit, so he's not able to help Hardzao from door, but they do blind, I think, 3 or 4 players coming out of tunnels. So I think everybody was blind, and the second one is killer because Hardzao is still fighting whilst it pops above him. Love to see those simple things that really give Fuck-It Dubaru the advantage in those fights. It's just going to be a save for the most part. Scout bot for ZMB. ZMB's low-key in his, like, art arc with regard to some of these scout buys that he pulls. It's just a scout, and it's mostly on Dust 2. So it's not quite there, but reminiscent.
Interesting push by Turtle, I'll be real. Maybe 5 SD as well. You know, there's a lot of things. Slow on this scout. We want to get everything we can out of it. One more, Vinny? How we feeling about it?
Definitely doable.
Come on.
I think Fuck-It Dubaru after that turtle push are feeling
what
like
a terrible MP5 SD skin, too.
I didn't see what it was.
What a terrible skin. This is drippy. This is like...
No judgment.
This is like a craft. Oh my gosh, what the hell?
What?
Basadillo gone by the Glock, not clearing corners. I thought we learned our lesson from our other teammate pushing the extremity, and now Hardzao is going to leave the site.
I mean, he kind of has
around
to.
LP. Please punish this nonsense.
Only got SMGs.
He'll be okay. Hardzao should have these kills easily, unarmored. Scout going to be on the other side of that. A 4K out here for Hardzao. Pasadilla and Turtle, I sentenced you to how many demos to watch of literally just this round to remember why you shouldn't push tunnels. Come on, bro.
There's just so much that is ridiculous there. He's running. I mean, he's dropping the smoke he's like trying to get creative, get cute with it. But it's an eco. You're playing against an eco. A pretty lean set of utility here for LP. In the first gun round, got a few wheels in the mix too. No off the Divine. Bit tough. Did Hap just get like tagged or something? How did he lose HP watching that deep from car? Full mid control. LP having fun with it. They haven't had to use a lot of their util here. Maybe they should have.
DMB passes that frag up to the A site, and he takes so much room. Detroit will find Leo Hunter. Also, really depending on how Hap's altercation works out here, though, Hap does decide to go and try and manage back middle. Try and cut off cap rotates. Be effective in this. Fake Dubaru, they're just not going anywhere. And Hap, he could really put an end to this. They surely have seen him. Detroit takes that right over the top. It's Allison inside of the site now with CMB to defend. Players pushing from the cap, 3 of them to be precise. And CMB takes that first fight. Would have to find 2 more kills, rotate for that cap player. It will be a 5th up here for Fake Dubaru.
I know LP lost, but they actually did a good job of playing for the win conditions. Hap had to be interested in delaying Cat. If they just go back Cat, fight Cat, I think that's most assuredly a losing battle. As we actually saw a peek of what that probably would have looked like. So instead, he just tries to play for the fight in middle, just overplays his hand somewhat, gives away his position before Fake Dubaru are exposed. PT side's going. I'm not ready to say it's going super strong, but it is on the move. Of course, another eco for LP. How many smokes in mid shall there be? 1 on Xbox, 1 on Hinge, and another like deep cat.
Bit hazy to mask the mid play. And what's going to be in reality here towards B. Pastillo trying to check over that smoke. They're waiting for the right timing, and Pastillo will tag out Allison. That's what comes with the job. Hearts out, next into work. Will swing in and have Hap out of here. 2 versus 4. 2 versus 5, excuse me. East side going to be put on blocks for now. Back 9 going to come this way. Could have a clear shot onto the corner of PKL. Going to swing, but hop right into the fire. That's going to be double time up for the in-game leader. PKL happy to put his 6th up on the board.
The failure of that BXAC comes down to one thing only, and that is that their door smoke comes in way too late. If they were able to isolate the site, Leo Monster could have potentially been able to find that kill. They had the site player in trouble, but because the smoke comes in late, PKL has free reign, and it's over from that point on. That's a good example of how small the mistake can be. Turtle is so lucky. Nobody is able to punish him there. I'm just ready for Turtle just randomly to shoot ZMB in the head.
Turtle can be crushed right into this corner, but causes a lot of stir there. I mean, brings down Hap to 13, to 8. Hearts out, clips Leo off the cat. Okay, Dubaru leveling up slowly. Within this Dust 2, you can feel it. See if Allison can wipe back to the line. The quality of Allison to come and clear 2 here. Allison maybe sign up for a 3rd. This is Allison that you can depend on. Pastillo back into place for a clutch. Allison quite low. Catch the timing on a 1 versus 3, and Allison will just make that disappear because he has a 4K to qualify for this 11th round. LP, they're 2 away here from putting Fake Dubaru to rest, where that might be a threat. I would end this game as quick as I can right here.
Allison's multi-kill rounds have been so impressive. The rounds where he's getting 2 or 3, and in this case, a quad. Just so defining. Another one where, truth be told, Faki Duberu might have had him. Hard's out, secondary op. Not something you're going to see every day. It's Allison who hits the deck first. Big denial of Detroit. Hard's out doesn't get another chance to swing. So it's a 4-on-4. A minute 30 to play along with. LP don't really have much map control. Got upper tunnels. Sort of an idea that nobody's in lower. Feels like they're just going to go for this hit, and it's going to be probably the good timing.
Sight to actually get the distance. PKL picks up 1, but Leo Monster gets 2 off of the line. Hard's out, and Turtle can rotate in. This would be a terrifying retake if they actually decided to send this thing forward. That would be kind of a crazy decision to make at this point. Gotta hide this away. Put up a 12. LP have earned that right pretty impressively.
Big moment from Leo Monster. Take the reins situation from him. Dominates on that double entry. Closes out this round with ease. Faki Duberu they'll be struggling to recover from that deadly B-side.
Terrorists win.
Just BLP's time to shine. As mentioned, Faki Duberu had Dust 2 in their corner just about every time they've played LP on it. This is a different iteration. Big difference. Isadillo instead of CK Zhao. 6 chances to close it out. LP would be in prime position to win the best of 3 if they could win this map.
Hap gonna be taking Turtle right there off of the corner. That could be the end of this Dust 2 for Turtle. An ugly map. Put up to it. Maybe an ugly start, back into play. This is first official in quite some time for Faki Duberu. But Detroit J, he's looked great alongside Hard Zhao. Hoping everybody gets that memo. Back towards Pasadillo, who's seen to an ugly map as well.
Big Faki Duberu going to realize in time.
Only player that's close enough is PKL. Walks out middle, doesn't see a thing. Maybe 1, 2, back into CT. Pasadillo tries to spike that smoke into the ground. Smoke in the doors. Post plan acquired. Contact here to PKL, and Divine will put him into place. Man advantage out here to take away this post plant, and even the backstab, well aware of it, trying to look this way. Detroit J, sturdy and waiting for this. But right now, a double retake, plenty of ops in the mix. ZMB, you gotta be the big man. Hard's out, trying to press on this coin. Somebody has just got to be the sacrifice. Take away the crosshair and actually make something happen. There's indecision, and then there's this. It's 13 rounds for LP as they rip away a Faki Duberu's map selection of Dust.
It's painful. It's very painful. The history of these two teams on Dust 2, it's vast, but it's been Faki Duberu's basically every time. Just the one outlier in that fact, and now we're looking at Faki Duberu down and potentially out after that. I'm very concerned. It should be a scary thing to be feeling for Faki Duberu. We're gonna get Freddy to break down all the action, talk about why Dust 2 was so poor.
Thank you very much, guys. Unfortunately, I feel like I come away from that thinking, like, how does one quintessentially break down a team that was just better and a team that was just worse? We came into this series expecting LP to have a favorite, but I feel like no one really was like, they're gonna be the mega favorites. It was like, yeah, we expect them to win, but let's kind of see, don't sleep on Fake Biru. And then just after like 5-6 rounds of the CT side, I'm like, whoa, okay, this just isn't even like a competitive game right now. Like individually, let's just remove like any nuance of tactics or anything from this. Just individually, like even Leo Monster, who was having a strugglesome game, like boom, that penultimate round, they lose the opening kill and he gets a triple, and he had like 10 kills in the whole game. Like whenever anyone was needed, they delivered, be it on the anchors or the star players. Divine on the AWP. I think Vincent actually mentioned that he didn't really like massively rate Divine, but when I watched him against MIBR Academy, he was a star. He was phenomenal, and he's actually really kind of kept that up. It felt like, especially in the early stages of Dust 2, and then likes of Allison kind of progressed as well. And it's very difficult as the T side to regain momentum and a grip on the game, because the whole point of doing well on Dust 2 is playing with rotations. And if you just never have a hold on the game and never have an ability to play with the rotations, then a T side gets very difficult. And that's kind of what ended up happening for Fake Biru. We just kind of like put ourselves in a position where they were going on A-bomb site, there were 4 players there. Like wherever they were going, there were numbers, and then final round of the first half, LP just run up mid. Funnily enough though, the rounds they did win on the T side actually came from a 1v2 Pesadillo. I felt like both Vincent and Mark were like, wait, he's won? They were like, what up? Where did this come from? But look, yeah, new guy. He's been playing some officials, not with the Fake Biru side. Tuma do Agode, and then played a little bit with Fake Biru in March and February of this year. And then prior to that, it was like 2024 with this roster. So it's been a while. Get to 1v2, get him a few rounds on the board, and then that's pretty much it. T side, look, LP lost pistol, and then you could see that maybe they were playing a little bit too much for fun. I think that's fair to say. Like first gun round in the second half, the AWP just kind of kills all of them mid, and it's like no one threw any util. No one, like you could definitely tell that LP went onto that T side not giving Fake Biru the respect that a little bit was needed. And then even then, it's because they had that 10-2 lead that they were able to lose pistol round, lose the first gun round pretty dominantly, and pretty badly, and then just kind of lock in. And even when they lose the opening kill, it's like Allison gets a quad kill, Leo Monster gets a triple. And speaking of Allison, I feel like Vincent made a really good point, because I was kind of watching him thinking, not consistent. I can remember the majority of the rounds he gets the kills in, and they tend to be like these wow factor multi-kills. And I suppose that's kind of what he did on this map. He didn't plod along, get like a kill or two here and there, and like, oh, we've got 20 kills. It's like, no, he had like 3 or 4 big multi-kill rounds and just won the round for his team. And that's the impact he does have. Like, he can just single-handedly walk through a smoke on B, or entry onto the A-bomb site. It's like, he just kills everyone. And it's like, okay, he has that in his belt, and it's very valuable to have someone like on your team who can do that. And it's really good for me personally to watch a player like Allison do well in this game, due to him playing very poorly against MIBR Academy. And that was my one big question mark for LP. So obviously a lot of recency bias, but it's like, look, they got sent to 3 maps against MIBR Academy. Only really Divine had like a good game. Hap on the anchor played decently, etc. But it was like, I was like, this is the team who's made 6 finals in a row and just beat Bestie on LAN, and they're barely beating an MIBR Academy. Like, what's really going on? So, okay, they come onto this series. They, for me, show the legitimacy of like, yeah, these guys are actually really good. Allison steps up. the depth of their map pool. I've watched them now play 4 different maps in a row. And apart from Mirage, they've been like pretty flawless in all of them. And I'm about to watch a 5th one because MIBR insta-banned Inferno against LP. So LP, I think I kind of am seeing why they've done so well. Like, they've got a very consistent roster. You've got an AWPer who's being able to have massive impact. You've got everyone who can kind of have their moment. No one's like bad individually. You know, Leo Monster is probably the really good example from that map of just like, he's like 7 and 10, and then boom, gets a triple entry and wins the round. It's like, okay, he can do that. And then also their map pool. Like, I don't think I've ever watched a team, and both times I've watched them, I've literally seen 5 maps in a row, and they've looked pretty solid on all of them. And to think that the 5th map that I'll be watching of Inferno is their best map, that's very scary. I think that has to be why a team like LP does so well, is because they've just got that map pool. And Dust 2 is not even supposed to be one of the better maps of them, and they just kind of trounced Fate to Biru. And I feel like that really shows, firstly, the level of where Fate to Biru is right now, and our general disappointment of like, this core has had good results, but then like we're bringing a player that we played with 2024, and Turtle's fallen from grace a little bit. And LP, the real dark horse this year, with Allison turning into a star player, they're looking to make another grand finals. And all they have to do is get in semis by winning Inferno. And Inferno, their best map, I feel like this one is already said and done.
straight into Inferno, like AKA LP's bona fide best map of their pool. That's where we rock in here to a pretty large ratings difference. In terms of those odds, Vinny, I wouldn't blame them. Wouldn't blame our title sponsor, Thunderpick, for pointing them out like that. Favoring LP to take this thing away 2-0. Fake Duberu get to start off on a CT side.
Yeah, that seems like a great asset. Sure. A little bit painful for Fake Duberu in general. Their CT side, though, was better. I think the biggest issue was the T side. Obviously, 10-2 half on Dust 2. That'll happen. Here's the B bomb site hit. At least the look of it. LP throwing just a decoy there. 3-man stack, but the bomb's not heading here.
Gonna be out in front. Peasadillo also hopping back.
Dude, I've never seen
waving
a team
away from the B. Yep. They're going. Through that B exec, dipped back. Fine, P250 on the side.
Oh!
Allison seeing half hop through the air, get that kill. Dooley's around this corner. Peasadillo gonna chase them back to brackets and breaking them. Gonna be 2 players left up in the site.
This is actually pretty good for a 3-on-3. It's going to feel okay. And the fact that Divine is so far away poses an issue when Fake Duberu have nobody coming through apartments.
As Julie's going a little bit deeper. This time detonates the site properly. We're waiting for that contact to come back up lane. So now this P250 will have to appear. Sticking the bomb is PKL. Half got to make a movement. Got to wait to try and strike to the diffuser. And practically transfers to Peasadillo. LP pack away a pistol and go up 1-0 on Ancient.
Dude, Peasadillo doing the most right there. 4 kills deep into this round. Ridiculous shot from Apple. Also, I just want to say, I've like never seen a team so interestingly and efficiently use decoys as part of their like fake execute on anything. I mean, that was actually pretty cool. They throw basically a full exec on B, and they throw 2 decoys into the CT smoke and into the coffin smoke, so that it really does feel, especially with the flashes, like there's a lot more presence than there actually is. So I don't know how effective that was, but it pulls a rotate away. That was cool.
There's the hop out with the SMG for Detroit. Unbelievable adjustment. Pops EMB down. Wouldn't blame him for being a bit tilted after that. That was crazy. I'm still here inside of the A site. They can secure this plant. Leo from the bottom is taking down Peasadillo. Turtle. Backstab. I don't think he saw the pit player. That's a bit unfortunate.
I would call it unlucky. Bomb eventually going to go down thanks to Allison. And PKL waiting to smoke out, but he is... I mean, if he sticks around, probably a dead man at some point. The lack of a kit means that he's truthfully looking for an exit, and best case scenario, an upgrade he can shuffle off with. So he'll be given that opportunity. Everybody seems to be moving the other direction. LP end up walking into the stack. It's a 4-man setup and bracket for Fake Duberu, and because they contact out apartments first, even though that flick from Detroit J was really solid with the 5-7 onto the Mac 10, it doesn't matter because the pathing for LP was just so good. The perfect counter, despite moving on to the same bomb site the Fake Duberu had 4 players on. LP haven't missed a beat. Started their T side looking grand. And for LP, like, this is a T side they're almost as proficient win rate wise on as their CT side. Very consistent across the board, both T and CT. And it's 8 wins in a row The only close game of those is that Bestia win in overtime that they had on LAN that we were talking about. And, you know, Bestia's one of their best maps is Inferno, so.
ESP tapping away onto Leo. But we'll cover them off. It's not the full fucking Biru that are here on B, just 3. Or you removed 1. Slow and steady in a pack, LP. Don't want to troll any easy rounds.
In the stacks here, you know, not wanting to troll easy rounds is one thing. They are going to still walk into it, it seems.
Flash into spawn. 22 seconds. That's where they can lose. Turtle. Inside of CT. Also, somebody looking to go sprint through here. PKL picks up 1. Chaos inside of the site, but they dealt with what's inside of the site. Haven't dealt with the flank though. Detroit should be able to cancel a bomb plan here, but there's security around the top of the fountain. And ZMB wipes all the worry away. Getting so close to taking that from them on B. But Fake Biru fumble at the end.
I mean, arguably not a fumble. I think about the amount of damage that they were able to do here. They didn't have very much, and they still got 3 kills. Like, this is not a bad round at all for the CTs. Netting them a Detroit J op. And he's the only one who has to really take concessions on the utility belt either. So, a very good purchase inbound here in round 4. It'll be explosive here on Banana in a second. I think it's for the best that PKL just gives that space back.
Still, it does try to check in front. Look out. PKL going to be spraying onto ZMB. One of the better looks out of Fake Biru. And the way that they answer with this smoke. LP just wanted to reach to another really easy B play.
The lack of utility and information that they were getting there on B, I think probably convinced them that the B site might not be very well staffed. They were incorrect in their assumption, though. And also, I really think the way in which they played off that utility was nice. The swing from Pesadillo, the timing was really good. And then he's tossed a flashbang, too, so PKL can swing with that, along with an additional rotator throwing another flash, so that Pesadillo has one to fight with. It was good layering. It's LP in the dumpster. In the T side save always saddens me a little bit, but this one's so understandable. They've got enough money. They have utility too on everybody. They can rebuy it on those that don't. Another full buy right afterward.
PKL on the Leo right at the back of the smoke. Puts away his smoke. LP just walked through one on B. Lost 2 bodies. Lost the round as a result. Isadella and PKL just hop back. A lot here will be assigned by LP in order to retake. and even getting in front of the retake utility. PKL will have to fight here with Pesadillo, and they all will fall. 3 kills here on the Fake Dubaru lane, defending this B site. Just this bomb up top. Matter of time before it drops. We're just in hand to go for that save. Why not again?
In this case, because Divine's not got too much and his money's going to be off kilter with the rest of his team. But there's no good reason to throw away the AK. Seems like Hardzal's keen on trying to take it away. He's not going to find him this time, but 30 seconds still to fight with. And PKL, an incredible hold. Sort of a one-man wrecking crew there. They're really closing in on Divine. I don't know that he's going to get away with this.
Seeing him, 6 seconds. Not going to happen. That is a rough go about it for Divine trying to save, but a flawless win for fucking Tubaru back in their CT side. That could be, I think, building up to something interesting here. Praise to PKL and Pesadillo for starting out these rounds really good. Finding these frags as well in the back end. Excellent work between those two B players.
Yeah, and LP really putting a lot of pressure on B at the start of this this map. I think that probably need to move away from doing that now, or at minimum, not be so committed to a B fight / hit. Jump there from Leo Monster saves his life, but also nearly gets him killed. Rounds just the HAP AK 250 or 2. Otherwise, that's it. DMB trying to make it clear that he's there. There's some threat in apartments, and I think that's a shorthand for what I was just saying, that they need to be a little bit more concerned and probably put pressure on other parts of the map outside of just B.
Hurdle into HAP. Next handle. It will be to the heel of the low HP. All leaves. One fell swoop. CMB right behind it. Exchanges that AK. Continues the spray. Hardzal, 5 alive. Fake Tubaru, 3 apiece.
That's another flawless round, too. So a couple of those in a row. And money's now flowing big time for Fake Tubaru's side of things. Loving it. And it's a instantaneous answer to those early victories from LP. Bought a little bit more than they could afford last round too, that AK especially. So it's a bunch of Galeals, 3 Galeals. And as I said, LP probably feeling like they just need to be willing to put pressure on other parts of the map. It's now bracket that they're going to fight for. So nice. That is a lovely bit of utility. They throw the smoke, it baits them deeper into that space, and then they double nade the cubby so that it's now a free kill. Manipulating their opponents with just utility without having to fight.
KL will just see into the worst timing. Bit of a nightmare, he doesn't even get to react. Spikes the Molotov down, but Pesadillo will be in the distance here. Not for long, though. Detroit will see HAP out of the situation, and LP will go and finish another round on B here. Had to wait through the save, but they're right back on track. We'll see if they hunt along here.
I don't think they really have the money to do that. It would be pretty important to try and get rid of this op. I think that's certainly a threat that they may be willing to try and remove. But I think it's probably worthwhile to just focus on their own economy. It's, in fact, the CTs probably have that. Did Turtle just drop silently? Is that a thing?
I'll
Feels
be
like-
real, I was looking at my notes.
I feel like he did. Like dropped off. He was on the bridge
Terrorists win.
in alt mid.
Really?
Yeah. Well, we cut away, so I didn't hear. But he like moved with some interesting intention behind it. Looked like he was like lining something up. Could just be imagining it.
Love that.
Either way. Couple of exit frags. And as I was highlighting, 2 straight rounds of flawless victories for Fake Duberu give them so much money to play around with.
Fast bit on the 8 site. Can immediately extinguish that. Extinguish through that second smoke, and Hard's out. Will just get 2 out of apartments, waiting for that moto rotation. Smoke just gets there in time.
Unlucky there for LP. Hardsaw gets both of those kills. Fortunately, they still have the A site.
Hap can refresh it. Hard's will be close to middle here. Maybe a bit of attention he could get back onto Divine. Walks back the way of apartments with half this bomb to tick.
It's pretty slow. I don't know that Fake Duberu have time for this. They have only 1 kit.
Molly close to Leo. Pesto waiting for his push. There is at least the frag, keeping his head down. Leo Monster should have done enough. You're good. No defuse coming through. Bomb will be right up in the face of PKL, who should have known better.
I just think the assembly of this retake really nice. Unfortunately, the timing of it just needed to be somewhat quicker. As I was saying, they just didn't have the time to be walking around Divine like that in apartments. I'm pretty sure you have the time to check out our partners over at hotspawn.com. All the news, all the information here about what's happening in Thunderpick, definitely going to be over there, so check them out. LP looking with speed change last round. Now they established dominance of Banana with some of that similar type of pace. I think it's going to be just a call and response as PKL tosses defensive utility. Needs a nade for his troubles. I don't love how much Fake Duberu has sort of utility dumped in response to that. Now, Pesadillo still has all his util, but I'm still a bit concerned. 1 smoke left here on B.
Martel waiting for the right time to dump this HE. Realizes that the smoke is actually behind him, so just putting this out at Arch is defensive, especially when LP were going to reach this way. Couldn't find the kill. Straight spamming out of the corner. To look like LP, they're giving up on coming through Arches. A really good trade that ZMB gets hands on. Turtle waiting for Moto to actually turn up. Where does the pause come through? There's a wonder inside of the site of when this is coming. Reloads in lane. This is all coming through one funnel. Inside of the site, gonna make contact with the op. And then Turtle, gotta push, gotta get more than 1. And he gets 3. After there with the trade. Automatic to Pesadillo. 1 versus 1 now off of the 3. And default will be the place to plant. Hap with so much time now. PKL just got here.
And I'm not sure if there's a kit down. There's certainly plenty of bodies on the way. See it there. It's in front of him. He's got the time to play with. And he just grabbed a molly, too.
Sneaking close to it. Hap won't show over on the corner. Molotov, it's going to go right to him. And he'll rip the head straight off the captain. 3 versus 1 there, destroyed for Hap. You hardly knew it was the clutch like that because of how quickly he responded into the site. Big post out there by Turtle is forgotten. He got 3 kills out of Pit, and it means nothing. Big clutch here, won by Hap.
Such a tragedy for Turtle, who, yeah, does a phenomenal job. He's done more than you could ever ask of him in that scenario. LP for the first time feeling a bit uncomfortable, right? They come down to about 20 or so seconds when they begin to go for that hit, and their utility is very light because they took Banana so early. They used a lot there, a lot of counter utility that they were throwing at PKL to try and bait them out. And so they were successful in doing so, but they used everything on their bracket hit, so the site take itself was a little bit limited. One smoke, they threw in pit, and then just one flash. Still Hap allows them to escape unscathed. 1v3 clutch that is momentum killing for Fake Duperu if it wasn't already. On the upside, they still have the buy. There's only the one kit here for Turtle. Keep that in mind if this comes down to the wire.
Access to the top of Banana. Walking this way into Detroit J's AWP. We're going to need more of that. This Inferno is to come their direction. Smoke will stop them. LP. They don't need to continue to go. Just fast. Slow it down. Going down the last round really helped them, in fact. Up here to potentially grab a 7th in round 10.
Yeah, but Detroit's gone. He's already rotated all the way out. He's now he's porch side. And so as Fake Duperu surround and contain towards A, they're going to still have this op to worry about.
Port's out, going to walk right back into the site. Best time to do so. This is where the rest of the group will start to wrap. Allison is going to find this kill on the Hearts Out, who was jumping through the Moto smoke, saying, my life is up. Just take it away. Turtle at 3. All at his own devices with the bomb down. He has 2. Can he top the line he just set? Goes down to Allison. PKL got to worry about a little bit more here. He didn't actually show his position. Next surprise should be Allison taken away in the side, but his barrel just seen getting away back towards the pit. It's going to be doubled up inside the lane for the in-game leader, and Pesadillo right on the leash. Getting so close to it inside the site. Leo going to decapitate PKL, but now with Leo back into it with Allison. This is an impossible angle to pull apart. But it's almost that much a reality for Pesadillo. Still not pulling LP away from 7. This team can't be stopped.
It's so unfortunate for Fake Duperu. They had this. The timing for PKL was almost perfect. Turtle again posting up multi-kills on the defense. An untouchable game that he's been having, even at just 8 and 6. And unfortunately, the B rotators, they arrive just actually milliseconds later. Ooh, nice shot. He'll get away with it too.
Okay, I was getting excited. Max 7 hopping over the shoulder. Gonna get shattered. I can appreciate the efforts there. I think most can, but this ain't happening at the moment.
This is scary.
Fake Duperu on the force.
Perhaps the only healthy one.
Gonna get put down. Detroit, Turtle always confirms the kill, such a little HP. Detroit now turns that corner. KL gonna walk this way. Adamant about somebody being here inside of CT. And PKL, right to be precise. Separated from ZMB. And the Deagle will continue to dig. There strikes gold against Allison. A 1 versus 4 here for ZMB, who might just keep it locked up inside of apartments. This is one too much to actually throw his hat back into the save out here for LP against the force buy.
LP are broke. I mean, the last 2 rounds have come down to clutches. They have no money at all. This is devastating. Fake Duperu, they were looking out of this half. Not unlikely to see a 9-3 occur here until this pistol round comes to fruition. A triple out of PKL, 3 separate areas. On just 5 HP for the last couple. All that damage comes to the forefront and Fake Dubaru convert. I think LP, they're not in trouble. I mean, they've got 7 T rounds. They're already feeling good about the outcome of this half, I would imagine. That said, Fake Dubaru have just bought themselves just a little bit of space to work with. That is, unless this force buy works out. Fortunately, I think we're going to wait for that. Got a little tech.
Quick one at that. From that LP end. For the last round of the first half. Fair amount of concern here thrown here, even through what is going to be the favored half. Not the Allison performance you wished for. Need a little bit more to put this map away comfortably.
I think that's certainly been a limitation, right? So not necessarily having those multi-kills that we were talking about. Divine also not showing up the same way as Dust 2. But on the T side of Inferno, I really don't expect that from him. Happens, EMB.
Great for PKL. Gets a third there. That's what I wanted. The triple kill for PKL. Gonna leave Divine and Leo Monster all alone. 2 players here in the site. Those are numbers that they can go ahead and account for. Leo gonna find his way right behind Hardzao. And Detroit, he's ready for it. Posted up, finds Leo Monster. 3 versus 1. Excuse me, a 4 versus 1 for Divine. Back to clutch. Doesn't even seem like he wants to clock in.
Should be sealed 7-5. Impressive performance from PKL. Leader of this team. Leader of the server alongside Pesadillo, who's also done very well on that B site. That duo on B has been deadly. It's not just on the B bomb site. Hardzal, multiple times he's had a multi-frag. Turtle's going to be able to lock this up, his 10th. As the half comes to a close. A lot of X Factor coming through from Fake Dubaru CT sides. Unfortunately, yet, they still lose it. It is still a winning half from LP. Even if the close of it is disappointing, I think they can stand tall.
Yeah, this isn't the tempo it does too, right? If we can see a pistol round victory back here at LP like we did right at the turn of the half there, probably, excuse me, Fake Dubaru could potentially be, like, not only, I don't even want to say really a threat at a comeback because they're only down by 2 rounds, but for the majority of that, what, it was 7-2 at some point, coming back to it, that's just essentially guaranteeing that 7-7. Keeping track of this, having a good game, kinda has to match Turtles. Pretty interesting effort here in map number 2.
But onto the CT side, I really think this is where things are going to be at their best. I mean, LP's big performance on Dust 2 was their CT side. They're better on the CT side, even if not by a wide margin of Inferno. And Fake Dubaru, their T side, they do have some troubles on. We've got a chance. See what PKL call up here. Big kills out of Turtle. More than a double. Ooh, okay, Hap. On the way out for a little bit more. The duel of the triples. This Turtle gets overwhelmed.
Hardzal will actually activate this post plant. little bit of security back towards Moto, but this is essentially his wheelhouse. Was this arch rotator through the entire CT half. Leo gone, and just with that disappears. Gotta find Hards out peeking. Did not walk away, but maybe he should have. This is Hap sending you to hell, and with LP setting up their 8th round, this is gonna take a big chance away from Fucky Dubru getting comfortable here at the beginning of the half.
Oh, the Turtles got fat sacks, and with this bomb plant, they are almost assuredly buying. He's gonna be able to get an AK, and he's 100% the guy I want with it right now. Didn't necessarily get to see his best performance on Dust. This is much better looking. Fortunately, Hap is going bar for bar, and he's coming out on top. Another clutch to tack on after his 1v3 in the first half. Triple setup here at Art. Oh my gosh!
Gotta keep sliding with that MP9. A1F's provided a nice look, but Allison, he's just gonna get mobbed right here. Essentially round over.
Yeah, Leo has a kit, but I'm with you.
Inferno in 2026. Save game. CMB should be able to backstab Facedilla here. What if it's the actual backstab? Could have had a little more fun there. He would have turned around and embarrassed himself, though.
Huh. Interesting.
What did he just drop there? Was that the second
They're
flash
going.
that he had?
They're going. They both have util and kits.
Meanwhile, I think he's packing up the goodie bag for next round. A little bit of util back into the site to try and bait.
Cancel.
Just a free kill. Maybe if they got that, though, on the quick reaction with both of those diffuse kits. I saw the thought process. Gonna take away PKL. Okay, Dubru, get up to 6.
It's just a big opportunity cost, though. You know, they go in for that.
Opportunity cost.
It's so much money that was spent there just in utility. 2 mollies, smoke, I think a flash and a nade.
I feel like I'm back in high school economics, man. Busting out the opportunity cost live on broadcast. Gotta love it, man.
What's the equation? Do you remember?
No, that's all you for using that type of terminology. Bring out the graph. Bust out the graph.
That's for Freddy on the desk.
That is true.
We gotta get him a telestrator. So he can draw.
That's a machine. Is that okay? I was about to say.
That's the thing. That's the thing that. Well, you'll know in an NFL game where they like draw on the screen. That's
what about
it's
in the World Cup? How about that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta assume it's the same machine.
There you go. Trying to be thematic with what's going on. You know me.
Okay, Dubru gonna have access to bracket. Smoke fades arches. Heavy setup there. And it's crossfire if they were to fight.
Gotta fight on this molly. Will just put the smoke out, though. Thought there was gonna be a big swing. Don't exactly clear out brackets on that first lift. The monster will drift right back to the top of car. Smoke's still down.
Kind of getting nowhere, Fake Dubru. They're 40 seconds. They have bracket a little bit. They don't have full control.
CMB on a PKL. Gotta send the SMGs this way. Little HP left on Detroit J. They might just dive on him and actually see to a deadly finish. Back to it. I mean, Detroit is still the one that's living on 14 HP. Leo Monster sprinted back through Banana. Maybe a little bit of life that's put up by pushing that smoke. But Hap gonna be here. Leo Monster any second now. Finds that kill. You're actually right to count it early. Turtle, do your best, my friend. This is nightmare scenario to keep this Khalil up. It's only the faux rifle, but he's gonna find nothing in his pockets. 9 up here for LP. That was a very big financial success as well.
Yeah, and even more than that, it's just a pretty devastating round from a calling perspective. I think Fake Dubru really getting bogged down in their problems there. A little micro mistake with the bomb leading the charge. Obviously, they think they're committing, so the bomb being in front doesn't necessarily mean a problem. But when the bomb is locked and then you realize you're walking into a 3-man setup on arches, you can't cancel because the bomb is out in the open. And so that little error turns into a big one. Fake Dubru almost forced into a force buy because of Turtle's economic situation. But it ain't great. Pistols is the best that anyone but PKL can offer up. LP don't want to get exposed like they did before. It's a very passive hold, but poor Allison. Just insta-dinked and now dead.
Okay. Glock's going again. Divine will find Turtle. It seemed like we've wiped away the worry from this round, but hold on. Walking up lane. Divine will have a couple of targets to pull apart here. Still no rotation back over from Leo. He went quite aggressive. Didn't see PKL there. What a ridiculous connection. Hats off to Mr. Divine. But maybe this Tech 9 can cause a little bit of concern. Bomb plant, that's guaranteed. Molotov is going to be perfectly placed.
Got to tag team together. Don't overcomplicate this. Sure, that bomb plant, it hurts to give away. Pesadella's actually just claimed a rifle.
Nathan goes a little bit deeper. Pesadella could potentially line them up here. CMB, first peek. Leo Monster, next level. Gonna get 10 rounds. Wins the 1 versus 1. Gets close, but LP always pop out on the other end.
Fake Dubru, they're caught in a landslide, and I don't think they have any way out. I think that bomb plant might cause another force buy, especially because only one player survived. I'm thankful that it hasn't. Fake Dubru take the more conservative approach to their economy and go for an eco. Because if they didn't, they might just never buy. They might never get a real buy round. So this is definitely the better of the two. It's also a big opportunity for LP to build on their own economy. It's tight round after tight round, just like the first half. They are currently one round away from being dispatched of.
Detroit will find Leo Monster. Come on, ZMB. Gotta get these all out of here. 2 that connect. Allison gonna be next up to it. Break open that CT smoke. Try and place your bets on it. Turtle walks it up close to the site. ZMB happy to take it, I guess. Not sure if he tapped out there. Could have been something to actually have a bit of an explanation for that. Divine makes contact. Waits for Hap to rotate.
Now the round is in trouble. Forget about building econ. Got to find a way to win. Neither of these guys have a kit. I think there's one down, though. Got to make a play. Hap's the one to make the move.
Any second. Divine got to go. Pinned out here. Waiting for that shot. Waiting for the chance to get this onto Pesadillo. He's just going to stand still. Phase out of the left side. If he has a damn option, I don't even think he's going to be able to get the defuse, even if the kill is confirmed. Pesadillo here. He's put a couple of clutches back in his first official in the Fake Dubru uniform.
Oh, it's so poor from LP. I don't know what happened to ZMB, but he's just caught basically AFK. And yeah. And then they're just so slow. I mean, Hab's just got to get a move on. Divine is just waiting for what? I mean, he's hoping that they're just going to overstep, but if Fake Dubru play that like they're supposed to, which they end up doing, then Divine is never going to be impactful there. All right, then. Just sprint through the smoke.
Going, okay. That's probably what should happen.
And then Detroit, by the way, that trade just through the smoke as well.
Alson has walked back to the top there. Nobody's going to be exactly sprinting it down. Just waiting. fact is maybe heard Allison get close here.
I think LP are obviously not in a great spot, but the fact that Faki Duberu are playing so scared gives them a real shot at winning this round. Allison, where you going, bro? He's not even dropped this smoke.
Heard ya. He went back.
All right. Smoke at 30 seconds. That'll fade in time for Faki Duberu to go. But they might just force their way in. And they don't have a nade for it either.
Lower map for Allison in general. Need that to change right here. 3 players gonna be facing out of the smoke. It's never been easier for a guy like Allison. 3 kills in here. Cuts them all up. The triple out here. LP 2 closer. Easy MVP for Allison to shovel that round away.
You know, you can't say that Allison has had a great second map, but that is a great round from him. No question, no doubt. Such a critical moment, too, after the fumble from LP in the previous against the Eco. Faki Duberu get forced onto themselves, though Detroit, this opening fight. I don't know about Hap. TKL, how is he not burning? What?
I have no idea what just happened. I would have loved to see that from his point of view. He was in the middle.
He was
of the
on
flame.
fire. He was on fire.
He was on fire. Taking away Detroit. Hopefully they didn't forget about him. A little bit of Mr. Detroit's HP. Tech9 gonna walk down. They certainly have forgot about him. B site wide open.
I can't even blame ZMB there. He literally mollied it. And like he had eyes on while the molly was happening. So I truthfully would like to see how he didn't burn TKL. Because the fact that he doesn't burn is the reason that Faki Duberu win this round. Crazy. And now Faki Duberu can send in the hunt. LP, I'd say they pretty desperately need all the guns. Or they need to save as many guns as possible. Any losses is meaningful.
2 out of Allison, 1 more out of Leo. Did lose Allison in the end, but I think we're all good with that. Bad bike here coming up for LP. This is going to be using every penny in the bank accounts. I mean, this is everything that they needed to get out. This comes out dry. Again, you can't really blame the guy, but this was good to stand and hold these guns up.
Crazy back and forth. I mean, quote unquote, started this half, but it's gone on so long. It's just the half is a back and forth only. And with the gun saved, this is a very good buy. I mean, we're talking a few util limitations, but that's about it. Into the apartments for the CTs of LP. Gonna back away without any contact. Allison rejoins the A defense. And so LP will start getting settled in. They've got Divines up. Oh my gosh, Allison's in trouble.
Holds that smoke. Got to assume that he faded back and not forwards. There's that op, but there is the A. When Esna comes around the corner, Allison. Reputation would tell you that he was made to get a multi-look at this timing. Hap perfect in that queue to go and try and flank lane. And MP9 will not be expected here. Long range, this is going to be really difficult. He may have missed the moment. Turtle turns and finds Hap. Little does he know how close he actually was to him in this round.
You know, Pesadillo is in position here at Grave. Oh, but they're gonna go save. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Unlucky there for Hap. And to be honest with you, I think you've got to point the finger at Allison. He really needs that second kill. You know, those are the doubles, the multis that he was getting on Dust 2. So the struggle currently a little bit difficult. Also, though, Divine's position, he's like so in the middle of the open, but that's because he thinks because he thinks that Allison's got it. 2 saves, and I think LP are gonna have to eco. Lucky Dubaru are doing it slowly. It is the slowest of burns. Comeback trail. This round for LP. They're the only team to win 2 straight until now. Where Flake Dubaru finally cut their losses. LP don't go for that save, by the way. They force again. High risk. They've taken out a payday loan to get this by.
Can they make Divine move off the corner? This is looking terrible for LP. Get Divine backed up into the site. Takes away half his health on the op there. Look at this bomb back up towards the top of Banana. Big rotation here for LP. They were assuming this fight was about to come in.
I think LP are just going to stack a site, and if they don't go B, they'll save again. And in fact, when they hear the audio cue there that Hap has just heard, he's going to back up even deeper, and it'll be a 4-man save instead. Tough. Very tough CT half right now for LP. Be 3rd round straight for Flake Dubaru.
Yes, you're quite correct with that fold. All 4 players going to stay up here for LP, but these saves, they're going to combine, and actually feels like compile to a really big issue here towards the end of this game. Okay, Dubaru really sizing up, and it seems like they may be a little bit larger here walking in the back end of this Inferno, and maybe LPR. Starting to get that feeling. Hardzao, how far is he going to push it?
I don't think that there's too much of an upside for Flake Dubaru hunting, because they realize that this was a force for LP. So if they hunt and lose, they'll just be giving AKs. I mean, Hap already able to collect one. And yeah, they're actually going to save here. Saved weapons plus additional utility. It's now 3 losses in a row, so they've got loss bonus. 2,900 next round, so there's more to work with. Be losing track. Lucky Dubaru working hard. Big team effort. If you look at the fragging across the board for the T's. It's LP's key individuals in Allison and ZMB. Isn't terrible, but it isn't great. And it's the impact, especially from Allison, that's just not being felt in comparison to what we typically see. Creative double nade. We're going to keep going for it. Won't do as much damage as they had hoped, despite 2 players being in position.
Flash up to it, Leo, fully blind, big flash, waiting for that second. Just clear out car. Nobody's here. Divine gonna be ready. Up, not smoked. 44. Now there's gonna be that issue. Got to get back to the site. His problem, maybe Turtle as well. Pulls his own smoke into lane. That's perfect.
They're gonna have to go through that, I think, and they don't have an HE.
MP9 should be able to hit well on one. Allison also here to deliver 12 rounds for LP as the rotates pay off. LP look to put this thing out 2-0, head to a semi-final, and succeed here in regulation.
LP playing tough, saving so many times, giving themselves opportunities, even in rounds that they're not full invested in. That's the reason that you do so that you can find a way to win with lesser weaponry. Big hold for Allison. Same for Hap on the upper extremity there at the apartments. Monkey Duberu, plenty for the buy. They're out of time.
Up to Divine. Yet to put any of this util out. Up to this lane setup. All for here. Perfect for LP to get their hands on this series. Half Leo, everybody gonna get into position. 4 frags, and there's the finisher. LP 2-0 here in this quarterfinal will take out Fake Duberu. They'll move on tomorrow to take on ShindeN.
Very impressive. Listen, not the perfect CT side, but certainly played a very a difficult one. Like they played down, very tough Counter-Strike in order to get through there. We're gonna invite Freddie back in to talk about it. And listen, man, a big win for LP, getting the better of Fake Duberu even as their weekend. It's been a situation where they consistently have lost to this team. They've finally done it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think it's like the glaring obvious of like they look just superb on Dust 2 individually. They were better. Sure, a few of those T-side rounds at the beginning of the second half, like a bit lax. Go on to Inferno. I'm sitting there. I see the pistol round get converted. Go on first gun round. I'm kicking my feet up. I'm like, guys, this is gonna be a pretty fast game. And then it's like, ooh. PKL is the best B-site player of all time. Ooh, we really are overextending on our defaults and like having to be lucky and win both pistols and like really relying on saves. Like that was not convincing, but a win is a win nonetheless. We are discussing background stuff right now, but let's run the replays. You know, like I'm getting paid to do science, so I may as well talk. May as well talk about something. But LP, they start off Inferno on the right nose. It's a very simple pistol round. They win actually both pistols in the map, which makes it a little bit concerning of how close it ultimately got. And like, I remember this eco thinking, funny, bit of damage, not really going to think too much of it. And then we start getting into gun rounds where it's like LP, they're actually really struggling on that B bomb site. And it's like, you've got the new guy of Pesadelo, and then PKL had some crazy rounds in total. Like PKL, probably the reason why that like this game even got competitive in the first place. And then you feel like Hard Zal kind of gets a little bit of the energy. Kind of like gets a bit of the energy over towards the A bomb side. Even Turtle has some rounds, but unfortunately I think like the main round Turtle gets a multi-frag, they still lose a clutch somehow. But LP, like they kind of kicking and screaming, just drag themselves over the line, like a 1v3 from Hap. Their defaults were very haphazard towards B, and we were kind of only getting success towards the A bomb sites. That round actually there was like the round where Turtle had his big hold, but then still couldn't win out the round. And it's like, yeah, the B bomb site really just like was the main victim for LP. They just really couldn't do any defaults towards B whatsoever. Again, second half, pistol round goes in favor of LP. It's looking pretty good. and then it starts to get a little bit like there's just so many rickety forced by rounds going back and forth, and then LP just kind of go into this like saving simulator of like never letting Big Biru like get ahead of them economically. So once the like force by kind of chaos settled down a little bit, and LP kind of put themselves on like 10-6, like this was actually a crazy clutch. Thought Pesadero played this amazingly, especially with the time. I didn't even need to get the kill. He just played the time perfectly. But you know, first good round from Allison. He actually had a bit of a sleeper. That's something that we were hyping up quite a lot, right? We were hyping Allison up, deservedly so, from map 1. He definitely does fall asleep a little bit on map 2, but he has a few big performances to close out the map. And LP, they win out the series 13-10, 2-0, and they go through semifinals to play against ShindeN. That's gonna be a fun game, isn't it, Vincent?
I'm pretty excited about that because, like you, I think ShindeN is a team that not a lot of people seem to be that excited about, but I am always excited to watch them. And I think that's potentially like a very fun matchup that I think could be interesting, especially considering how much I think ShindeN rely on some of their explosivity. And I think that LP are actually pretty well set up to potentially deal with something like that. I think it's pretty fitting that Hap gets this MVP mark because, I mean, they were in this game in the first half in many ways because of Hap.
Yeah, I really agree. It's Hap's performance here that, in my mind, I think separates them from really where I was looking for more impact. If it's anybody, I think where we put a lot of attention, you know, we called him a bona fide superstar at the beginning of our series. Allison, no less, has, like, you know, taken up that mantle out here for LP in a big metric, but in my opinion, it's also been through this guy right here. Hap has been absolutely lights out since they've started this like journey from the end of 2025 to where they've gotten here in the middle of 2026, right? It's been because of Hap and Allison and a lot of the work they've been putting in. He's been super incredible, but I think where it's almost like a really perfect semifinal that you actually get to shape this up to be, right? If we want to compare these two teams between, like, you know, where LP actually want to go and where ShindeN are, if you ask me, it's exactly where ShindeN are at the moment, right? With the qualification spot to ESL Pro League, a decent standing in where you have their invites coming to them anyway. And of course, they've been under that ShindeN banner for a while, right? ShindeN's been supporting this team for a very long time. And I know I've even seen like interviews from like players like IVZ. You know, you're not getting him off of this roster, potentially like slipping into an LP project, right? I wouldn't see that happening anyway, but he's actually made comments that like he loves the ShindeN project and is one that like they really want to stick to. So obviously like reaching pro league's a goal for them. So I think like in essence where we're wanting to like push LP, I think to in terms of like overarching goals for this roster, it's probably where that ShindeN roster would like currently be sitting with opportunities like that, support like that. So I think it's going to be a fun semifinal tomorrow. I would put that one up in the air, Freddie. I'm not really sure who I would favor there.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool like kind of idea to put together of like two teams in a very similar position, like top of tier 2 in South America, but no one's really like maybe giving them the credence they deserve at times. So I think ShindeN is like, you look at some of the teams they've beaten this year and it's like, damn, like consistently as well. Like these guys are beating all the bigger names, and like, yeah, that you said they've been on ShindeN for a while. I don't think now would be the time to leave either. Like this is, they were pretty bad for like the first year together, and then now it's like really starting to get something, despite them having players like snatched up by like Nacho and Bestia, for instance. So there's still like a feeder team. So yeah, that's gonna be a really interesting game tomorrow. I agree similarly that like both teams dispatched with their quarterfinals very easily. It's kind of difficult to exactly place like where that might go, but we do have one final game today that maybe is quite easy to place. Fluxo versus Keystars. If Fluxo don't win this 2-0, then what have they done to this beautiful organization?
I think
Good question.
They're maybe better than you're giving them credit for, but I agree with you. That's the question I think we have to answer moving forward. I think we got about like 45-ish minutes before we'll kick off the pre-show on that one. So I'm right there with you, man. I'm excited to see where that moves on to. Should be fun, but we're gonna get out of here for just a little bit. It's gonna be about 40 minutes break, and we shall return for that final quarterfinal.
Welcome back, beautiful people. We've got our final game of the quarterfinals here in the Thunderpick World Championship 2026 South America Series 1. We've had some scintillating, goose-bumping games so far today. They've actually all been really pretty boring 2-0s, but this one is sure to deliver, and maybe not in the way that you'd want it to, but it still will deliver. Vincent, we've got Fluxo versus Keydstars. What's our just straight up first feelings?
My first feeling is, what even is Fluxo right now? And I hate to say it, man. They just can't catch a break. They just can't catch a break. We'll get into the details, but genuinely an interesting position for Fluxo to be in, because I like feel bad for the org. Because
interesting is a great use of the word there, by the way. Like very liberally used.
I feel like the org actually made good moves in the offseason, and then Lucazi was like, nah, I'm good actually.
Yeah, well, honestly, like, screw the rest of the pre-show. Let's talk about Fluxo. Like, let's just bring up Fluxo, because this is the whole, like, this is also the first time we're seeing, like, Dist 5 play, which is, you know, a weird point for them to be. But, Mark, what is Fluxo to you?
Fluxo to me, I mean, genuinely was like headed in a better direction. Like, if I'm gonna like sit here and not troll for a second, Detroit J, I missed you. I'm glad you're back on my screen. But like the thing is that I was excited to see LTZ get picked up here. I was gonna mention that. I mean, you win this game, you get to go on and play Uno MILLE. That could be fun, but I don't know what's going on, right? Lucazi, you know, he decides to bench himself 2 teams in a row, where, you know, that's obviously the case. Did that on MIBR because he was having like role disputes with Insani. So he must have played this tournament and like legitimately felt that again. He didn't like say that in an interview or something. Maybe there's got to be rhyme to reason with this. Otherwise, he would have just benched himself before the one tournament they did play after these moves. Davi Deus and LTZ in, obviously, to replace, you know, Elimination. I think you take, you know, roll the dice on a new young talent. We were supportive of Elimination getting his chance there and actually, you know, getting to work within this unit. But I don't know, Lucazi stepping away from, you know, where you're sitting at a very good point. I feel like, you know, adding David Diaz is probably exactly what, like, arguably we would have said he would have liked to see in a roster move. Lucazi, that is. So it's interesting to see where exactly this is going to go. First time playing with this 5, and you just have got to wonder if this is just going to continue to improve with Exit, because it just really hasn't in a lot of ways. So this has got to be a step up. Lucazi didn't think so.
I think something that I really want to just like let's look at the timeline. So 2025, they win a local LAN, they make the major. That's a pretty good point to be in coming in 2026, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Let's, you know, agrees. We all agree on that. Right, okay. Bye-bye Art. It happens. Exit comes in, doesn't start IGLing, despite being an IGL. Lucazi IGLs, and then Exit re-picks up the IGL ship. And then everything just looks really poor. Juve also comes in as well. I've never seen someone fall upwards that well before after like a very kind of bad couple years. He then falls upwards to a Fluxo. And then like best result was like a 3rd place at a LAN, which they barely got. And then they double bench, as we were mentioning. They make the roster changes, but then they lose their core because after one event, it just seems like they capitulate. So Kai's been like, hey guys, like, you wanna come back and play for us, Kai? And he's like, well, here I am. Last time I played in the Fluxo jersey, we went 2-3 in an online main Swiss. And one of those teams they lost to was Keydstars.
Yeah, a pretty beautiful way to tee up this Keydstars roster, considering it is a little bit of a different look since the last time they played, without their longtime in-game leader, Cuts Moretz, and they bring in CK Zhao. Now, CK Zhao, not an in-game leader, you might know, and so that begs the question, who's in-game leading? Our theory right now, and it is a theory, Freddie, but Mark and I feeling like it might be Zareba, kind of is the vibe that we're getting. Don't ask why, that's the vibe. But it is interesting because I think they picking up CK Zhao is a massive W for the firepower of this team. I think he's a threat. I think alongside Lash and Zede, there's a lot of like positivity. I think that they can muscle their way through a lot of games. That shouldn't be the case against this Fluxo roster. They shouldn't be able to muscle their way through this Fluxo team, the firepower that Fluxo have. It should have to be a very deep game, and that's where I feel like I saw some struggles for Keystars in the group stage.
So I've just been really caught by the fact that CK Zhao hasn't been like announced and has like already
Correct.
the picture of him in the jersey.
Yep.
Like,
Weird. I know.
kind of gotta respect that. Yeah, sure. You know, like why do things the normal way? But not like it, Mark. I like, this is me putting on the like. I like the Fluxo hat. Why should we actually start being like, okay, Keystars could actually win this game, and like Keystars are probably a little bit closer to Fluxo now than a year ago, let's say.
So Yawara aren't a high bar at all. Love them, but I mean, in the group stage, it did not go well. In fact, it got worse for him. But I feel like in that game that Vincent and I got to cover yesterday, they absolutely broke the brakes off of that Yawara roster. I mean, it was actually crazy at points. We were getting insane looks out of multiple individuals. Like, I really feel like if we're just extending that energy into the series today, Lash has had like an insane group stage the entire way through. So if there is to be a very weird energy about this Fluxo roster, again, the first 5 that we have seen, it doesn't matter what the veto is. This could just be Keystars straight up showing out and shutting out.
One side, vibes very high. The other side, probably quite low. Which one comes out on top?
It's a great question, Freddie. That's a great question. We're going to find out the answer. Keystar is up against Fluxo. I think the takeaway real fast, whilst we have a second, about this veto, though, Mark, is that it's all maps that both of these teams are happy to play. Some more than others. Keystar is going to be happy about the fact that they're starting on this Mirage. They select it, and it's the T side where they move out towards A. 2-man setup on the defense.
13-5 versus Yawara yesterday. Buried that playoff spot, but you gotta check into LTZ and shutting him down right away. The newest pick of Silence, and it's a double from Zayde. This was the fear, picking up a little bit of that speed right into this A site. CT control, no retake that you're gonna have to worry about there. This thing is practically wrapped up already.
That's good news for Keystars. Crazy that Zayde actually gets all 3 of those, but a sick first shot. Very impressive, to say the least. I also don't know how the roles are going to work here for Fluxo, because surely the Kai situation isn't long-term, but I also felt that way when they had the same scenario with Elimination in between the into 2025 and beginning of 2026. Like, Immolation wasn't meant to actually be on the roster anymore, but he kind of had to come back, and they just stuck with it. So I don't know. Whilst I was yapping, Zayde just confirmed the ace, so shout out Zayde. But he had already done the hard work with this triple kill. Anyway, I think that the point to all that yappage, Mark, is that there's just so many question marks about Fluxo. The thing is, they should, with the pieces that they have, it wouldn't be unexpected for them to just be able to outshoot.
Definitely would not be impossible, right? When Fluxo was standing there figuring out all the answers to those questions you propose, hopefully he did before the game, but let's say they hit a couple issues, gonna have to stop and think about it. Kai, first time with this new roster, is calling LTZ at the hip to push. You can get that check with Lash maybe around this corner, but they sort of buried that, running all the way up Cat. It may just not really make this an issue. Great look at Azarebo, who had a really slow game yesterday, even in the blowout. Davides delivers 1 out of the deagle. This 5-7 does make a lot of good contact, and I'm afraid if those pistols stayed alive for a little bit longer, this push could have really worked out, but not detected until checked there. Kai gonna get turned down to 5. Not even able to exit. It's LTZ that will happily fade away.
Yeah, and that's another piece of the reasoning that I have, at least when talking about Zareba and kind of feeling like maybe he's taken over the in-game leadership.
Yes.
Is that he's like really stepped back in the impact that I've seen from him. And you know, I don't believe he's ever like in-game led before, and I think that particularly becomes true, you know, of a guy that might be like taking on a new role. So amongst other things, one of the more experienced pieces of this team, and also kind of like has been around the block a lot more than some others, like, you know, Lash and Matios as an example. I think that those are all reasons why I feel like Zareba might be calling here. Be cool if he would just like let us know, or if Keatstars would let us know, though. I don't have to keep caveating everything.
Not a lot of communications going on there, as Freddie pointed out.
Yeah.
No announcement. Even got
Literally,
the jersey picture. What if
he's still
it's just
not
a
on
really
the
good
HLTV
Photoshop though
roster.
on the? Is he not?
No, it's still a question mark. But they've like gone to the trouble of uploading a profile picture for him on HLTV with the jersey.
Well, we can appreciate them taking care of us at Thunderpick and giving us the proper player pictures. Sometimes
No, they have it on
that's
HLTV too. They have it on HLTV.
on his profile, but he's not on the
Yes.
roster.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
that's genuinely a doozy. How about we just tell the admin team, like, come on, y'all. Come on, just move it in there. We do gotta wait for that post.
Yeah. I mean, what are they
Post
supposed
number
to do?
third round. Oh.
Yummy, yummy.
Poor guy.
I love the taste of
I
high
enjoyed that
explosive
reaction
grenade in the morning.
just now. That was superb. More of those you need to pull out, please.
I'll work on it. I'll put it on my list, my to-do list.
I would appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Add some wombos in there, maybe.
All right. I'll again taking note. We'll get a Zevi AWP to start round 4. Pretty good array of utility too. Fluxo, keen. I'm really keen on this LTZ move as well. I think that it's definitely a risk, but I love what LTZ was doing on the Una Melee squad as an aggressive rifler, particularly on the CT side. I think he's very exciting.
Yeah, you see the start to this game. The questions that come to ask about this Fluxo roster. Trap game written all over this. Maybe even Fluxo looking at this new Keatstars and not really knowing what to make. In that same vein, Zareva's still walking up. Davide is seen on that boost, having to escape. Kai still waiting to activate inside of Connector anytime now. LTZ will take down Zareba. Kill's going to be actually favoring the Keatstar unit inside of middle, still consistently. Exit does post well against Matios. Bomb's still on the way here, and it's going to go towards A. Zebi, on top of been waiting.
Unlucky. They really wanted to go through murder right there, but unfortunately, it's not broken, so maybe that's not been communicated over to Zebi. Zebi's like watching CT as if that's a threat, but can he hear it from there? I think he should be able to. Regardless of those questions that I'm asking, Lash and his AWP moving through Palace. 20 seconds, less than that now. Gonna eventually have to deal with Zevi.
Oh, what a find from Lash. The head peeking up there. Now Exit to sign himself up for a clutch. Seems like he's very willing, at the least, to walk this way towards CT and give it a go. Both backed up towards A ramp. I'm afraid if you walk past that Lash scope, you're not going to be leaving it. It looked like full commitment from Exit.
Cool to get
At
that
least
off.
grab the AWP.
I think probably going to wait for it to blow backwards when the bomb explodes, and then he's going to go yoink it.
A big brain player.
Definitely time for Exit to like be able to reinvent himself, or just like prove that he's still
He
got it.
did not get it.
Not feels bad. We just didn't have time. Also, could just, you know how inconsistent the explosion is. Maybe it just didn't move
Maybe it went
at
out
all.
the map. Who knows?
That's also very possible.
But Zebi needs all the help he can get. This man an op.
Well, he had one. Didn't get a kill. Star's looking good. This T side definitely shining. Early, as it is. This is an eco for Fluxo, but some SMGs. There's certainly something more to it than nada, and it's a stack on it.
DK, up and right out, gonna get caught in the LTZ Deagle that activates from default, but Kai also known under Palace. Smoke that's gonna push them, rather lock them into Apex. Even gonna be revisited. Locking out Palace as well.
I really want them to cancel fully right now.
Moves Zareba. Third of the thermometer about to set up. Flash over the top. Ready to take the fight on the Kai. LTZ, a spam on his Zayday. That is going to change the round.
They're just still going.
Oh, man.
It might work out.
Got these kills. LTZ burned out. All down to Davideus, who is going to have to rotate in from so far away.
I think Keat Stars are understandably still a little bit concerned about the fact they've killed 4 players a day and they took so long. So maybe surprised that Davideus didn't already join the A-site defense.
Here now. How can he help out? Just seen inside of CT. It's going to be so difficult looking for her now that Lash is going to be trained on your position. If he had that little bit of surprise, I could have maybe seen a kill or two, but a huge threat developing on this T side at the moment. Keat Stars have 5 rounds, and this ain't no joke of pace. Matteo 7-1. I mean, these are the symptoms of the type of game that they played yesterday versus Yawara. They just got to keep going on this T side till they stop. Zayday also matching that scoreline of Matteo's.
It was really well handled too. I really wanted them to just cancel and cut their losses there a day, and not thrilled that they didn't do that, but I think their patience was really nice, and they also didn't overreact, didn't speed things up unnecessarily. Waited for smokes to start fading, even as Fluxo got a couple of kills. Speaking of a couple of kills, it is less than that on 4 members of Fluxo. That in particular does concern me somewhat, even as early as 6 rounds into Mirage. If he was towards B, he's now joining back to the mid defense, or at least it looks like it. Actually going to sidestep that and be placed in CT spawn. But
Be a bit of a blooper there. No, not cover, but a big flash that comes over the top, and Kai line up to it. This duo of Kai and LTZ so far has been very efficient. 37s, there's not a lot of wiggle room for another play. Just got to force it. And a lot of the times that's not going to work out. Example A, first round for Fluxo here on this Mirage. We'll see how long Lash lasts here. Trying to work out into under, do a little bit of cover. Zebi will make sure that does not happen.
it's a good setup between Kai and LTZ. It's crossfire, the top of connector. They just don't wait for the smoke to activate, which I'm not really sure why. The flash was good, but because they didn't wait that smoke correctly, they still had to deal with 2 players, and only one of those was blinded. Also, the point that I was making about that smoke, why have a lineup for that? I just don't get it. Just throw it in the window.
Toss it in there.
Yeah, actually. It just seems a little silly to have a lineup for such an easy smoke. And that's coming from the guy that, like, has an actual lineup. Like, I line up the window smoke from top mid boxes because I don't want to miss it.
Okay, that's understandable.
But, like, come on. You're telling me we can't eyeball that?
You can't just throw it.
Well, nah, if I that would be a jump throw. That's not a jump throw.
Fair
Billy
enough.
Goose.
Be a lighter, if you will. levels to this. Heavy mobile. Back to the top of ticket. Action back to Matios. But what is the next play? Still get that molly off 50 seconds. There's a lot of cause for concern here as Catwalk is prepped up. Will be the B play. Yet to really see Exit and Davideus wet their feet in this Mirage. And here will be the first check. Exit, a very good angle. This is a magnificent setup between these two players. And LTZ going to come over and take the head off of the top of Zayday. Back-to-back flawless rounds by Fluxo. Way to break into this map.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for from Fluxo. Very much a slow start, but very much a little bit of a recovery. These moves from Exit also just very good. I think the way that he's jiggling and playing around his teammate in that B hold, very smart. What you would expect from such a seasoned veteran in this Fluxo squad now. Yeah, it's Fluxo unlocking a little bit at Zebi. Double kill for him. He's going to open with another one. This is against, well, I was going to say Glocks. It's actually 3 Deagles. But a couple of Glocks in the mix. Because that's the real talking point, I think. I think in a matchup like this, where Fluxo have upgraded very significantly in their firepower. You know, they were not a team when it was the Kai MLH Zen lineup. They were not a team that really had the firepower that I think they were promised. But this should, you know, Davideus is absolutely that guy, both from an experience and a firepower perspective. And LTZ, if they just point them in the right direction and let him loose, we know that works or worked on Udo and MILLE. We are certain that it can work for Fluxo.
Reposted. On an end to that fear I was talking about. That was reality. Keystars 1-5 off the rip. Back finding out about this gun round, but you want to find out some of the latest CS news and what's out there in gaming, go check out Hotspawn. Oh, but not Thunderpick. On this thing. Minute 40. Davideus. Just gonna chuck that smoke and seeing what just walked in the middle results in Zayday going absolutely insane, getting 2 kills there in very quick succession. Devi still posted. What's this group gonna do?
Bit of a protocol breakdown. It seemed like Davideus didn't realize that there was any sort of possibility that they could be there. Fortunately, not too punished, and ultimately still be a winnable round for Fluxo. 4-on-3 though. It's Zeddy, as you said. So imperative. He's bent. Needs the charge here for Keed. 3 in Palace. An interesting move. But as I watch Kai pivot and the B stack formulate, Kai's got to do it all.
Kai against Array, but Kai gets 2. Looking so clean here at the beginning of this Mirage. 2-6 frag. Matios and Stars pick up the bomb. Lash getting mobile. Now left to him. Removed a bit of a threat. But the first check to that. Molly in terms of connector. Kai still waiting to hop out CT. They're actually going to be the fight to this. Going to walk on that first take. Kai will always get that kill. A triple kill in that factor for Fluxo's 4th round.
What a wonderful round out of Kai. You know, I very much want to be a fan of Kai right now. Because I feel like he's kind of been in a tough spot much of his career. And in fairness, he hasn't really delivered in a lot of those spots, and that's on him. But I'm very much a fan of like a little underdog story, a recovery, back to the success story. I think that could be cool. A really nice round out of him. Double kill. Very clean. Fluxo, by the way, have built up some serious cash over these last few rounds, too.
Bring out that A exec right quick. Trying to grab that hop over the top. Now hopping out. Kai gunning it from CT. This is a bit of a turret right now. It takes two. But a little bit of that distance as well. Keep coming at Kai. I think they're going to regret it. Last one deagle over the top and finally lights him up. Any more than that, I think he's going to really be above status quo. Zareba went on the Tech 9. This is Fluxo getting that 5-5. Everyone looking really juiced up here, especially Kai. This is a great map so far.
Good anti-eco frags. These are the confidence boosters you love to see. Every time Lash has a deagle, though, I do start to believe just a little bit. We didn't talk a lot about Keith Stars, but my requirements, contractual requirements, are to do some Lash glazing. So let me do that now. I feel like I'm so glad to see him out of like contract jail over on Elevate, where he was until December last year. And it's been cool to see him reconvene with CK Zhao as well, where they played on that roster together. I was a fan of like what that might look like, except it just never happened. They never played really any events. Well, fun storyline is he's been phenomenal on the ops, though hasn't seen too many ops yet.
Seems like a pretty heavy priority, just getting this boost up in the window. Matios finds Kai in the push. It's going to be a pretty unlikely result for Kai so far. He's going to come up dead at the beginning of this round. Zemi will fight out from CT, repositions out to triple, tries to be the aggressor, will be punished for it. Seeing that line that's already been pressed, the utility here, there's really no point in rotating to CT. I mean, Kai rather exit. This 10K, stand here, maybe get a little bit of exit damage.
Yeah, they got money. So at this point in half, actually, why not? Seems that they feel similarly to you. Gonna let it be. A little bit overheat, I feel, from the Fluxo side. Kai in particular, stepping a little too deep. And on his own, too. Might have been a misread of the scenario. They're feeling a lot of contact over in middle, and so Fluxo's reaction is to push ramp. Not an unreasonable reaction, to be clear, but one where he goes all the way in. It's maybe a little too ambitious, particularly when he's on his own. Keith Stars first round in 5 losses. So 5-0 to start, lose 5 straight before they get their next. That's how streaky this map's been thus far.
Sevi, with the starting spot, at least will strike. Opening kill now for Fluxo. They just kind of learned that Keith Stars, they're still hanging around, waiting for their point to pivot back into the A site. Happening again. There, with Davideus walking outside of jungle. Zayde going to be up here at the top of the stairs. Can't connect. LTZ going to be active with Davideus. How does he follow this up? With Zemi now peeking out. This is a tough angle for an op, but an immediate trade. Hopefully that nade doesn't detonate LTZ. That would have made things really bad here for Fluxo. Bomb in the back of Lash. Back to Palace. Let's see how he walks this way.
Nice to seal in a victory in the half, but not feeling that. LTZ might be a little bit separated. He's actually got utility. It's an off angle that I don't know that Lash is going to be quite prepared for.
Not peeking in CT. Right thing to do. Walking out of jungle and still one stab with that pistol. Exit with the immediate trade. 6-6 first half. Fluxo tie things up right at the end, but this thing is neck and neck if Feed Stars still want to continue, but I'm feeling like they're going to need a pistol pretty badly. This feels like it's going to be coming into the Fluxo wave soon.
I don't know that I agree. CT side is pretty banging, as the kids say here for Feed Stars. Pretty darn good. Fluxo, I don't know what their T side actually holds, but in general, Fluxo on the T side, not historically been that great. Looking at it, yeah, it's not that great. To be fair, holy, their wins against bad teams are doing crazy heavy lifting on this map, stats-wise, that is. Also not with the 5 as we highlighted.
LTZ opener on the Lash. Fluxo back in the way, following LTZ, trying to match that Zayday performance from the previous pistol. Just another triple for him. LTZ goes down. Gonna have to require a big effort here out of Day. It's punching his way into CT and landing a big shot. There's Zebe to follow it up. It's Fluxo that fight their way into the second half.
Zebe pistol round stats 8-2, 8-1, 8-1. If you're keeping track. Fortunately, 3 kills not enough this time. 6 stuff from Davideus to take some CT spawn control. Yeah, Fluxo. That is the thing that I think can basically make this this T-side conversation less of a factor. Is, you know, if they have their individuals playing at levels that Feed Stars can't deal with, then I don't think it needs to be a particularly complex T-side call. Mid control, smoke deployed for the top of connector and for window. Going to approach B, but nobody's home. To tell you what I was talking about, the Fluxo CT side win rate on Mirage is 70%, which is insane. But I think that's mostly due to their 13-0ing of Black Belt, a team you don't know a single. Actually, you do. Dweester's on that team.
Hey,
and
that's my guy.
KNG played 4 maps at the land. Well, you've never heard of any other people.
Kai clearing things out. Last still looking for somebody out of TV room. Might as well join the rest of the pack.
Dude, Kai is an eco demon right now.
It'll
That's
help.
four more eco kills.
I'm pretty sure we can separate that stat, but
He's got 8 eco kills. Not that I'm counting.
Thirsty.
Not that I'm counting.
Sounds like you are.
Nope. It just seems that way. You
Fair
must
enough.
be mistaken. Different guy.
Been a different guy. Lacozy? Was it somebody else? What's my Reds? Day onto LTZ. Diving into connector and, well, it's landed. Flashback to check a ramp. Adio's gonna slip back under Palace.
This plan for Fluxo was very reliant on LTZ getting something done in that connector play. Because now it just shifts back over to become a more traditional A exec. Nothing wrong with that. But I think it does complicate matters. No map control and a bit of an A stack with a 2-man setup towards connector.
Does that go out? 36. Manios connects on to Davideus. Star CT side can stand. Zevi also going to get into the action. Zed is the only person that can reply. Staying adamant about stairs and waiting for help. CK Zhao's got here. 4 and 10 so far. Need more out of his individual effort if Keystars are going to upset here on their own map selection. Also hidden within Firebox. Have they forgotten about the in-game leader? Let's one pass, but will regret it. Zayday knew something was up with that. 7th on the board here for Keystars. They're just starting to get this ball rolling on the CT side.
Dude, what happened to Zevi? He like forgot CT was a position or something and just like starts waltzing away. Free kill, man. A little bit of silliness. Bomb plant's a nice addition. Fluxo, obviously a couple wins in a row, but even with how dominant their anti-eco was, it's not everything. And LTZ's had to take a tack, which kind of sucks. We're missing window smokes. Fellas, we're missing window smokes.
Come on.
Yikes.
What are we doing? Who threw it? Who's the, who's the culprit?
I didn't see.
Whoever it was.
Well, I'm going to go on a limb and say...
Either of those players have no excuse.
Truthfully, though,
Yeah.
that's not even fair.
Yeah. No
Like,
excuse.
It's like, I've got it, guys.
Dude, I don't even know how to smoke window nowadays.
I know.
I'm playing on I'm casting on a gaming laptop, okay? My regular PC is like cooked. I can't even play the game, so that's my excuse.
Good excuse.
Good excuse.
Valid excuse. 2 through mid. Fluxo at the minute mark. What's the mid side of this utility look like? They've got enough.
LTZ will turn in burn onto Lash. That's a pretty gracious development in the round for Fluxo with 45 here in jungle smoked out. Zayday will be deleted on the spam. CK Zhao is already looking back towards under. This is seeming like a save, and Keystars just saw to the entire rest of what they could plan out with their win in a row. Didn't even come to one. Got a single round, stood on it. Immediately got swept out under you. A site got blown apart. Was a quick one.
I'm really enjoying how Fluxo are using LTZ right now. It's exactly what I like imagined in my brain when I saw that they were interested in picking him up.
In the Vinny Chase brain.
Ironically enough, you remember when Keystars had VSM?
I do. Yes, I do, Vincent. My favorite player.
Yeah, I shouldn't have like asked that. I know you remember.
Of course.
It was like
emoting on camera. Oh,
I asked you, but you were like stand-in for the whole audience there. But yeah, so it kind of like reminds me a little bit of the way that Keystars use VSM right now. They're kind of pointing him in a direction, like whatever the direction they need some sort of aggressive fight to happen in. They're like, LTZ, go, like he's a Pokemon. Nothing? No.
Is that what?
Okay.
No, I was giggling.
Nothing. Okay.
Hopefully, it wasn't not picked up.
Oh.
Great reference, Vincent.
Thank you. Thank you
Going
for
crazy,
hearing
my
me.
pal. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm a
LTZ
fan
go
of it.
kill. Who is the Yabich?
All right. Yep.
That's the guy. What?
Well,
you attended the major. How do you not know who that is?
I do. I'm
Okay.
like, where are you going with it? He's a
Yeah,
coach.
that's what
obviously.
they say to LTZ. You know, he has this little piece of paper. It's like rush B, don't go kill.
It was a bad strategy. They lost.
Apparently.
Yabich needs to be fired, dude.
Bro, had a pretty good debut coaching performance, I will say. Lash's Deagle. Instead it made you believe. Let's see if that's legit. Only one out of CT here. The nade will detonate ZA. Really get the throwing around right now. Round in, round out. Zareba will arrive with the saved rifle. Fluxo are really playing this well. They've slowed up. They're waiting for the reaggression. Exit just finds Lash from the top of triple. There it is. We'll turn him out of that position, but LTZ, he'll finish the job. Pointed him right towards the rest of this A site and poured out a 10th round here. Fluxo in a very good rhythm here in every circumstance. They just take away Matios right away. They eliminate Zayday, right? And the most frequent fraggers from the first half can't even get involved.
You know, it's funny that I said that. The irony is that that round, LTZ was like a lot more lurky. He was actually the underpass player, the last man to activate. Anyway, immediately making my point less good. Thanks, Fluxo. Thanks, guys.
Keeping us on our toes.
Nah,
It's your first time watching this 5, man.
I'm just joshing.
He's joshing.
We got Fluxo, who seemed to be not kidding at all, though. And keeping it simple. Another A exec. This has not been complicated from them.
Matios, Zayday, all three of the big get involved. This is gonna be terrible. Matios goes down with nothing in the smoke. Lash here will show up towards triple. The Alper is the one that's fighting outside with the least to fear, and 2 players back behind that smoke, left out to dry, essentially in that presence. Maybe should have stayed on that CT smoke. Gonna rotate here, try and answer to the problem, but again, Fluxo don't give away any free frags, not rushing to a bomb plant. They don't exactly have the utility to go ahead and take the next step with the security of a smoke, but just seen CK, gotta post a second here. Ends up empty-handed. Zede hopefully can't be the same. Wings absolutely gets domed, and Zede finishes the job. Everybody gets involved there for Fluxo.
Heat Stars are in trouble, man. This is a T side that I said not necessarily too concerned, or CT side that I'm not necessarily too concerned for Heat Stars about. They typically very strong on it, but they have not been able to stand up to any of these A hits. It's been all A hits or, you know, mid to A splits. Fluxo have not broken out the strat book at all. They haven't turned the page. He sprints out and it's a double kill in the SMG. This half buy for Keatstar is already looking limited after just 20 seconds. Fluxo, I don't even know they need to be so slow right here at the 5-on-3. Group up, hit A again.
He really preferred to take their time. Especially was impressive there walking into the A site. I mean, did that a couple of times. It's not exactly reinventive. It's just you can really tell that's the symptom of decent rhythm on the circumstance of a T side that we had questions about. Got it into shape pretty quickly. This is going to be a 12th right here.
You know, truthfully, it kind of feels a little Red Canids-esque.
Ooh.
I don't know if you remember, but
Oh, I do.
how many times Red Canids on a T side would just hit A at least 10 times? If they're ever going to come back.
In the spirit of Amadeus.
Very much. Where's my boy Che at?
Still locked to the bench with Drop, Kawez.
Yeah.
Hate to see stuff like that. They'll be back into action hopefully soon.
One can hope. Dude, how has history not been picked up?
I think the experiment onto the Academy Opera, excuse me, didn't go so well. I think history has.
He's no team.
Oh, okay. So the reason I know that is because I was checking out Series 3 of CCT starting. He was registered with Bettinas De Ferrari. Welcome back.
Oh.
So, interesting stuff.
Oh my gosh, Freddie was so quick. He was on your same brain cell.
Oh my gosh, Moretz is there too. Oh, it's back. We're back. We're so back. They have Elimination, Tarde. This is a roster, baby. I can get.
No, no.
Come on. Yeah, way to show the end of this game. CK Zhao has an absolute donut of a map. 6-13, his final score. Only Keedstar's finest. Flash got to keep his distance.
Well, gotta go. He's also got to get in, and he's not doing that either.
Least can find exit out towards middle. Matios, make the most of this. Immediately gonna get in action towards Zevi. Goes down to it. The 4 versus 1, but it's not gonna happen. Fluxo win the first map, not through a slow start, but they finish well in the end.
I mean, listen, 0-5 down. Fluxo started this map. They lose 2 other rounds over the rest of their 13-round run. Yeah, listen, a slow start is the least of their worries when they're able to put together that type of a stand afterward. I got to say, you know, the fact that their firepower delivered, it's exactly what we'd hoped to see. I don't know so much about the in-game leadership. We didn't see the strap hook go very deep, but I guess maybe we can see what Freddie's thoughts and opinions were, whether or not that stood up to his expectations as he can break down map number 1 on Mirage.
I think expectations have been... He's blown out the water fair just because of how dire we were, like, setting the tone. I almost want to say, okay, the expectations have definitely been overdone. 0-5 down is the main sentiment. The fact they were first 5 rounds, pretty much like not really anything happened. And I'm thinking, Fluxo really, like, is this just a dead team? And guys, they played some pretty good Counter-Strike, and especially on the T side, the way that they were freezing when they had advantages, or also just in positions where they know that, like, if we freeze here and we effectively play together, the enemy will make a mistake and we should be able to capitalize upon it. And then they did. And that doesn't seem like that big of a deal to be like, oh, of course the T side froze when they were in like advanced positions or like uncomfortable positions and had advantages, or in like 4v4. And it's like, guys, that's really not a given, especially in Brazil, South America, really not a given. Like the fact that teams have that discipline to kind of make moves like that, and then it also not go to like a 1v1. It like be like, right, we all froze and everyone did our job. Like that is really great signs to see. We were talking about, I think at the end there, like how deep is their strat book. It didn't seem like their T-side strat book was that deep at all. And it was mostly actually just playing around like defaults and just doing those very, very well. And the kind of reactions very, very well. CT side though, let's roll back a second and let's talk about the roster changes, because positions, bit of an interesting question. Roll cell here, roll cell. But so what were positions for Fluxo before? Kai, who is now A anchor, was playing short in the previous team, and Emzin, can't pronounce it, he was playing A anchor. Roster changes happen. David Deas comes in. LTZ comes in. David Deas goes to short to replace Kai. LTZ goes to A anchor to replace Elmsin. Does LTZ play A anchor? No, he was actually a short player on MILLE. So you've actually taken LTZ as an active player. He plays an active role, and you put on a anchor, and it's like that doesn't always go well. You know, it's a very South American thing to do. Pick up someone who's like doing really well in like star player roles or like active roles, and then be like, be anchor, pain, snow. Today, so I assume everyone's kept all of that information in their head. Today, Kai was playing A anchor, so he's moved from short to A, and LTZ is playing con. So LTZ has gone from short to A anchor to now connector, so he's back in an active role. And one would assume that when you have a bomb site like that on A, where like LTZ has like been moving around loads and Kai is playing an anchor role, like you'd assume that CT side setup is not going to be doing well. They were the best players on the CT side. That A bomb site was continuously hit and really stood the test when they were like directly hit, and when it was like, right, you guys have to cover this, and they did. And I was really impressed with Kai and LTZ. You got the kind of two younger guys in this Fluxo roster. When you look at kind of some of the other names, 21, 20 years old, Kai 21, LTZ 20. Obviously, like Kai has more experience. He's played for Furia. He's played at majors, etc. LTZ is very green coming into this roster, but it feels like that duo together, like that's really exciting. That there's been so much like meshing of roles and changing of positions in such a short period of time, and they've both just thrived. And then you go onto the T side and the whole team cohesively plays really well. This leads to me being very excited for Flux. Right, actually, no, they're playing Keat Stars. Let's take it down a notch. This leads me to fulfill the expectations of Fluxo, because they have been so poor this year with weird roster changes, IGLs changing, traveling to Europe for lands, and every single time they've just been so like subpar. It took a very long time, I think, for them to get like a bad result, because it was all just like just like subpar, just like, yeah, not great, but not catastrophic. And then towards the end, you had some of those online results that were, yes, catastrophic, like going last place in ESL Challenger, going 2-3 in some like Boom Storm main Swiss. Like that is unacceptable. Ross changes happen, and they look much better now than they did previously. So that is just, let's say that there. They also won their opponent's map pick. That was Mirage. It felt like it was, I mean, it was literally 13-2 after the opening game, after the opening 5 rounds. Very dominant for Fluxo. I'm really liking how they're playing, and I'm really excited to see them going on to Nuke. It's their map pick. This has always been a map that Fluxo are good on, is Nuke. I feel like it's like synonymous with them, but it's also a map that they haven't been too great on recently, because they haven't been great on anything. They recently lost their old roster lost a series of Keat Stars to actually get knocked out 0-2 in the ESL Challenger I was talking about, and Nuke was picked by Fluxo and they lost in overtime. I have a sneaky suspicion that's not going to happen again. I'm also very excited to see what the roles are going to be, so we'll do another role check-in after the map, but I assume it's going to be a 2-0, and I think Fluxo, this is actually a really fun start to this new project, and LTZ could be playing his old team in the semi-finals if they're able to get it over the line.
Hopping into Nuke, this is where Fluxo want to put out the series. They start out on a T side. We get to see LTZ taking up this P250. He's ready to hunt. Davideus, he's going to get right in the face of Matios and put him out. This is going to be a wraparound heaven, at least for Davideus to go and explore.
Yeah, on the other side of things, Keydstars have reacted pretty quickly. They've taken into lobby. They have full control. And they get 2 players down B as well. Now, that's where the bomb's currently located, but, of course, Fluxo have tons of options with Davideus up in heaven. Go anywhere they'd like. They've actually spread back out. They're sending Kai back towards lobby. A little bit weird. I don't know how I'm feeling right now.
There's Zareba, gonna find Davideus right outside of heaven, stuck inside a secret. Now they're gonna waltz down below. This is not where you want to be going if you're Fluxo. Keydstars, they're prepared for this B hit. This is what they want Fluxo to do. Inside of this single door. That is here. Okay, right next to control. The fact that this is going to come out of single is going to be really bad for CK. Zayday finds nothing, and it's going to be the setup pulled apart.
Dude, they overcooked so hard here, Fluxo, and they just shoot better.
One kill. Not saying it's impossible, but it's definitely improbable. And that shows you why Fluxo submit that pistol round right after the problem occurs.
Yeah, I think Fluxo really overcooked this round. I mean, they just have such an advantage here with the positioning. They could have gone wherever they wanted, but they wait, Keydstars out, and they're waiting for re-aggression out yard, and it just never comes. The Keydstars' reaction was to then take lobby, then basically stack back up ramp, and eventually go stack B. I think when Fluxo don't see anything there, they should just assume that that's a B stack.
LTZ, Kai gonna get into action. Clean out the A site. There's gonna be a smoke put up though.
Well, see you next round, guys. What Keydstars are saying.
Walk away from this. Save away their force buy.
I wasn't loving the mid round there from Fluxo on their pistol, but not in the mid round on this one. And the credit to Fluxo, I think Freddie was highlighting it there on the desk too, that you know, their mid rounding on Mirage was simplistic maybe, but very sound. I think a lot of good fundamentals being followed by Fluxo on that map. The T side. And currently, it almost feels like Fluxo are scrimming a little bit, which is actually what I'm really enjoying that fact, because I think that they should feel like this is a non-factor of a game.
Yeah, this should be below them in a certain retrospect, right? You can't count out individuals like this, especially when things are getting testy here, even against the pistols. Better pull out your rifles, heavy. Manages to find that frag. I think that's actually pretty impressive. Mattia's gonna make his way down. I actually really agree with you. I mean, when you have a lot of the moments inside of Mirage where, I mean, very standardly, they were going and pausing and waiting for a lot of those, situations to appear on A and take them slow. It just felt like they were really kind of working on exactly that. Just trying to diagnose situations, not run themselves into the wall. Fluxo here, they confirm a third against the second part of that force buy. Now we're going to get to the real deal.
Well, this one gets a little bit dicier. Last round was freaking clear. But as you said, Sevi, nice moment from him. He's yet to go down 5-0. Get his rifle out in time. Everyone eventually falls, but Keydstars have themselves the fullest devised. Nuke a map that Keydstars play pretty often at that. Not their highest win rate, though. Certainly expect them to be competitive, especially on their season. don't expect them to win here, but I do think they should be doing well enough to give Fluxo a run for their money here and there. A lot of upper utility. Yard smoke's just being thrown. It's going to head towards ramp as LTZ, he's the yard player, he goes down.
Amadeus locked with Zareva, but Lash can't stand in this Molotov forever. Has to leave it. Fluxo, access to the B site via U-Haul right now. CK Zhao has already rotated here. Kai goes and feels around the B site. No commitment here by Fluxo. Not yet. But yet again, what other options that are really going to have? Smoke up to control.
Smoke. That's really complicated matters for Keith Stars.
Eventually, might have to just give up the site right now. Matios going to put a little bit of risk into this. Distraction for CK Zhao to activate. Zevi follows him onto the shot. Gets a little bit complicated on his transition back to dark. Going to open up the single door. They're after Matios right here. Should be prepared. Matios, aware of it. Flash even dodge. They got the kill. Exit does. It's ZA out from the single door. It's a 1 versus 2 for Exit now. U-Haul, contact, going to go.
Time.
That nade landed right in front of him. No time. You're absolutely right. Keith Stars have Lash surviving all the way to the end.
Only they had a little bit more time to play with Fluxo. They probably could have figured that out. But I think crucially did never fake the bomb plan. I think that probably would have been a good move. Open the door a little too early there, did Kai. Critical moment for ZA to catch Zevi. Ends off keyboard for Lash to win the clutch in the end. The 1v1 never needed. Big victory for Keith Stars, but down to the wire. You know how the CT side goes. SMGs will be included in this one. Upper seems like the move.
Kai on his ZA with the big double. Gets to open up access to this A site. Keith Stars. They save on rounds exactly like this, and I see them getting into formation for that. Back to CT. Fluxo throw another fantastic execute.
I mean, it's like a interesting word to use there, execute, because that is what it is. But I think Kai, the tip of the spear, he's out before the utility actually is placed, and so he has a nice first timing, and then the flashes come in, and it's just when I think it was CK Zhao's crosshair gets pulled to Kai. He was playing anti, and then the flashes pop. It was really quite beautifully timed. One win, followed up by a loss here for Keith Stars. Not the CT side recipe for success, not in the long term. And they might just save. They might just save this. I actually think I would prefer if they did. Yeah, Eco surrounding Save Top and Zareva's MP7.
Calling this out of spawn. Gonna repeat it like you said earlier, but it feels very scrimmy. They're just going off of the book right now. Fluxo, heal is 5-7, 2 times. Nobody there in coordination for the trade. 3 versus 5. Now you got problems.
That CK Zhao 5-7 always can be threatening. I think Fluxo still have a way out of this round, though. The sheer amount of utility that they've still got working with is maybe reason enough, but 3 players looking to tag team as the smoke begins to fade.
CK again. A third inside of the push. Picks up an AK. Now will be put away finally. Damage done. Force here for Fluxo. Excuse me, the save. That's where they're headed here back into spawn. A great result here for Keystars. And CK Xiao was a guy that really struggled there on map number 1, but we had big expectations for him. Had a lot of mention even in our last series, obviously, talking about the Fake Biru moves. He really gets his chance here. Before this was part of Full Hall Amarella, if I'm correct.
That's right.
That's free agent roster.
Squad disbanded. Prior to that, it was the Elevate contract deal that I was discussing, where both he and Lash were a part of for a minute. The majority of 2025, if I'm not mistaken, was spent there. 2-man save, Keystars. I think that's good. You know, huge triple there for CK Xiao. Let's definitely appreciate that, but that is not a round that you can replicate. And that's the thing that I'm a bit concerned on. Keystars have not shown me a round that I feel confident in yet.
Big individual motive that was put out through Hut. There is LKZ back turned, and a really good look. Keystars, you want a confident round win. This is how you're going to get it. 2 nice opening kills that were response to Zayda losing his life. Lash going to revisit the bottom site. Interested in what's going to be coming here in the next minute 5.
He's the only one down here. And he can definitely get exposed. The single door is where 2 players are going to path. At least he's got some help.
Standing and waiting. Not going to be up here, right at double. Lash, right behind the wall. We'll get that first strike out here on the AWP. Up around that. That's enough to scare. That's really enough to make their mark. Go back up the vent. That's sort of an option. Back out of the site with a secured Astralis plant. Can't get that down. Forcing the vent. Exit in the corner. Matios, he's going to force the fight. It will go down. Made a mark, right? A lot of HP taken away from exit here. Stands confidently here in the ring at 18. Will swing for another. Zevi, a manageable clutch in a 1 versus 2. Fights back from control. There really hasn't been a lot given to him here. Lash, he is going to go back to the jiggle and regret it. Gonna go and spray in the smoke, and Zevi's right on target. Fluxo could have seen to a confident Keystars victory right over their own heads, but they come out on top in the clutch.
2v4 and a 1v2 at the end there for Zevi. It is a massive confidence booster there for Fluxo. Speaking of, I love how confident he is in that fight. Really happy with that as Lash goes down. EK singing Keystars. Well, that confident win you were proposing, Mark, it's not anywhere to be found. That is a 5-on-3 for a second. Oh, CK Xiao. A beautiful way to open proceedings on this round. Lash has an op that he's the one rotating down vent. Not usual, not the norm.
Put some yellow tape around Hut already.
Notice how he hasn't upgraded to the AK.
Why would he?
He's already got the better weapon.
Keep it up here. Back towards ramp. Dreba going to be likely just dishing off of the contact. Maybe a couple of shots out towards Kai, but nothing that is going to be too concerning. 12 HP for him. Access Fluxo towards ramp. Keystars in a man advantage. Got to hold on to it here. Fluxo just took away a 2v4.
Time is just not on their side, and they don't have any more utility outside of a couple flashes and a molly.
Yeah, I've seen exit on the CK Xiao. Gonna get that barrel out. LKZ also gonna be inside of this. Just got the plan off. Flash wants to go and deny it. Can't do it. Was waiting for that on the 4 seconds. A post plant for Fluxo. Last year, little HP. Still gonna be around at the single door, waiting for something to occur. Exit gonna take the hat off of Matios. Just seen. Lash in the smoke. Zayde to a clutch. Another man advantage. Ripped away by Fluxo. This one more understandable. They just had to wait this one out. Zayde, no kit here, so he may not even have the option to go for this. Now Entourage walking back around. LTZ can end this thing momentarily. It might as well be 5 seconds out in the newest pickup here. It's working like a Swiss Army knife for this Fluxo T side.
Yeah, he's actually been pretty slow to start. He's been responsible for Yawara, and often been very alone. Not a lot of support there in the way that they've been approaching their yard control, Fluxo. A lot of smoke and mirrors, not a lot of constant pressure. But yeah, this from Fluxo, it comes down a little bit close for comfort on the timer. But outside of that, I think Fluxo do a great job of managing everything.
Oh my gosh. Flies out. Loving that dig. How much more? 2v4. Zevi and Exit take another one of these away. He's gonna wipe it away on the pistols. They went slow on Mirage so that something like this wouldn't happen. But of course, you gotta slip up eventually.
Bro, why are we running out Egan's pistols, man? Just why? I understand wanting to maybe change pace a little bit, but not only was this just a poor decision, but I also don't think that they had the setup. They didn't have the positioning. They lose one guy immediately. There's no flashes. Nobody's throwing any supportive utility. This is just a straight up A rush. The only flashes they have was meant to be coming through door, but I think Matios killed the guy responsible for flashes. You just gotta be willing to cancel that if you're Fluxo. Gotta be.
His head ripped off in the side of that line. It's only gonna be a first. Popped out, that's a second. CK gonna keep this AK in here, right here. Firing, there's a nade to the feet here. Fluxo are gonna be seeing Keed Stars get into pretty confident energy. It feels like this is a pretty nice CT-sided victory. And the first one that you can call confident. Unless that's just gonna be ruined by Exit getting those 2 kills. So it is what it is.
Hey, listen, it is a confident victory. I think that you could still smack that on it overall, but it's a ramp rush against 2 players on ramp. I think that if it wasn't a confident victory, Keed Stars would be having some bigger issues here. But I'm not at all concerned. Fluxo have 6 T rounds. Gonna eco this one, hopefully buy the last, and fight for 7 T rounds. That's no problem at all. And I think Keed Stars know it.
Matios up to those pistols. Lash also with that AWP. ZA looking for some for him. Come on, guys. One for me. Block around this corner. There it is. Can't complain now. Now let Zareba have his. In essence. Or CK. More for me, says ZA.
Carrying might be carrying, but you gotta look out for number 1. Sometimes, Mark, you know how it is. What ZA's doing right there. As I said, though, that round not too big of a problem as it's Glocks. Fluxo. Kind of interested in how little they fought yard. Maybe it's because they haven't run very many ops. And I might get my wish. The smoke's activated. But it's Lash on the Kai. That's towards ramp. Lash already rotating to add additional defense here towards the yard area. He's going to be in heaven.
Adios spamming along, does get close. Smoke up. Might just have to phase it. Davideus also going to be here. But if it's the op that's staring at it, you're just a dead man. It's out of it, knows better. But it's just going to have to negotiate. Well, it's faded anyway. This shot by Lash. They're going to try and expose that. Zareba also gave them reason to doubt. Contact to him. So much presence here in the lower B bomb site. Lash, another missed shot. Going to be on the run, crucially. Also have swung out the double doors. Davideus in position, hunting down Lash. They have done this well. 32 seconds, making Fluxo get back into the site. He starts tripping over themselves. It's Sevi that's going to go on the hunt. Thaddeus not ready for this. There's the stab in the back, waiting for this plant and exit over the top. It's Zede that's going to be out here. They have just got their hands on the bomb. It's here towards the A site, and Zede, I think, is now going to realize flash on the way. Exit at least does have the security, but Zevi up here to tie this thing up to prevent the tied half. At least Fluxo wins 7.
Kid Stars, you gotta win 5-on-3s. You gotta win 4-on-2s. And ultimately, you gotta win more CT rounds than 5, in my opinion, against Fluxo. It's another one of those great work from Davideus. He's just basically dismantled Kid Stars on his own. And even though Fluxo messed up big time, the bomb was outside of lobby. Exit is fortunate to win the duel. They still win the round. Disappointing from Keed Stars as they move on to the tougher task, which is their T side.
Davideus on the Zede. Fluxo gonna keep things calm. 5 versus 3. Pistol never in doubt. That'll keep the blood pressure low, huh? No worry about that pistol. 8 on the board. Not a player down. Fluxo cleaning up this nuke one step at a time. 5 was that magic number. Got up 5-0 on that Mirage. You're sitting at that right now. It's a different energy from Keed Stars. A couple of those were confident victories on the CT side, but onto an offense that history says gonna get a little bit worse. Can't expect very much, but we'll see how much they put in this playoff. Not much here into the Glocks.
No, and that's without, you know, LTZ having a crazy game. Obviously, that round a few moments ago from Davideus was really impressive, but it's actually been Exit who's been stunning. He's 3-0 KD currently. All right. Freebies for him at range against Glocks with the AUG. So Fluxo easily pick up their 9th.
I don't remember who picked it up yesterday. Was tapping at the back of Dust 2 platform. You were commenting, it's an AUG spot. Naturally, an AUG spot from Kai. Keep it up. Where's the scope? Hell yeah, he still has it.
Had to have been one of the Kid Stars players. I can't remember. I tried hard. Can't do it.
Okay. Done a lot of thinking today, Vincent. Keed Stars. Make sure that Davideus is not going to have to do that same metric. Takes him away.
They've heard Zevi here, I think.
Wants to play an off angle in control. Exit has just found Zareba. The
Look at
in-game
how
leader.
fast that's pulled him off. The bomb has just been dropped at the top of Secret. That's such a critical find. Keed Stars now have to go recover.
Flash will step to it. Anytime now. He'll have that light towards the bottom site. Matios onto LTZ. Smoking to heaven. A activation here for the Keed Stars. They just wiggled their way here, right? This was on a whim. Lash will put this down. Nade not able to get very much damage. Blank back into lobby. Zevi has been pretty impactful here on the rifle. That's actually Kai, excuse me. Og on the flank. Zevi smoke just faded. Gotta go. 2 kits here.
They're not going.
Not going?
Yeah. This was a 4-on-3. Definitely felt like they should have been more interested in defending the bomb from getting picked back up. Lots of question marks, I think, for how Fluxo handled this. I don't think the save is the thing that is questionable, though. I think of all those points, save pretty reasonable. Well, that's one way to...
I think it's a good way from Keat and Keat Stars to potentially bit of damage control in theory. You don't want to see Keat Stars get away any more damage.
Yeah, but they fend off what may have been like a shutout otherwise. You know, if they got reset right there, Fluxo would be on 10, probably an eco, etc., etc. Still the odds here from our title partner in Thunderpick. Feeling very confident Fluxo. Upper hit here for Keat. Joe was the only one there, and he's not been able to hold up.
I mean, if history is a telltale sign, they're going to save this round. Molly out here towards heaven. I mean, this round, even more reason than the last to save. This is going to be an easy 7th.
Jeez.
That was fast. Deus might pull a little bit of trouble from this. I don't know. I think they could have muscled out that previous 3v3. That's why I feel like so miffed by it. I mean, obviously we are capable of knowing the HP. Every little factor. It looks so obvious. Fluxo are playing the guarantees. Keeping these 3 rifles up. Exit should be able to buy back. Zebi should be able to drop LTZ potentially. Not the end of the world at all. In fact, what they're trying to prevent.
Yeah, I think the way that Fluxo continue to ensure that they can have some economic stability is certainly a valuable one. That said, it's giving Keed Stars opening after opening, and because these rounds are competitive, it also opens the door for them to have a little bit more of an economy that begins to build for the T's. So, you know, these are question marks that certainly are real. But I also appreciate just, you know, good sound decision making, even if those are saves that don't feel good in the moment. What you'd expect from Exit. Fluxo, who had called that tactical pause a moment ago, Juve on the mic. I think X got away without being seen. CK Shell's fast towards Secret.
Easy free kill because of the timing. Zebi not catching anything immediately as Keat Stars run into ramp. That ain't gonna be deeper here into J Hall. Kai lucky to have his life as he's gotta lock him out.
That defensive smoke really does make Keed Stars pause no matter what. And did I just see that right? Yeah, I think I did. Davideus is on the other side of lobby. It seems like they saw him. Seems like he shot and they now know. He's alone. Really getting... Okay, they didn't know. They had no clue.
Deus doubles up. bottom. Matios also with that slide. There's LTZ gone. Lash makes a contact and will find exit. Also, Kai checking in. Gotta keep up here. 5 HP left on Lash. Matios cannot connect on the Galil. Puts it down. Kai with the headshot. 5 HP. Even less than that. Left on top of that body for Lash. It's 10 here. Secured by Fluxo. It's a dangerous look out of these Keystars, but that was a crucial round.
I love that from Zevi. He's like, he's left. He's seeing the nade. He's like, here, have a nade. Enjoy. Dropped it for Kai to pick back up. Also like the confident move from Kai. It's a very difficult spot to be in as the Heaven player, or the Heaven rotator in Kai's case. Is you don't want to overstep, but you also don't want to allow Keystars to get both a plant and into a post positioning without being a threat. Quite well done there from Kai. Up to date here, Zevi. Blinded, but nothing to be seen. Those smokes till it's broken.
Amadeus on to Zareba. Opening kill for Fluxo, and Kai gonna add one more on top of it. Remember how much of a killer Kai was in CT Mirage. That's Lash not going to know about exit as he tries desperately for a bomb plant. 11 rounds here for Fluxo, 2 away from taking the series and going up against LTZ's former squad in a semifinal.
To be honest with you, I think that's a fun prospect. The Fluxo CT side having a little bit more struggles than you might anticipate, but in this one, incredibly one-sided. Flash getting nowhere in the clutch attempt. And Keystars on an eco, just gonna let him have 12. I don't disagree with this, but I'm actually surprised that Keystars have played this way. I would have expected them to just kind of force their way through the rest of this game. Hope for the best.
Kind of agree. Gonna go and stand in overtime now. Keystars have fought really hard, played 3 series in our groups. And right at the end, did the best against Yawara. 7 rounds total in the series. Saw that Fury at the beginning of Mirage. It really was just a player. Matios will swing right back out. It's 12 secured now by Fluxo.
Can't say that I'm disappointed with this this level of output from Fluxo. I think it's a surprise who it is right now, with Exit delivering so highly. Fast moves, maybe. Like a lot of upper hit utility, but Keystars don't immediately go. They're gonna wait the first round and then move.
Davide is gonna jar the smoke. Matios will find an opening frag. Zebi will take away CK before this bomb goes down. Keystars, they were waiting for the force. They were waiting for 12, and at the moment, it looks all right. Smoke gonna lock them out of mini. That's fresh. Flash on to Kai. This is a done round.
Yeah, they just gotta save again. And it's not a big deal. right? I mean, we saw at the start, quote unquote, of this half how willing Fluxo were to just run with the save angle, keep running it back. Now they've got a bed of cash to fall back on too, and they've kept one of the biggest assets, i.e. this op. It's the most expensive one.
See how long they can last. Fighting this way, wasn't much damage done to Fluxo there, but maybe enough to consider. Taking a pause. That's what Fluxo do. Did you find the mic? See how they're going to take this fight. Exit and Kai still got a little bit in the back end with Zevi to consider if they have to rebuy.
I'm happy to see Fluxo make these good decisions economically. That is, saves. Stars, their success with that upper hit. They've actually had a lot of success with these upper hits. So that might be something that Fluxo just takes some precautions towards. They're just going to leave two there towards A. Again, all the right utility, feigning like this is going to be the same thing, but it's 3 players yard.
Brava will find an opener onto LTZ, but Kai immediately returns it. This is back towards lobby and what they were trying to do. Got to get those specific players that push back towards round. Kai here. Kai's everywhere, but Kai can't be fast enough for the frag.
This is a nice round from Keed Stars. I mean, they threw the same utility that they've been throwing the last 2 rounds in a row that have been those upper pops. And instead, they've got 3 players yard. Nobody's looking for Fluxo, so nobody sees them get down B until it's a little bit too late. Kai's reaction, of course, is slow because he's pushed lobby in order to try and deal with that A pop that they think is coming. So, a good example of how these last couple of T victories have set up this one. Try another save. Won't bring anyone, or won't bring but one player with him.
Buyback will be strong. Seemed like the guidelines were really set well from that timeout. Doesn't take much consideration. Know how this has to fit. 5 for 13. No opening gambit that really goes south for either team here. Stalemate at 1:30. Been an opening kill pretty consistently.
And it's, well, mostly because Keed Stars have, like, thrown essentially an execute at the beginning of every round. Whether it be, like, those fast top hits that we've been seeing. This one slows down, and Zevi takes advantage. Back towards ramp for Keed Stars.
Walking this way. Kai still crept in the corner here. What a shot by Zareva. Exit here should have to land his second and has done practically everything to do so. Puts the damage out there, just can't confirm the kill. Man, advantage in terms of whose men are healthier, you can ask of Fluxo.
Oh, they're going to go back up, I think. Devadeus and LTZ both reacted as fast as possible to get back down to B.
Debbie, you can hear them storming through J-Hall. That's a really tough shot to hit, but distance out to go and hold this towards Mustang Matios. 1 out of many. LTC tried to go and trade. Zebi, what a bold peek, and now it's all down to the young gun. 6-14 has struggled here on Nuke. Would love to see LTC push forward to Thunderpick semifinals. ZA low, going for that spam, and it's almost connecting, hitting the transfer. Last year in the 1v1, LTC dodges the nade. Picked up for plays like this. 1v1, splits this to Lash, lands another bullet, but he's got to get closer. Lash, not sure if he's left the positioning, gotten all the way over, practically perfect timing for LTC to send a Fluxo forward in this tournament, out to a semifinal, out to go and rematch against the team that he was picked up against, out to face the feeders, if you will, out to a semifinal or Fluxo.
And it's a little bit of a tough close, but they get there in the end. And it's through an LTZ clutch, who, as you highlighted, definitely wasn't at his peak performance like we saw on Mirage, but gives them just enough. And you're happy to see that. So ultimately, a victory here, an expected 2-0 as well. We can bring Freddie back in and talk a little bit about this thing. Because Fluxo, listen, an easy enough 2-0. Are you satisfied?
We're back, baby. Fluxo are back. This, the madness. People sitting here thinking, what is the general manager done now? Dude, he's 4D chess. And you know what? You scoundrels, get out of here. I can smell you from across the ocean. Let's go get some roll cells action in here. That was a really fun game of Counter-Strike. Fluxo did very well. I thought it should have been cleaner, though, than it was. They made a really bad call to pop A against the low buy at the end of the first half, and it kind of like allowed Keatstars kind of to make that first half look way more competitive than it was. And I think that was honestly just down to a bad call, and there's not really much else to say. They just made a wrong call, that was it. Because up until that point, they'd actually been making really good calls. Exit was also playing phenomenally, and we'll kind of get on to more about him. But this round here is also it was round 5. Kai just double entries, and it's also this amazing set play through door onto A, with really good flashes. They catch Keatstars not really in position either to counter something like that. And okay, LTZ was really struggling, and I think that was a bit of a question mark for me this map. Obviously he gets that 1v2 at the end, and it's well, he ends it off amazingly. But this is the round I'm talking about. They go for an A pop, they're 6-2 up. If they play this round normally, let's say 7-2, they're not going to be hitting a road bump. I'd imagine they'd probably continue in that in kind of that momentum. They run out of money, they lose second round, they lose the next round. So it's all of a sudden it's you get a 7-5 half where it's okay, that's really good on the T side. That 100% could have been a 9-3 half, or maybe even 10-2 half if you just hadn't lost that low buy. So a lot of if buts and maybes. Somehow that's how the cookie crumbles. I commented on Mirage about how good they are in the mid rounding, in 4v4s or 3v3s, and kind of not overplaying their hand and freezing at the right moments. And that was also really shown on on Nuke here. Felt like their map pool, their strat book was also bigger, but they're also reactions in those 3v3s, 4v4s, really good. And it was also a map they didn't play at the LAN with when they picked up LTX, and when they picked up LTZ and David Deus. They didn't actually play Nuke at the LAN. So it was first time with his full roster. Roll cell time. CD side was pretty clean. Literally just a couple rounds at the end. Really clean CD side. So previously, Lukowski was playing outside, Exit was playing door, Milzen was playing A anchor. So David Deus has come in and he's playing door now. So he played door on Red Canet, and in my opinion, you kind of want David Deus to be playing the most comfortable position for him. So it makes sense to put him door, and then Exit go outside IGL. A lot of IGLs play outside or door. Makes sense. The one discrepancy I saw with LTZ played ramp on Uno Melee. Kai still playing ramp, so he's gone to A anchor with Milzen. not the hardest thing to kind of transition to, but it is a transition. And I feel like maybe it's like a really easy, unnecessarily easy point to be like, he played really bad, he changed roles. I don't know if that's the case, but he did have a bad game, has changed roles. Deal with that what you will. Exit played like, what the hell was that from Exit though? Like, genuinely crazy.
Also, just to add to what you were saying, L2Z was playing Yard on the T side, and they basically just like left him alone to just be a lurker and kind of like try to do his own thing on his own timings a lot. And it just wasn't. It's both hard, and also they weren't helping set him up for anything. And there was a ton of like ramp hits and upper hits that he was meant to be the first initiator on, and I think that really made things difficult on top of already having a bad game.
He wasn't the outside lurk on MILLE, so yeah, that goes timings. I see actually either goes really well for players or really, really badly. But David Diaz as well, like I was kind of saying, like having him door be like put him in the most comfortable position. How many times did he push door on the seat side? He pushed like 3 times and he got kills every time. And it's like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie, if the most experienced player on my team, most experienced player on my team wants to play like his most preferred role, yes, of course. But Exit, IGL, ooh, he's doing well. Fluxo are doing well. What a time to be alive. I did not expect that coming into the day. I'm going to be honest. I was so ready for like some just awful Counter-Strike. And they played well. They actually played very well. What a great result from Fluxo. They go into semi-finals to play up against MILLE tomorrow. That's our semi-final set. ShindeN v LP, Fluxo v MILLE. It's going to be a banger. You do not want to miss it. So be back here, same time, same place. And also, the grand finals are right after. Woo! Good night.